Finally, they got so sick of me asking that I was the first person whose armor they made. It made it so that I would get their most inexperienced work, but that didn't matter to me. Better it go to me with the fortitude to compensate than someone else who had fewer stats. I could always get them to make another set if it wasn't up to snuff. The armor would take a few days to complete, and it wouldn't be as comfortable as what the system manifested, but that was to be expected. They didn't finish it in time for the 7th wave, and I had to make it through without it. It was a wave of snakes this time, and they weren't that hard to take down. Their speed was their downfall, and allowed us to greatly diminish their number before they came close. Luckily, they weren't venomous, and the few who got bit only needed a quick heal to fix the wound. It was the unlucky 2 who let them wrap around their legs who would be feeling it for a few days. The snakes were strong enough to break bones when they coiled around it a few times. I never let them get that far, so I didn't have first-hand experience with them. They got pulled back in time to where a broken leg was the extent of the damage.
Grandad tried to use it as an excuse to get us to retreat, but he gave up when someone floated the idea that the snakes might be able to climb the wall. It never got that far, and their numbers were already plenty thinned out from our ranged attacks, so it wasn't that difficult to cull the rest. They were less difficult to fight than the evolved boars Austin and I were used to. My axe was more of a hammer now, after beating it against the sturdy boars for a few days, but it still did the job. It crushed them more than sliced them, but they ended up dead all the same. After the wave, we could afford to get 2 more professions, and it created a dilemma for me. I needed to start thinking about which profession I wanted to get, and how long it would take me to achieve. The profession that I wanted the most was enchanter. I was studying to be an engineer before I started moonlighting as a warrior, and watching the wall get enchanted was calling to me, the same way engineering did. The reason I first got into engineering was because of the fascination I had with finding out how things worked and how they were made. All the pieces adding up to get the desired effect was something that would never get dull. I still remembered in vivid detail as the runes were drawn and the feeling that it gave me. It was something that I wanted to learn how it worked, and no other profession called to me like that did. The only problem was that the information book for enchanting was expensive. It was double what the rest were, and on our priority list for professions, it was at the bottom. Alchemist was debated about getting, but was vetoed for the same reason as enchanter: too expensive. We could get 2 other professions for the cost of one. Plus, we doubted that anything that a new alchemist could make would be as good as something bought from the store. Blacksmith was next on the impromptu list we had made, followed by the more generic craftsman.
Those were in no way set in stone, just what we thought was needed for the camp. Originally, farmer and gardener were discarded because we thought there was no way there was enough time to grow anything, but watching what the carpenter job could do, it might have to rejoin consideration. I wouldn't consider it worth it, but then again, I wasn't complaining about the protein-heavy diet. I could go for some carbs, like bread or potatoes as much as the next guy, but that wasn't what was important. Survival came first, and having a field of crops did nothing if you were too dead to eat them. Carpenter was chosen over builder because we had a lot of wood to work with and lacked other materials, which made it the better choice. The same reasoning made tailor unfavorable. There were some that we didn't know what exactly they would do, like cook or explorer. We could cook just fine now, and we didn't know what getting the profession would do differently. Spending 5,000 points to find out wasn't on our list of things to do. Some were thrown out automatically for being non-essential, like painter, merchant, and jeweler. We didn't have very many precious gems lying around to make that feasible. There were a bunch that dealt in territory management that were ignored as well, like whatever the hell a seneschal was. In my eyes, the next one up should be blacksmith, so that we could repair our gear and maybe make more. We would have to buy the metal from the shop, but that was way cheaper than buying a new weapon outright. As there always was when we had to decide on something, opinions were varied. The idea was floated out there that now that we had made contact with another pylon, merchant wasn't as useless as it used to be. We could trade others for things that we didn't have. Maybe trade for stone or metal from a pylon that had those close by, or better plants from a pylon in the more forested region. If we could get stone from another group, stonemason was back on the table. Our pylon was along the edge of the forest, and the nearest stone we could quarry was in the mountainous region to the north. We actively ignored that region and tried our best not to go there. The one time a scout was sent north, it encountered monsters that, instead of giving a level when identified, it gave back question marks. Later, when we sent Kyle, with his longer-ranged and more powerful identify skill, he said that the creature was level 25. Ever since then, we quenched our hopes of getting stone to use for building. The monster in question showed no signs of venturing south and seemed to be content to stay where it was, near the mountain. It was a lot colder the closer to the mountain you got, and we figured it didn't wish to leave the environment. We still kept a lookout pointed that way, but after 2 weeks of nothing happening, we figured it wouldn't come south. Monsters from the forest came closer to the camp all the time and had to be put down, but the northern beasts didn't have that inclination. It was decided that blacksmith and craftsman were the two professions that we would buy with the points from the wave. Now that we had all of the essential jobs, we could afford to spend a little more and get one of the expensive professions next, like alchemist. 10,000 points and 2 books later, I had a decision that I needed to make. Scott had leveled carpenter a few times by now, and he was increasing his stats faster than I could train, and I had to decide if waiting for enchanter was worth it. It wasn't on the list of priorities, and it would at least be a few waves before it was considered, which was at least a week and a half to 2. I could learn blacksmithing and get a few levels under my belt by the time that I would be holding out on enchanter. And if I got stronger from profession levels, I could leverage it to fight tougher monsters, to then level faster. It wasn't like that I was averse to being a blacksmith. My schooling had involved a lot of material analysis and manufacturing processes, forging included. I wouldn't be starting with zero knowledge of how to do it, and could jump into working a lot faster than Sam had with leatherworking. I didn't know if holding out would be worth it in the long run. The faster I gained strength, the higher my ceiling would be by the time the tutorial ended. While I was in my own head musing, the 2 books were purchased, and the rest of the family were deciding on who would learn them. I came back to the conversation at the end. All right, we have 2 people who want to be craftsmen and only 1 blacksmith. Is there anyone else who wants to be a blacksmith? I don't know if 1 is going to be enough for everything that we need done. Grandad was trying to gauge interest in the new professions. He was met by silence. It seemed no one besides my cousin Vincent wanted to be a blacksmith. Fuck it, I guess I'll do it. Maybe I could push it toward being a runesmith or something through the evolutions.
Chapter 26. Profession acquired.
Fuck! God damn it, stupid son of a bitch! I couldn't hold it in anymore. This was the most frustrating thing I had ever done. I thought about reading through the book again, but it wouldn't do any good. I had already been through it multiple times by now, and reading it again wouldn't help. I had been trying to get the profession for 2 days, and it seemed like it was an exercise in futility. The only thing motivating me by this point was trying to beat Vinny. Vinny, or Vincent, was having the same amount of success as me, which was none at all. Deep breaths, Chris. Don't let the stupid metal beat you. I tried to calm down and not get so worked up, but it was difficult. I didn't think that it would take this long, and it was starting to get on my nerves. Being so close to evolving my class didn't help matters. I reached level 9 on day 18, and it's been 3 days since then. We had the wave on the 19th, and Austin and I had been hunting more enthusiastically trying to cross the threshold. Nothing we did worked, and it felt like we were still some distance away. Level 10 was a step up from reaching all the others, and the amount of experience to reach it was enormous. One thing that I did have going for me was that I was able to get a new skill after hunting yesterday, and it was super cool. Cool. Pun totally intended. I promised myself a magic skill the next time I could afford one, and I stuck to it. I thought about getting Mana Bolt or Ice Bolt, but after seeing the effectiveness of Ice Wall, that's what I went with. It was a great skill and had a multitude of uses in battle. I hadn't gotten to use it that much since I had gotten it because I focused more on getting a profession. What good that did me. I was still too angry to think straight, so I decided to take a walk to clear my head and get out of the heat that the room was bathed in.
Since we had to do blacksmithing work to get the class, we set up a makeshift hut for Vinny and me to work in. It wasn't the best setup, but it got the job done. The ventilation wasn't very good, and it felt suffocating to be in the room for the amount of time I had been in it. The hut had a chimney, and it did a decent job of exhausting all of the smoke from the fire, but we were still inhaling some of it. I was drenched in sweat and had dirt and grime covering my face and arms. As I exited the tent, the sharp drop in temperature gave me goosebumps. It felt like it was getting colder as the days passed on. I ran into Austin, not far from the forge, and it looked like he was walking toward it. "Everything okay? I heard shouting and someone slamming things," he said. "Yeah, everything is fine. Just frustrated is all." "I didn't think that it would take this long," I said back, dejectedly. "Stop beating yourself up. It took Scott a day and a half, and it took Sam just over 2. You aren't taking any longer than they did," he replied. I knew it was wrong to think I was better than them, but I didn't think that it would take me this long to get the profession. I knew what I was doing, and thought that I was doing everything right. The profession just refused to come. It had taken a while to get used to actually doing the work inside the forge and attempting to make something from a lump of metal. And that's how the first day went. I had all this knowledge, but it was all theoretical. None of it was practical. I knew why certain tasks were done and what it did to the metal, but I'd never done it before. Certainly never using the ancient way of doing it. We had machines nowadays that did most of the process for us. We had hydraulic presses that were used instead of the inconsistent hammering of a human. We had specifically designed molds to get just the right shape, not freehanding it and hoping for the best.
A day of forging was not enough to be called proficient, and it showed in the things that I had made. I thought I would start off by making a knife. Nice and easy, right? Wrong. It took so much longer than I thought it would. Every hammer strike did something that I didn't want and had to spend a while fixing. Instead of drawing out the metal to get the right length, it flattened out into a sheet. When I turned it on its side to decrease the width, it would roll over into a tube. I swear it was like the metal had a mind of its own, and it did the opposite of whatever I wanted it to do. After my beginning failures, I took the time to read through the book with my confidence thoroughly broken. I now knew that I didn't have as much knowledge about what I was doing as I thought I did. I assumed that it was common sense, and it would only take me a few tries to get the hang of it. That couldn't be further from the truth. Every hammer strike had to be precise, not only in location, but strength and angle as well. Even the surface the part was resting on had an effect. It was a steep learning curve that I was just starting to see the bottom of. My most recent project, another knife, turned out so bad that I threw it across the room. I scrapped my first attempt less than 10 minutes into the work and would forever deny I ever attempted it. But this attempt was different. I had spent a lot of time drawing the metal out and then hammering its shape. I felt confident this would be the one to get me the profession. The mana circulation technique was difficult at first, but I got the hang of it eventually, and maintained it for the duration of the crafting process. The book detailed that you had to cycle your mana through the part in a specific way, and in doing so, it would help you while crafting. In the beginning, it was a huge detriment while forging, because I had to split my focus on too many things. I had to keep the fire at the right temperature, watch the metal to make sure it never got too hot or too cold, and adjust the angle and strength of every strike, all the while maintaining a convoluted mana technique. At first, it was like rubbing your belly while patting your head. The actions conflicted with each other, and soon everything came falling down like Jenga blocks. If I focused too much on the mana technique, I would overheat the metal. If I focused more on the metal, I would forget the mana technique. It was a juggling act which I was currently failing. My latest attempt was the best one yet, and I thought that I would have succeeded too, but the world wished to curse me. The knife looked fine while I was working on it, but as soon as I finished and saw it in a better light, I noticed how bad it was. Nothing was parallel. The knife had a curve to it that wasn't intended, and saying it was of uniform thickness would be a stretch. It had taken hours, and I failed again. I had a newfound respect for Scott and Sam, because this was getting the better of me. Looking over to Austin, I said, "I need to hit something." I wanted to vent my frustration, and what better way than by beating something up? "We can spar if you want. It's a little late, but I'm up for it," Austin said back while rolling his shoulders as if to test his body. "As thrilling as it is to fight you, I'd rather beat my head against a wall," I said back. Fighting Austin would just add to my frustrations, not vent them. He was faster than me, since he invested more in agility and had a longer weapon. Fighting him was not the experience I had in mind. It was like fighting a bee who was quicker than you and stung you throughout the whole process. All it would take to end the fight was to catch it, but it always managed to slip away. If Austin wasn't my friend, I think I would start to hate him. "I'm gonna go find something to kill. I'll be back before sundown," I said before walking away. I wished to be alone, and Austin must have sensed that and let me go. I was glad that he didn't pester me about it, unlike what my sister would have done. Finding a target wasn't that difficult, and all my frustrations seemed to vanish. All the pent-up anger left my body and was projected on the poor forest denizens. It most likely wasn't a healthy way to deal with anger, but I didn't think there was a healthy way anymore. As my head cleared, and I stopped focusing on everything that I did wrong, I tried to think about how to go about it a different way. If I was focusing on too many things at once, I would try to simplify what I was doing. Instead of trying to maintain the mana circulation technique while I was forging like it was two separate processes, I would combine them. The technique circulated mana through the part during the crafting phase to do various things to aid while crafting. For the carpenters, it let them sense the knots in the wood, along with a better feel for the grain so they could carve better, while also improving the wood during the process. For the leather workers, it let them see the blemishes in the hide and get a better sense of where to cut and size things while slightly improving the hide. For blacksmiths, it helped them see the irregularities in the metal while also helping them sense the stresses added while forging. It also helped improve the metal during the process. But I was starting to think that was what every profession did. You had to cycle mana throughout the part while also interpreting what it felt like, all with the added difficulty of compensating for the mana loss that dissipated off of the metal during the process. I could send mana out of my body and into the part from a distance, but that added a layer of difficulty to the whole process. It was a lot easier to maintain if you were touching the thing you were trying to inject mana into. Both of my hands were either busy wielding the hammer or holding the tongs, so I thought that learning how to maintain the technique at a distance was necessary and was part of the learning process. But what if I combined those actions? I could send my mana into the part, along with the hammer strikes, while bringing it back into my body through the tongs. Nothing specifically said that I had to cycle it through only the part. It would be harder to bring it through the tongs, but altogether easier than keeping the processes separate. I had no need to continue my carnage in the forest, so I ran back to the forge to try my new idea. I even forgot to rinse the blood off of me before I made it back to camp. I quickly entered the forge and picked out a new piece of metal to use for the project, throwing it into the fire to heat it up. I ignored Vinny's odd stares and focused on the crafting process. It took me some time to get used to sending my mana along the hammer and injecting it into the part. The timing was everything, and if I was a little off, it wouldn't work. I had been hammering away for 2 days now, so I quickly got used to the new process. Pulling it back through the tongs was another thing I had to get used to, but it wasn't much harder. As soon as I got the hang of it, I scrapped the process and started anew. I wanted everything to be perfect, and I couldn't start on the metal I used to practice on. This was going to be the one. I could feel it. I put the new piece of metal into the fire and started making yet another knife. Pulling the bright orange metal out of the fire, I put it onto the anvil we had to buy and got to work. Mana flowed along my arm into my hammer before swinging it down onto the metal, injecting it with mana. I cycled it throughout the structure and pulled it back along the tongs. Sent mana up through my arm into the hammer, down into the metal, back through the tongs. It was working. The only thing that I could hear were the clangs of metal. It was late into the night, and I was most likely ruining people's sleep, but I didn't care. This was it. If this didn't work, I was going to scream. Everything felt perfect. The technique was working fine with my new process. My hammering was in rhythm, and the metal was perfect. Clang, 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 flip, clang, clang, clang. I put the finishing touches onto the knife, and I was ready to complete the process. We didn't have any oil to use, so we had to settle for water. I put the blade back into the forge until it was glowing hot, then submerged it in the water. It took some time to cool down, and the last thing I had to do was grind it down to a sharp edge. We had bought the grindstone previously, and it was only a few steps away. After grinding it down, it was ready for a handle. Scott had been nice enough to make us some handles already, and they were ready to use. I had practiced this part before and went through the process with experienced hands. The pommel came next, and I hammered it into place. I had to do some spot work on the grindstone before capping it off with a polish, and I was done. It looked like a knife, was shaped like a knife, and was as sharp as a knife. But it was no masterwork. I had a silly smile on my face anyway. This was the best one I had made, and the system must have agreed. Congratulations! You have acquired the blacksmith profession.
Chapter 27. Level 10. I was so excited that I had finally got the profession that I nearly started shouting in joy. It then dawned on me how late it was, and thought better of it. I had already been making enough noise with my hammer, no need to add to it by shouting. The exhaustion from the day came and hit me in full force, and I internalized what time it was. It was the dead of night, with the only light being the twinkling of the stars above. No moon to light the way. I didn't know where we were exactly, but the no moon thing still threw me for a loop every time I looked into the sky. The night sky just looked so different than what I was used to. All of the constellations were different, and I couldn't find Orion in the sky. It was the end of winter when we were sucked into this tutorial, and Orion should still be in the sky to signify winter was still here. I knew of other constellations, but none I could pick out as easily. There was obviously the Big Dipper and the Little Dipper, but they were absent as well. Even the North Star was missing from its rightful place in the night sky. Orion was always my favorite, because if I could see it, it meant winter was coming. It was usually only visible halfway through fall where I lived, and there would be a chill in the air as it began its stint across the horizon.
Winter had always been my favorite season, and I absolutely loved the snow. It was a beautiful time, with the chilly weather, foggy breath, and the crispness in the air. It was 1,000 times better than the humid, suffocating heat of summer or the pollen-infested winds and rains of spring. Fall, or autumn if you're fancy, was a close second. Watching the leaves change and the beginning of sweatshirt weather was second fiddle to the snows of winter, but it would always remain second, at least to me. I was in dire need of sleep, so I left my ruminations about the sky there and made my way toward my bed. Sleep claimed me quickly, and I was off to dreamland.
Austin had to wake me up the next morning, or else I would have slept in. I must have been more tired than I thought, and it took him a few minutes to wake me from my slumber. I was still wiping the sleep from my eyes as we walked through the gate out of camp.
"What time did you go to bed last night? You were sleeping like the dead," Austin asked. "I don't know. I didn't check before I went to bed, but it was late," I answered. "I know it was late. I heard your hammer until midnight keeping me up." "Don't worry, you'll get it soon enough," he said while patting me on the shoulder as if to console me. "I don't know what you're talking about. I got it last night," I said smugly. Austin took a moment to process what I said before laughing. He shook his head and smiled. "Of course you did. Well, how is it? What did you get?" I hadn't actually looked at it yet. He had pulled me out of bed so early my mind was still waking up. Pulling up my notification screen, I dismissed the usual training one after checking it over and pulled up the one he was talking about.
Congratulations, you have unlocked the blacksmith profession. Novice blacksmith. Blacksmiths work with metal and their hands to create works of art. Whether that art takes the form of structures, weapons, armor, or anything else, it is up to the creator. See where your creativity takes you and create works of wonder. Common evolutions: armorsmith, weaponsmith, apprentice blacksmith, artificer. +2 strength, +1 agility, +1 fortitude, +2 endurance. You have acquired a new skill. Sense metal, common. Scan an object with your mana to reveal the inner workings of the metal. Can see faults and stresses hidden to the naked eye. Detail scales with the amount of mana used and time. There was a lot to take in from the notifications, and it was all good news. The act of getting the profession made it start at level 1 and applied the stat increases to my body. I already had the highest strength in the camp, and now it got even higher. The profession touched on most of the same stats as my class, and they were starting to dwarf my other stats. With the level from the profession, my strength hit 35, while my intelligence sat in relegation at 9. 1 point away from being 4 times as much. I didn't know the specifics, but it seemed like I was more than 4 times as strong than when I started. I didn't think the points were linear, but more akin to exponential, with each point meaning more than the last. It was yet another example of things we had yet to find out. I could probably test it over time by lifting various things and seeing where the limit was and doing it again 10 points later or something. But I didn't have the time nor the patience to do something like that. I felt stronger and hit harder, and that was enough for me. I could figure out the details after we were out of this tutorial if I wanted to. I relayed all the information to Austin and told him about my new skill and class. He was justifiably jealous and said he couldn't wait to get his profession. I mentioned how it was cruel that the profession's starting skill was the one you had to learn to get it. Sense metal was the skill for the mana technique the book walked you through. What profession do you even want? I don't even know which one you were waiting for. I realized I didn't even know which one he wanted to get. I was thinking explorer, to go on grand adventures and stuff. I had always wanted to see the world, but never got the chance. Now I could get a profession dedicated to it. You and I contribute the most during the waves, so it should be fine to get a profession that isn't strictly helpful," he said, starting to get a bit passionate. I didn't know if that was the best decision, and getting a profession like that, instead of one that could make something useful, didn't sound the greatest. I told him as much, and he just shook his head. "This isn't all there is to life, Chris. If all we do is fight or craft for the purpose of fighting, that's a rather grim life. Life is full of wonderful things, and the earth is changing to be even more magical than it already was. Don't you want to go see it, and bask in the majesty of the views? Think how good Mount Everest is now with magic. With our stats high enough, we could climb to the top with ease. Or with magic equipment explore the ocean," he said, while gesturing with his hands excitedly. He had this gleeful smile on his face, and it looked like he was fantasizing about the future, on all the places he would go. He came down from his musings and said, "Just think of the possibilities." "I don't need to think of the possibilities. I need to think about tomorrow and what I need to do to get there," I said back. It didn't matter how wonderful the world was if you didn't live to see it. "Oh, don't be a Debbie Downer. Life's no fun if you think like that," he mocked. I knew what he was talking about, and it was usually me making the same point to Abigail all the time. I wasn't one to stew in negativity or focus on the bad, but there were too many things we didn't know, and I would feel better after learning the rules of our new world. If you prepared for all possibilities, you will never be caught off guard, or something like that. I knew there was a famous quote about it, but couldn't think of the exact words. Nope, I'm not letting you ruin this by saying something stupid. Eye on the prize. We are evolving our classes today, and I won't be bogged down by you and your stupid sayings, he said, waving me off. You're the same as your dad. Take it back. That was a grave insult. I was nothing like him. He was old and always had some stupid quote or saying that applied to every situation. We were nothing alike. Make me, he said before running off into the woods like a child. There was no way I was going to stoop to his level. I was above this and wasn't going to engage in his childishness. So that's why I was running after him. For safety. No other reason. It's dangerous to be in the forest alone. We scoured the forest for anything that could help us level up and pass the threshold of level 10. Since we had begun using the forest as our hunting grounds, prey became increasingly rare. It was getting harder and harder to find monsters to fight. We would have to switch up our hunting ground soon enough, or venture even further into the forest, where the more powerful monsters roamed. It was cutting into the time we could spend fighting, and was getting increasingly longer. If we leveled up enough, we could start going into the forbidden territory in the north. Austin and I mowed through most creatures in the forest now, and the evolved beasts were the only thing that gave us even a little bit of a challenge anymore. In the hopes of getting enough experience to level up, we went even further than we usually did, and found evolved beasts far more often than not. There were even a few wolves in the forest that started making themselves known this far in. We had fought wolves before, but not ones that had evolved. They were a menace to fight, and always took forever because where there was one, there were more. They always roamed in a pack, and it varied in size from 4 all the way up to over 10. We steered clear of anything with that many, and stuck to the smaller packs we could handle without getting too overwhelmed. It was getting near the time we would normally start heading back, but that idea was nowhere in our minds. We were so close, and this pack would push us over the edge. There were 5 of the creatures, and 3 of them were evolved. They were all trotting around and sniffing the air. Their fur was a mix of brown and grey to blend into the surrounding forest, and they came up to about my belt in height and were around 4 feet long. These things could easily kill a level 1 human. We had enough experience to be downwind of them, but they would catch our scent soon.
so we had to be quick about it. The alpha was the highest level at 12, and the rest were below that. It would be the most challenging fight we had attempted, and it would see us through to the next level. Hopefully. We had fought multiple enemies before, and there were quite a few times where a boar's squeals would bring over more of its kind that were nearby, but it was never more than 3 at a time. We did what we usually did in situations like these, and focused on the weak ones first to begin our attack. The one I targeted went down from a nicely placed javelin through the eye, and Austin ran up and stabbed his target in the throat. My throws had gotten extremely accurate with all the practice, and could kill most weaker beasts in one empowered throw. The 3 remaining wolves went into a frenzy at the loss of their own, and came charging at us to avenge their fallen pack members. Their growls and barks announced to the world their hostilities. 2 charged at me, while the alpha charged at Austin. Fighting 2 evolved beasts at once wasn't the ideal situation to be in, but it was nothing I hadn't done before. I had superior strength, and I knew how to use it effectively. One of the hardest things about fighting opponents who were faster than you was actually hitting them. They were quick enough to turn devastating blows into mere grazes, and anything less was dodged outright. It was extremely frustrating, and a great ability to have that would work on most people who didn't focus on speed, like me.
The only problem was, I had my own annoying speed demon, and I fought him regularly. Sparring with Austin gave me extensive experience with fighting enemies like this. I could tank a few bites from them, so being outnumbered wasn't the worst thing in the world. But if I didn't fix that soon, it would start to add up. The first thing I had to do was reduce the space they used to move. It didn't matter how fast you were if you didn't have the space to use it. My new skill excelled at constricting space during a fight, and a well-placed ice wall could be debilitating to an unsuspecting foe. One of the wolves circled behind me while the other snapped at me to keep my attention. It kept eye contact while growling menacingly. Its fur was all spiked up and its hackles were raised. It knew it faced a strong opponent. I don't know why, but that filled me with satisfaction, that the wolves recognized that I was a threat. I knew what they were doing, but didn't care to stop it. The one behind me would get in a free attack, but I was willing to pay that price. It happened much like I thought it would, and as the wolf behind me went for its attack, the one in front came in for its own. It was a marvelous pincer move that would defeat most enemies. Well, most besides me. My fortitude boosted by fortified body would make it so the attacks wouldn't be that bad, and would only pierce the skin, causing a little bit of damage. Their jaws weren't strong enough to break my bones, and if I had better armor, I could probably ignore it entirely. Since the wolves were kind enough to get up close and personal, I would make them stay that way. After tearing off a chunk of skin and muscle with their sharp teeth, they attempted to back off to get out of my range of attack. They didn't expect to run into a wall made of ice right behind them. Faced with the fact they couldn't get away and my empowered axe coming for their head, there was only one conclusion: death.
They didn't have any tricks I hadn't seen before.
And I had tricks they didn't expect. Knowing thy enemy and all that. The wolf's head exploded into bits of bone and gore, and the body slumped to the ground. The second wolf used the fact I was focusing on its partner to try to end the fight, but all it managed to do was chomp down on my shoulder. It was painful, but pain was a close friend by this point. If there was pain, that meant I was doing something right. It was almost like déjà vu, watching the scene repeat itself, and I had 2 dead wolves at my feet. Austin and the alpha were still fighting, scurrying around each other, trying to land attacks without getting hit themselves. Wimps. A little pain isn't that bad. I thought about going to aid him, but thought better of it. He would be fine, and I wouldn't want him interfering in my fight. It didn't take much longer for him to wrap it up with a well-placed thrust into the chest. After the wolf breathed its last,
The battle notifications rolled in. You have slain Forest Wolf, level 8, 64 points earned. You have slain Forest Wolf, level 10, 100 points earned. You have slain Forest Wolf, level 11, 121 points earned. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Ha! I did it! It was with happy smiles and bloodied clothes that Austin and I limped back to camp.
Chapter 28. Class Evolution. Austin and I made it back to camp before opening our notifications. We didn't know what the class evolution would do, and we figured being in the safety of the camp was the best bet. For all we knew, it would force us to choose as soon as we opened the screen before knocking us out. It most likely wouldn't be that extreme, but we couldn't help but think of worst-case scenarios and all the ways it could go wrong. We both thought it was a better idea to wait until we got back. We nearly skipped like 2 school kids all the way back because of how excited we were. I had just gotten my profession, and now I was evolving my class not 12 hours later. I was in for a huge power boost, and I was vibrating with excitement. We made it back to camp quickly and separated into our own lodges to go through the process. I pulled up the notifications to see how to do this thing. Skills available. I guess I needed to pick my final skill before I got to evolve my class. Since this was my last skill, I thought about all the ones I had taken thus far and wondered what kind of evolution they would lead to. The guide in the beginning said that skill choice would affect class evolution, and this was my last chance to nudge it in the right direction. I started with the attack skill, Power Strike, then followed with the defensive skill, Fortified Body. I then probably screwed up with my next choice of Throwing Mastery. It didn't match any of the others very well, and it went in a different direction than the rest. Identify was next, and wasn't that bad of a choice. I think that everyone would probably have it somewhere in their beginning skills, the only difference being when. Being able to see the level of what you were facing was essential, and anyone that forewent getting it was either dead or quickly remedied that choice. Penetrating Strike was another attacking skill, and made that discipline the majority. Strictly counting class skills gave 3 attacking, 1 defensive, and 1 utility. I had to think about whether I wanted to go all in on the attacking side and get a 4th, guaranteeing a class that was related, or evening it out with the 2nd defensive skill. If I really wanted to mess with it, I could get a magic attacking skill to mess up the mix. As funny as that would be, I didn't think that it would lead to the most ideal of evolutions. I also didn't know if the skills I purchased would be factored into the equation. If those were counted, there was another attacking skill and a defensive magic one to think about. They probably were considered, and now I started thinking about how bad of choices I had made. There were so many options to choose from, and now every choice I made seemed wrong. I got a magic skill because I wanted it, not because I was thinking about future evolutions. I could only hope that it wasn't that bad, and it didn't affect things that much. My skill upgrade had to be taken into account, right? Gah, I really wish I knew what I was doing. The not knowing was killing me. I didn't want to go down the same road as Austin with all his attacking skills. I wanted to even it out a little bit. It helped that I felt confident enough in my attacking skills to focus more on defense. Now that I was a blacksmith, I could make myself some armor rather than have Sam do it. Heavy armor proficiency or plate armor proficiency would be good. Shield brace or shield wall are both good, but I didn't know if I was going to keep using the shield. I quite liked Mark's 2-handed axe, and I could now make one for myself. Skills that required a shield wouldn't work then. Stone skin was a decent one to have, but I didn't know how well that would work with armor. Would it mess up the fit of the armor? Would it grow over the armor and ruin it? Once again, insufficient knowledge. Fortified Body worked well, and I felt confident enough in it to ignore the active defensive skills, to focus more on the passive ones. My eyes kept coming back to heavy armor proficiency.
Now that I was a blacksmith, I could create some cool armor. I could make it however I wanted, and wouldn't have to worry about it breaking. I could just make it again. It was a decent enough skill, and I think it would mesh well with my other ones to evolve into a decent class. I chose it over plate armor proficiency because I felt the latter was more restricting in what kind of armor I could wear. What if I got armor made out of dragon scales or something, and it wasn't considered plate armor? Or other animal parts being made into armor? It was restricting enough that I thought the more generic heavy armor skill would prove more useful in the long run. With the skill selected, a new screen popped up. Class evolution available. I didn't hesitate and immediately opened it up. I was met with 5 class choices to choose from, similar to the first time I had done this. I wonder if it was always 5 to choose from. I began eagerly reading through all of my options. The first was kind of disappointing.
Axe Warrior. An evolution to the common class warrior. They rely on strength and weapon skills to fight. As the name implies, they utilize the axe as their main weapon, and can be found using a variety of different ones. They make for formidable frontline fighters, capable of mitigating significant damage. +2 strength, +1 agility, +1 fortitude, +2 endurance, +1 vitality, +1 free points. They look like a straight-up upgrade of my current class, with the addition of using an axe for my main weapon. It gave 8 stat points per level instead of the 6 I currently received. A small increase, but still an increase. The second option wasn't much better. Shield Warrior. Shield Warrior. Shield Warriors are an evolution to the common. Shield Warriors are an evolution to the scripture. Shield Warriors. Shield Warriors are an evolution to the computer. Shield Warriors are an evolution to the scripture. Shield Warriors are an evolution to the scripture. Shield Warriors are an evolution. Shield Warriors are an evolution to the scripture. Shield Warriors are an evolution. Shield Warriors are an evolution to the common class warrior. They rely on defensive skill and their shield to fight. As the name implies, they utilize their shield as their main weapon and are used to mitigate a substantial amount of damage. +2 strength, +2 fortitude, +2 endurance, +1 vitality, +1 free points. I dismissed that one instantly. I did not want to be a shield warrior. Axe Warrior was still on the table depending on the rest, but it was all around better than this option. Berserker. Usual armor of warriors, berserkers get more powerful the more they are injured. Similar to barbarians, they utilize fury and ferocity in combat, but that doesn't mean they lack in skill. +2 strength, +1 agility, +2 endurance, +2 vitality, +1 free point. I didn't quite understand how I was offered this one. Yes, my armor was mostly cosmetic by the end there, and I was essentially going without. But I had just chosen an armor skill with my last skill option. It must not affect things as much as I thought. This option seemed like it was a wet dream for masochists. I wasn't fond of pain, but I had gotten used to it over the countless fights where it was inevitable. My armor wasn't the best, and I managed to get injured a lot during the fights, but that didn't mean I enjoyed it. I put a pin in that one, and decided to look at the rest of my options. Arctic Barbarian. Barbarians are a common evolution of warrior, which uses brute strength and raw fury to excel in combat, instead of the honed skills of a knight or measured strength of a monk. The Arctic Barbarian is a rare variant of barbarian that is commonly found in Arctic regions, and has an increased propensity to throw themselves into battle. Requirements: some form of ice or Arctic affinity, at least 1 ice-based skill, and 1 uncommon weapons skill. +3 strength, +2 fortitude, +2 endurance, +1 vitality, +2 free points. I smiled at the rarity. The first 3 were common classes,
and at least I now had an uncommon option to choose from. It gave 10 stat points per level, instead of the 8 that the commons all gave, which was double the increase from my current class. Reading through it closer, I saw that there were requirements for the class. It seemed like common knowledge that rarer classes would have requirements to unlock them, but I didn't think that it would be that blatant and come out and say it. It said that an affinity was required. Was that what I thought it was? How were we supposed to know what affinity we had? There was no way to tell, and we weren't told when we began the tutorial. Were we supposed to instinctively know what our affinity was? I guess I had an affinity for ice, or an Arctic affinity, whatever that meant. I wonder if that was why Austin and I glowed different colours when we were using the same skill. I was a light blue, like ice, while Austin was a bright yellow. What affinity could that be? I'd seen Earth depicted by the colour yellow in games and shows, but it seemed too vibrant to be Earth. Looking at the rest of the requirements, I was glad that I had chosen Ice Wall, or I wouldn't have been offered this class. The same went for the skill that I managed to upgrade. I was excited to look at my last option. It had to be either uncommon or greater, based on the last one.
Iron Guardian. Iron Guardians are an uncommon evolution to the common class Warrior. They rely on defensive skills and their shield to protect others. They excel at keeping their opponent's attention and making sure nothing can get by them. Requirements. Gain most of your experience by protecting others, 1 defensive skill and 1 armor skill. +2 strength, +2 fortitude, +2 endurance, +2 vitality, +2 free points. My face involuntarily scrunched up at that one. I didn't want to be a tank, and this class was exactly that. It would be perfect if that was what I wanted. I guess it counted me fighting the waves as protecting my family, and that's where I got most of my experience. It didn't seem that hard of a class to unlock, and having a defensive skill and armor skill were easy requirements to meet. I wonder if another class required a taunting skill or something similar. With all of my options read, it seemed easy to pick the one I wanted. Higher rarity was better, and there was only one that fit what I was going for. Iron Guardian was good and all, but it wasn't for me. Arctic Barbarian seemed like an insult to my intelligence, but I think that was the D&D connotations talking. There was no evidence to say that all barbarians were muscleheads. I better keep it secret from Austin, or he'll never let it go. There was no way I was going to give him ammunition he could use to make fun of me, and this was one of those things. I could envision it now. All the jokes about low intelligence in my future if I said anything. Choosing the class was similar to the first time that I did it, and I felt the energy moving throughout my body, improving it. I didn't receive a level like the last time I chose a class, so I had no idea why there was the feeling of energy improving my body. As soon as it was finished, I pulled up my status screen to find out what was different. Name: Christopher Zelensky. Race: G. Human. Class: G. Arctic Barbarian. Uncommon. Level 10. Profession: G. Novice Blacksmith. Common. Level 1. Affinity: Ice. Faction: Zelensky family. Temporary. Strength: 39. Agility: 19. Perception: 13. Fortitude: 24. Endurance: 28. Vitality: 25. Intelligence: 11. Wisdom: 15. Acumen: 11. Free points: 1. Laws: none. Class skills: Heavy blow, uncommon. Fortified body, common. Throwing weapon. Proficiency, beginner. Identify. Penetrating strike. Sweeping slash. Common. Ice wall.
Through proficiency, fortified body, common. Material void, identify, common. Sweeping slash, common. Identify, sweeping slash, common. Fortified strike, common. Sweeping slash, common. Proficiency, D plus an armor, proficiency, DLE. Free points, 1. Class skills, laws, none. Class skills, 2. Unguarded, class skills, 2. Identify, common. Proficiency, fortified body, common. Throwing weapon, proficiency, DLE. Class skills, given. Proficiency, DLE. Identified, common. Proficiency, 2. Identify, throwing weapon. Class skills, DLE. Free points, given. Laws, 10. Class skills, DLE, 2018. Fortitude, slash, common. Fortitude, slash. Identify, fortified body. Level 1. Affinity, ice. Faction, Zelensky family. Temporary. Level 1. Heavy weapon, proficiency, beginner. Heavy armor, proficiency, beginner. Heavy weapon, proficiency, beginner. Profession, skills. Sense metal, common. Coins, 0. Points, 319 days. Profession, skills. Sense metal, common. Coins, 0. Points, 354.
My race upgraded from H to G. My profession had started at G, and I wondered why it was different than classes that started at H. Now I was G rank in all 3, and there was a clear improvement because of it. It felt like every part of me was upgraded, and it was stronger than any level up so far. It touched every part of my being and felt euphoric. Comparing my stats revealed that every stat went up by 2. I guess upgrading your race gave a huge boost that I didn't know about. It was the equivalent of 3 levels in stats. My new class also came with a new skill that I didn't get to choose. Heavy weapon proficiency wasn't one I would have picked myself, but it fit the barbarian theme. It was kind of annoying that I didn't get to pick like before, but it wasn't that bad. I had been thinking about using a heavy weapon anyway. Now that my affinity had been revealed, it was added to my status sheet. It felt counterintuitive to only add it to the sheet after I knew that I had one, but there was nothing I could do to change it. At least it told me which one I had. After looking over the changes, I was bursting with energy, and I felt better than I ever had with the improvements done to my body. I was ready for a day of forging to gain even more levels. Chapter 29. Clueless Apes. The first action I had to do after evolving was to get to work fixing everyone's gear. Now that I was a blacksmith, I had to service all the gear and make sure it was up to snuff. I took the time to walk Vinny through how I got the class and watched over him for a couple of hours until he unlocked it. Now that there were 2 of us, work would go a lot faster. Fixing everyone's weapons was a lot harder than anticipated. Some weren't that bad and were barely used, only requiring a grind down and sharpen, while some would have to be reforged completely. Mark's battle axe was near scrap metal by this point. Getting the profession didn't make us master blacksmiths, and there were still major learning curves to figure out, but Vinny and I were getting the hang of it. I used some of my personal points to buy some more tools we needed and got specific oil used for quenching. I had no way to tell how much better it made the weapon, as everything we made was labeled crude by the system. When I used Identify on the knife that got me my profession, it said, "Crude iron knife." All of our starting weapons were the same and had the "crude" label. I didn't know what it would take to go above that, and we tried to make them the best we could with what we knew. It took a few days to service all the weapons, and the 8th wave came in that time. There wasn't anything of note during the wave, and we got through it without any major problem. My new class was a blast to use, and it had me mowing through the enemies. The increase in stats from my evolution and 2 levels in blacksmith really proved themselves. Austin was the same way. He didn't tell me what he picked, but whatever it was devastating. We didn't tell each other our classes, but I did manage to get his affinity out of him. He had the solar affinity. I guess my joke about the sunflower was more truthful than I thought it was. As soon as he told me, I refused to use his name anymore.
If I had to get his attention, I would call him my little ray of sunshine. I thought it was hilarious. He did not. I asked what the difference is between a solar affinity and a light affinity, and he didn't know. It was the same with me not knowing the difference between an Arctic and ice affinity. Everyone knew we had evolved, and revealed that they knew for a while now. There were some who even made bets on when. The bastards. In hindsight, we were pretty dumb to think that we could hide it, and our levels were a dead giveaway. Now that the cat was out of the bag, we could start bringing back the bodies of what we hunted. Armor made from the thick boar's hide would be a lot better than the leather we had lying around camp, especially the evolved boars, or other tools made from the bones and tusks. It added to the travel time while hunting, but it wasn't that bad. Our increased strength made the weight manageable, and it wasn't like we were bringing all the meat back. The secret now out, we had to give up half our points from hunting. We had been keeping all of the points previously, since we wanted to hide what we were doing, but now that everyone knew, we had to give them up. People were shocked at the amount of points we had. We were hunting level 10 plus animals, and each one was worth over 100 points. How many did they think we had? Giving up our points couldn't have come at a worse time, too. I didn't know whether the evolution caused it, or the fact I had already purchased 2 skills, but now all the skills cost a lot more. Instead of the 1,000 points they used to cost, it was now 5 times more. It was extremely frustrating, and I thought it was an error when I first saw it. I guess they didn't want people buying whatever they wanted. Being able to kill a dozen or so beasts and get a skill was kind of overpowered, but it was still aggravating for it to change. The new price tag wasn't that unfeasible, but what if it increased again? The 8th wave brought an influx of points, and we finally purchased the Alchemist book. Now that all the essentials had been purchased, we were saving up for the information about the Multiverse book next. That was highly anticipated, and we all wanted to gain more information about our new world. Austin and I had revealed our affinities, and we all wondered what other abilities were hidden from us. The days continued, and my routine stayed the same. Hunt in the morning, blacksmithing until dinner, then magic practice and training until it was time to go to bed. Blacksmithing work strained my magic stats a lot, and was a great way to increase wisdom and acumen, but fell short for intelligence. I didn't have to maintain sense metal the entire time now that I got the profession, but the book said that it would help improve the final product. Something about saturating it in mana throughout the crafting process helped increase its final grade or something. I still didn't understand it fully, but I used it as a great way to train. The constant use of mana helped increase wisdom, and the constant need to replenish it increased acumen. The precise detail work helped train agility. That left only 2 stats that I had to train separately so they wouldn't fall behind: intelligence and perception. They could be trained at the same time, which was great for efficiency's sake. Intelligence training involved a lot of mana manipulation and attempting to make your mana more concentrated. It was tedious and repetitive work that got annoying fast. Perception training was focused more on the spiritual side and was used to sense the mana you were manipulating along with the changes in it. After my evolution, it was easier to sense, but it was still not my best trait. I might have to conclude that I just wasn't magically gifted.
The 9th wave came and went, and we finally had enough points for Introduction to the Multiverse. It was a surprise, to say the least. We all gathered expecting a book to appear after we purchased it. Instead of a book appearing, a humanoid creature flashed into existence. Before we got a chance to comprehend what was happening, the thing shouted out in a cheerful voice. "Hello, thank you for choosing Introduction to the Multiverse. I will be your instructor, Sipteris." All of us jumped at the sudden voice, and I even had my new axe in my hand, ready in case it attacked. After fixing everyone's gear, I had the time to make myself a new weapon, and she was a beauty. I had Scott carve a handle from the toughest wood we could buy from the store, and I picked the best iron I could afford to use for the axe head. I still hadn't gotten the hang of making good quality steel yet, so I had to settle for iron. But it was still a monstrous two-hander, and it had the weight to prove it. I had gotten rid of my shield and gone full into the heavy weapon since acquiring the skill. It made it so I got injured more frequently, but it was nothing that I couldn't handle. The feeling of slicing through monsters in one powerful blow still brought a smile to my face. When it connected, it was devastating. I thought about naming it, but figured I would name it when I made it better out of steel. "Who are you, and what are you doing here?" Grandad was the first to respond to the new creature. We were all staring at the creature now, and on guard should it move aggressively. It was relatively the same height as us, over 5.5 feet tall, and it looked mostly humanoid, bipedal with 2 arms and legs. That was where the similarities ended. It had green skin with blue accents on its arms and face. Its body was covered by a strange set of clothes, but its 2 sets of eyes were what stood out. I half expected it to have wings or something. "I am to be your instructor in teaching you the ways of the multiverse. Throughout hundreds of integrations, the system has learned that a more personal touch is best to make sure things are learned correctly," it said matter-of-factly. I didn't know whether to take that as an insult or not. Was it calling us dumb? That isn't to say anything negative about you. It just means more information is retained through this medium of learning. It also helps the newly integrated voice their questions, Sipteris said. As for what I am doing here, well, that's rather obvious. I'm here to teach you. As your settlement pylon is only at the outpost level, this cabin will have to do. Unfortunately. It continued while looking at the dull surroundings. We had put up some new furniture Scott had made, but there wasn't anything on the walls. Decorations were a waste of points, and the room was a reflection of that. All of us were too dumbfounded to speak. The last thing we expected was a creature to appear in our cabin to be our teacher. "What are you going to teach us?" I couldn't help but ask. Good question, human. Most of the basics and requirements to level up, along with the various things you need to know to evolve effectively. Now, there are some things that the great system will restrict me from saying, so if I cannot answer a question, that is why, Sipteris answered. I didn't think that I'd ever been referred to as human before. That was such an odd thing to be referred to by. Yes, I was a human, but it felt weird being called one. Austin leaned over and said, "How did it know you were human?" How was I supposed to know that? It wasn't like I told the thing. Humans are a common species in the multiverse and are not that hard to find. I, myself, have met many humans throughout my life. You are not special. Plus, I was told who I would be teaching to keep what I told you applicable. It wouldn't be helpful to teach an elemental race about human tendencies now, would it? Its cheerful voice was getting to me. Why was the thing so happy? It sounded like an overexcited kindergarten teacher with the way it spoke. I certainly wasn't going to say anything, but it was certainly off-putting. "Are there any other questions before we get started?" it said while clapping its hands. Now that my attention was brought to them, I noticed that they weren't quite right. There was a webbing that connected every finger, and each one was longer than it should be. It looked more like a fin than a hand. "None. Good. Now before we start, I should note that I cannot reveal any information about the tutorial you are in, or information about any other newly integrated not in this tutorial. So no questions about that. Secondly, I cannot do anything for you. My body isn't actually here, and this is just a projection of it, so I can't fight nor make anything for you," it said promptly. None of us knew what to do with that, so we just nodded absently. The thing took that as acknowledgement and continued. "Good. Now to begin. What is leveling?" I didn't know what the alien was expecting, but blank stares must not have been it. "Seriously, nothing? What have you guys been doing this whole time? I can see that you have all leveled before." It lost some of its cheerfulness the longer the silence continued. "We get experience from killing things and level up when we get enough," Hal said back like it was common sense. The alien did not like that answer and narrowed its eyes onto Hal. "You gain experience? That's what you think happens? What about the transfer of essence, or the enrichment of the soul? Have you just been murdering anything you could find?" It seemed the alien was getting worked up. "Oh dear honored mother, help me. These apes are clueless." Chapter 30. Back in School. "Tell me what you know of essence. I guess we should start there," the alien said begrudgingly. He was met with the same blank stares as before. "You've got to be kidding me. You're telling me you don't even know what essence is?" Exasperation was clearly getting the better of the thing. "Is it the experience that levels us up?" Mark said. For a shot in the dark, it wasn't that bad of a guess. I had no idea what the alien was getting at and had no better idea to throw out there. Sigh. Yes, it is what levels you up. I mean, do you know what it is? The alien almost seemed defeated by this point. I think it would be better if you explained it like we knew nothing. There was no essence or mana or magic before this great system kidnapped us, I said with implied air quotes about this so-called great system. Sensing the Q&A going nowhere fast, I thought to expedite the process. The alien had a sharp intake of breath and quickly muttered something under his breath. Do not so casually blaspheme in the presence of the great system. Many cultures would kill you where you stand just for thinking that, Cypterus said gravely. I didn't know how true that statement was, but for the sake of not upsetting the alien, I apologized. It wouldn't be good to have the teacher mad at me. I did enough of that in school and it never ended well. It took a moment for Cypterus to gather himself before he refocused on the task at hand. I'm gathering that you originated from a world devoid of essence and mana, yes? No magic of any kind? Cypterus said. When everyone nodded to his question, he seemed relieved. Ignorance I can fix. Stupidity, not so much. Essence is the fundamental energy of the world, and it governs everything in existence. Mana is birthed from essence, and everything produces small amounts of it. Your planet must be so new that it had yet to begin producing it in large quantities for you to absorb. I wouldn't call millions of years new, but what did I know? Essence, ether, energy of the heaven and earth, all names for the same thing. Different cultures call it different things, but it is most widely known as essence. Every living creature uses essence to improve themselves in some way, from insects and beasts to all sentient life, like me and you, he said. You passively accumulate essence without consciously having to do it when it is present in the world, and everything in existence has some of it. Your world, as young as it is, still had a small amount of it, as do you. It's just too small to be expressed in any way. Now that you know what essence is, the next step is what you do with it. To gain a level, you must accumulate a certain amount of essence in your soul, be it from taking it from others by killing them, transferring the essence, or absorbing it from an outside source. Do note that your soul can only hold so much essence before it is full, so there is a maximum level that you can reach. It's akin to a well. Your soul is the well, and it can only hold so much water, water being the maximum level it can hold. The way to increase this maximum is to dig a deeper well or enrich your soul. This is done in various ways, but just know that it happens naturally over time. Everything you do slowly grows the well that is your soul. Every interaction, every battle, even just living. Every action improves the well a different amount, and it varies from person to person. A pacifist won't get as big an improvement from battle as a warrior will. Now, enough about that. You now have the essence. What do you do with it? You then use it to improve yourself in some way. That is, stat points. It was all making sense so far. If you count universal energy accumulation and soul wells as making sense. You gain essence and then use it to increase your stat points. Easy. Wait. We didn't use it to increase our stats. The system does it for us. It seemed others started coming to the same conclusion that I had, and scrunched up their faces in confusion. Ah, I see you've caught my error. Good. Yes, I am aware that the system is currently taking care of that part for you, and, if you're lucky, it will continue to do so, Cypterus said. The great system, above all else, is fair. It will not pamper you and hold your hand as you progress through the ranks. You must prove you are worthy of its help. There are certain requirements that must be met to keep the great system's assistance, and there are 3 ways to prove yourself worthy, those being the 3 ways to improve yourself, besides leveling. I won't get into the specifics, because that's a long way off for most of you, as the first bottleneck tier is advancing to rank E. While it is pointless to tell you the requirements now, it's not pointless to inform you of the 3 ways to gain power. Maybe some of you will attain them early. Mind, body, and spirit make up all of what you are outside of your soul, and they are the very same paths to power. Mind refers to enlightenment or comprehension, based on how you look at it. As you have probably seen on your status sheets, this refers to laws. There are myriad different laws that govern existence, and you have comprehended none. That is why that section is blank. Some hands shot up, like everyone was back in grade school and they had to ask a question. Now, before you ask, no, I cannot help you gain enlightenment. My job is just to tell you that it's a possibility. Laws range from the elemental laws of water and fire all the way to more esoteric laws of karma and fortune. Huh, karma is real? Body, the easiest of the 3. Not saying that it's easy to improve, but it's more commonly improved than the other 2. Body has the most widely known methods of improvement, but they all boil down to 2 main ways: mana cultivation and body refinement. I didn't know what either of those were, but the alien didn't seem to care and went straight on to the 3rd path. Spirit is the hardest of the 3 to improve, and it's also the most personal, having the most differences from person to person. It is also the most powerful of the 3, the only drawback being it has the fewest levels of advancement, or realms, if you want to call it that. The alien muttered the last bit, like calling it a realm was wrong. Now, while the great system will let me tell you that, it won't let me expand on it. It gets a bit touchy about the newly integrated after the failed integration. What? Why? That doesn't help us any if you don't tell us what they are, Granddad voiced his complaint.
That's precisely the point. It wants to test you and see what you are capable of without undue outside interference. The only reason it lets me tell you this much is so you know that the option is there. It's not so much of leading a horse to water as it is showing the horse water exists. The alien went on to inform us of various other things that were considered basic, like what settlement pylons were and the different levels they had, to all the ranking there were for humans. There were 8 ranks all the way up to godhood: G to F to E to D to C to B to A to S. H wasn't included in that list because only species from worlds without essence started at H, like us. Apparently, that's why we increased stats through training so quickly. It was our bodies adapting to the essence and mana in the air that improved it so quickly. Sipterus said you could still improve stats with training in later tiers, but it was seen as a waste of time by most, and time was better spent elsewhere. Affinities were a thing that everyone had, and some even had more than one. They could range from a specific element, like wind or water, or could be more broad, like weather or storm.
Having a storm affinity meant any skill that involved water, wind, or lightning was empowered compared to just one element. It was more rare to have that kind of affinity, and most just had a single element. Sipterus even said that it was possible to attain more, but it was extremely expensive and reserved for the elite who worked for rich powers. There was more that was talked about, but it was so much it started to hurt my head. I knew Abigail was absorbing this like a sponge, so if there was something I didn't know, I could ask her. The class went on for a few hours, and it was probably the best 20,000 points ever spent. Even after the apocalypse, I found myself back in class. It was a lot of information to get through, and some of it was extremely helpful. It took 25 days, but we finally got some of the answers we were waiting for. Chapter 31. Body of a Barbarian. My head was still going over everything that we had learned yesterday, while my body went through the daily motions. My forging suffered from my distracted thoughts, but I couldn't help it. It was just so much to take in. The only time where I could force myself to focus was during my hunting trips. Being distracted there wouldn't spell a good ending. I had made tremendous progress since I upgraded my class, and it was a stark contrast from having regular human strength. The difference was apparent in battle. I had gained 2 levels in my new class and 4 in my profession since I got them. In 5 days and 2 waves, I had leveled 6 times. My status sheet was a lot better now. Name: Christopher Zelensky. Race: G. Human. Class: G. Arctic Barbarian, Uncommon. Level 12. Profession: G. Novice Blacksmith, Common. Faction: Zelensky Family, Temporary. Strength: 53. Agility: 26. Perception: 13. Fortitude: 34. Endurance: 40. Vitality: 27. Intelligence: 11. Wisdom: 16. Acumen: 12. Free points: 0. Laws: none. Class skills: Heavy Blow, Uncommon. Fortified Body, Common. Throwing Weapon, Proficiency. Beginner: as a little. Social Man. 1530. Fortified Many, Fortified. Fortitiancy, Beginner. Identify: Penetrating Strike, Common. Sweeping Slash, Common. Ice Wall. Heavy Armor, Proficiency, Beginner. Heavy Weapon, Proficiency, Beginner. Profession Skills: Sense Metal, Common. Create Weapon. Coins, Staped Commumbered.
Statement, technical. Revenued, coins, stape client. Free points, 0. Laws, none. Class skills, schoolers, create weapon, proficiency. Profession skills, sense metal, common, crude. Coins, 0. Points, 2,976.
My stats were coming along nicely. The 4 free points I got for levels 11 and 12, I split between agility and fortitude. I thought about using them on my suboptimal magic skills, but figured it would be a waste. Best to focus on one thing rather than split them. When my profession hit level 5, I got a new skill, and it was what you would expect. I had been focusing on making weapons since I got the profession, so it wasn't a surprise to see a skill related to it. There were other ones to choose from, but none that were as readily helpful. I would probably get the armor version next.
Create weapon, crude. Forging weapons is the primary job of most blacksmiths. Weapons, in their many forms, are the most commonly used tool in existence. Adds a minor increase to the effectiveness and grade for weapons forged at crude tier and below. I didn't know how much of a boost it gave to my weapons, but it couldn't hurt. I was still restricted to forging crude tier currently, which was annoying. There was no one to teach me, and I was guessing at what would make a better weapon. I was hoping that making good quality steel would be my path to common tier weapons. I was 1 level away from a new class skill, and I was eager to get it. I wanted to see what this new class offered and what skills there would be to choose from. I didn't get to pick the first one, which was a bummer, but I would be able to choose this one. G rank went up to level 25. Class skills were offered when you got the class at 10, and then every 3 levels after, getting the last skill at 25. Professions were different. Since they didn't start at the H tier, like my class did, it split the skills over a wider range of levels, resulting in a bigger gap between skills. I got a skill at level 1 and a second at level 5. Simple math showed it was every 5 levels. It was annoying that they were different, but they should sync up when I evolve to F rank. The 10th wave was coming in 2 days, and I needed to be ready for it. After fixing everyone's weapons, I focused on making myself some armor. I got heavy armor proficiency, and I intended to use it. I had made some pieces here and there when I had time, but they were clunky, to say the least. Getting the size right was the hardest part, but with enough adjustments, it worked out fine. Making armor was different than making weapons, and it took a while to get used to the difference. I had a set ready, but I was making a better one before the wave. It reminded me of the first Iron Man suit in a way. It truly embodied the crude title. I had to buy under armor from the store, since we didn't have anyone who could make it. Sam and Ashley were focused on making other people's armor, and didn't have the time. The armor they made for me was resized to fit my dad, since we were so close in build. It was nice to know he would be protected in better armor. I would have to make him some when I got some time. The reason that I was more focused on this wave compared to the last 2 was the levels involved. If the pattern held, every monster would be over level 10 this time. All of them would be evolved. Only one other person had evolved in our camp so far, and we would be out-leveled. Badly. It was fine to be a level or 2 behind normally, but there was a big jump in power from a level 9 monster to a level 10. The boss of the last wave even damaged the wall a decent amount before it died. I didn't know how well the wall would hold up to a wave of entirely evolved beasts, and if the last wave was anything to compare it to, not well. Only half of the monsters had evolved last wave, and the damage to the wall wasn't small. The number of monsters in the waves just kept increasing as well, and that was another thing that the wall had to hold up against. Abigail was the only other person at G rank besides Austin and me, and she didn't have a combat class. She was still primarily a healer, but now she had skills that could buff others.
It was a battlefield healer/support mix that was extremely useful. She could now heal from range, which was a nice advancement. It apparently cost more mana and was less effective, but it kept her protected, and that's what mattered. She could only buff a small number of people, and it was used on people who needed it. I was not among the few. I wanted her to get a profession so she would get stronger, but she kept saying she didn't have the time. She hadn't even thought of which one she wanted. I thought it was an obvious choice, but she didn't agree. She wanted to know all her options before she made a decision. Austin and I tried to explain the difficulties in fighting evolved beasts, and it worked to dampen the camp's mood. Somewhat. The last few waves had been a breeze, and people were starting to forget the dangers.
They trusted so much in the wall that they blinded themselves to what happened to Derek. The waves created a large influx of points that we used to greatly improve our camp, but we couldn't forget the dangers involved. I could only hope that they were right and everything would be fine. But something told me that wouldn't be the case. It was just a feeling I had deep down, but I couldn't shake it. It was an increasing sense of dread whenever I thought of the upcoming wave. I tried to tell myself we were making preparations and everything would be fine, but it didn't work to shake the feeling. The trench was finished some time ago, and it encircled the entire camp. It was filled to the brim with all kinds of nasty things, and Hal even made some poison. Kyle's skill Forager's Sense had found some poisonous plants out in the forest, and Hal had ground them into a primitive poison to add to the spikes. We added some traps even further out, and did as much as we could to cause as many casualties as we could. I even managed to convince Abigail and Granddad to buy some of the system traps from the store. If we ended up needing them, then we would have them. If we didn't, then, oh well. We could use them for later waves. We figured out that we couldn't use the store while a wave was underway, and we had to adjust our plans accordingly. We would have to make sure that we had purchased everything that we needed before a wave started. It wouldn't be good to be unable to buy anything that we needed during the wave. In the 2 days until the wave, I worked more frantically than I had before. The feeling I had was starting to feel like paranoia, and that I wasn't doing enough. I had already made everyone's weapons, and had even made better javelins for everyone to throw. Now, instead of a sharpened stick, they were true javelins with a metal spearhead and everything. I made some metal breastplates that people could use, but I didn't have the time to make that many. I only managed to equip half of the warriors with them. It wasn't the full plate protection that I had with my armor, but it covered their essentials. I managed to get to the next level in my class, and finally got to look at the skill selection. Ice Manipulation, Commonen. Body of a Barbarian. Piercing Cold Strid. Shatter, Hail. Barbarian's Rage. Frostbite. Nother begins to trace. Frostbite. Frafe of the Bardi. Humans begins of the big. Frostbite of the begins to trace. First of the begins to trace. Barbarian's Rage, not all common. Ice Bolt, common. Wind Chill. Rebelief Freeze for focused on. 5. The list went on, but these were the ones I picked out as most essential. The extra ones were left over from my last class, and were the basic skills that most people had available. If I needed them, I could purchase them from the store, without wasting a class skill on them. There were more melee skills, but I ignored those for now. Heavy Blow, Penetrating Strike, and Sweeping Slash were currently enough. I could buy more from the store if I needed them. There were 9 to choose from, and I would only be able to get 6. 3 of them would have to be left behind. Ice Manipulation would pair well with my affinity, and give me an offensive magic skill. I would have to pair it with one of the skills that created ice, but that wasn't too hard to do. I would save that one for later, when it was more applicable.
Hail and ice bolt both created ice. Ice wall did it as well, but I didn't know how helpful that would be. It was a sturdy wall of ice that I didn't know if I would be able to change. Shatter was a great skill to add, after I had a couple of ice skills to use it on. It would cause ice to explode out in sharp spikes that would injure anything in range. Wind Chill was an area of effect skill that debuffed any enemy that entered its range. It would slow and weaken enemies with a piercingly cold wind, as the name implied. Frostbite was actually an upgrade to a skill I already had. It upgraded Penetrating Strike. It added the feature that injected ice mana into anything I hit that would leave a lasting damage over time effect and weaken whatever I hit with ice mana. Body of a Barbarian was an interesting skill that did something that I hadn't seen before. It didn't have any active effects and was entirely a passive skill, but its boost was huge. I didn't know which 3 would be left behind, but I knew the one I would be getting now.
Body of a Barbarian. Utilize the strength of your body to empower yourself further. Every second point into endurance results in a point in strength. My endurance was at 40 right now, and if I got that skill that would add 20 points to my strength, increasing it to 73. That was a huge increase, and something that would go a long way in getting rid of my feeling of dread. After I got the skill, I felt the euphoric feeling of my strength increasing, and it was amazing. It would take some time to get used to, but I would be ready for the next wave, and I would be stronger than ever. Chapter 32. Ease the Pressure. Day 28. Today was the day. There were clouds in the sky providing an overcast that looked like it would later turn into rain. A strong wind blew through the camp to add to the somber atmosphere. It seemed the weather was going to add to our troubles along with the wave. We all ate breakfast together, and the conversation was kept light. Some of the nerves were coming back from previous waves, and I was glad that it seemed people were heeding my warnings. I didn't want to unnecessarily worry people, but I didn't think I was going to be wrong. Today's wave was going to be hard. We had been through enough waves by now that we all knew what to do. Everything was set up and ready to go well before noon when the wave would come. It was decided that standing in front of the wall would be too dangerous this wave, so we would stick to being inside. With all the practice of previous waves, we could now throw the javelins accurately from behind the wall without having to see what we were aiming at. Someone in the guard tower would shout out the marker, and we would throw it the appropriate distance. It was usually one of the rangers that did it. The number of javelins that I put metal spearheads on was fewer than I would have liked, but there was nothing that I could do about it now. I spent the hours from breakfast to noon pounding out the last of the breastplates that I could make. I felt that those were more important than the spearheads right now. My father found me in the forge an hour before the wave. "Chris, everything's going to be fine. You don't need to keep worrying so much," he said, trying to get me to calm down. I knew he was trying to help, but I couldn't stop. It would be a waste of time to argue with him now, so I kept silent. He didn't know everything was going to be fine, and it would accomplish nothing pointing that out. The wall will hold, and we'll get through this wave just like all of the others, he said while patting me on the shoulder. One can only hope. He walked away soon after saying his piece, and I was left with the sounds of my hammer. I hoped he was right. It looks like rain on the horizon. It's going to make the fighting tough, Austin said from where he stood next to me. He was right. The clouds had darkened since the morning, and they looked like they were about ready to unleash. You could almost smell it in the air that rain was coming. The humidity in the air had risen to match, and had left me in a sticky sweat under all of my gear. My new armor was great and all, but ventilation was not what it was designed for. "There's nothing we can do about it," I said back. It wasn't like we could stop it from raining. "I know, I'm just saying," he muttered. "Do you think it's going to hold off till after the wave?"
With our luck, probably not. It'll start right at noon. I was being extra cynical, but the feeling I had meant nothing was going to go right for us today. Well, if that's the case, it should start soon. It's almost noon now. He was checking over the new spear I had made for him while we were talking. His old spear was chipped and warped from all the fighting he had done. This new one should last him a little longer and be a little better. My new skill, Create Weapon, should make it better than his last one.
Defend your claim. Wave start 059. And so it begins, I heard Austin mutter.
The rain chose that exact time to start its descent, as if to mock us. If I knew better, I would think that it was planned. Everyone was already standing at the ready, and we could only watch as the timer ticked down. It hit 0, and we were greeted by the sounds of our foe. Loud howls filled the air with an undertone of barks. Wolves. Our defense was a well-oiled machine by this point. Arrows and magic were launched out, followed by javelins when they got in range. The wolves seemed undeterred and shrugged them off. Evolved monsters were a different beast altogether. The attacks of H-rank mages were less effective against them, same with the rangers. It was the sheer number of projectiles that did anything. The rain of javelins was the most effective, but even that was diminished. "They're not charging in the trench!" Hal shouted from the guard tower. "What do you mean? Every other wave just charges into it blindly," Granddad shouted back. The rain, combined with the howls from the wolves and the sounds of magic, made it hard to hear what they were talking about, but I could make it out. "I don't know. It seems like something is directing them," Hal shouted back. If something was directing them, then this was going to be harder than I thought it would be. None of the other waves showed any bit of intelligence. They all charged straight at us like mindless brutes. It seemed like this wave was going to be different. "What are they doing then?" Granddad shouted back. We couldn't see from where we were behind the wall. The only people with a clear view of the enemy were the ones in the guard tower. They're sacrificing themselves to build a bridge," Hal shouted. "They're what? Did he say they were building a bridge?" I could scarcely believe it. Granddad must have matched my disbelief because he hurriedly scrambled up the ladder of the guard tower to see for himself.
Dear God, he muttered as soon as he got to the top of the guard tower and could see what they were doing. Their reaction was making me want to climb up there and see for myself what was going on. I held myself back and had to settle for their description. The wolves were throwing themselves into the trench. It wasn't the chaotic way that happened during the other waves. No, they were piling on top of each other to create a way across. This was madness. They were really sacrificing themselves to build a bridge. Soon the trench filled up, and the rest of the wolves had their way across. The trench was what killed most of the monsters during the waves, and the wolves just made it obsolete. The mages targeted the bridge, trying to knock it over or disrupt the pile of bodies, but nothing they did worked. Based on their shouting, it seemed to do next to nothing. It was hard to keep track of what was going on because of all of the shouting, but it didn't sound good. The wolves who made it over the trench started to claw at the wall, trying to get through, which added to the cacophony of noise. They were smart enough to even focus on the gate, which was the weakest point. The sounds of their claws on the wood resonated through the air, and it drowned out the sound of the rain. The gate was groaning under the collective weight of all its adversaries. What little give it had was being pushed to the limit as it rocked back and forth against its brace. Anyone not discussing what was going on was braced against the gate, trying to help in any way they could. The banging at the gate was only dwarfed by the sound of scratching and tearing wood. The gate wasn't going to hold. "It'll hold. Everything is going to be fine." I couldn't tell who said it, but I applauded their wishful thinking. There was no way it was going to hold. There wasn't enough room for all of the wolves to attack the gate at the same time, so they started branching out toward the other gates. The wave originated from the south, but they veered off and headed toward the east and west gates after the south gate filled up. If we let them get through the other gates, we would be surrounded. We needed a way to relieve the pressure. We needed to open the gate. It sounded like the worst idea possible, but it was the only way. If we opened the gate in the south, it would create a path into the camp without having the other gates fall. If they surrounded the camp and broke in from all four directions, it was going to be a nightmare. There was no way we would be able to cover all four gates. We didn't have enough people. If we opened the gate, they would follow the path of least resistance and charge through the open gate rather than go around. We only had a dozen warriors, and spread out over 4 gates left us with 3 each. But if we concentrated on one gate, we should be able to hold, especially if we used the gate as a choke point and focused or ranged attacks there. The only problem was, I had to convince them to open the gate. "We need to open the gate," I yelled at Granddad over all the sounds around us. "What? Why would we do that?" It wasn't my grandfather who answered. It was my Uncle Mark. Granddad didn't say anything and seemed to be contemplating what I said. "He's right. At this rate, we'll be surrounded. We need to funnel them in where we can control it better," Granddad said. He quickly thought through the possibilities and agreed with what I said. His sense of the battle was better than mine, but he came to the same conclusion that I had. "We are not opening the gate. It'll hold. We just need to pick them off from the towers like we always do." Mark's reply was followed by a snapping of wood from somewhere. Granddad and I both gave him a look like, "You were saying?" "If we don't open it soon, it will be opened for us," I said. I knew how strong evolved beasts were, and there were over 100 of them out there with one singular goal: to get inside our camp. All of them working together would make it through that gate one way or another. It took a lot of yelling and frantic gestures, but we managed to convince everyone that this was the best way forward. During all of the chaos and shouting, I left Granddad to corral the others into line to find Austin. He and the rest of my family who didn't have ranged skills were bracing against the gate, trying to give it that extra help. I walked over next to him and helped push against the bulging gate so I could talk to him. "They're going to get through," I said in an unnatural calm. "I know," he said back, matching my calmness. "We're going to open the gate," I said. "To ease the pressure?" he inferred. I nodded without saying anything more. He knew the reason, and he also knew it needed to be done. "Someone's not going to make it," he said after a moment of silence. There was a tone to his voice that showed he understood. "I know," I mimicked his reply from earlier. "If we let the flow of monsters in, some were going to get past us. Austin and I would stand in front to try and kill as many as we could, but we weren't superhuman. At least, not yet. The ones who got through would be a lot stronger than the warriors we had to face them. People were going to get injured, and this would probably be someone's last fight. There was nothing I could do about it, and I couldn't afford to think about it. I was about to stand at the gate facing down a horde of wolves. If I wasn't careful, it would be my last fight. "You know what we have to do," I said, making sure he knew where I stood. I was going to be the vanguard, and I needed to make sure he was going to be with me. Always. He understood what I was getting at. It was a question of if he was going to join me. I was 3 levels over the next highest level besides Austin. My new skill boosted my strength to nearly double everyone else's. I trained more than everyone else and had an evolution to top it off. 2 points in every stat weren't a lot, but I found there were more subtle improvements of the evolution. My body felt better than ever, and mana flowed through it faster. It was like getting a deep clean of my entire system, and everything flowed better afterward. If I wasn't at the front, then who would be? Chapter 33. So it begins. "Ready?" Granddad shouted. All of the warriors were standing at the ready right behind the gate, in anticipation of what was to come.
We were about to open the gate. Jack, a sword and shield warrior, was in charge of lifting the brace while the rest of us held the line. There was so much weight against the gate that as soon as that brace was up, it would fail. It would be moments before the tide crashed through. Jack was the only one with the skill Extended Blade, and he was chosen to lift the brace. He could use the skill to extend his blade and lever the brace out of place from a farther distance away than the rest of us. I saw as he nervously got closer and closer to the gate, and his sword started shaking in his hand. It was understandable. The gate seemed like it would break at any minute now, and he would be trampled. Without us bracing against it, there was more give in the system, and it was violently rocking back and forth with loud knocking sounds coming from it. It sounded like giants were pounding at the door. He had the easy part. It's Austin and I who had the hard part. The gate was only 6 feet wide, and if we stood in the gateway, we would surely be knocked over. We planned to stand a few feet back and hack and slash at anything that came through. We both knew the consequences of failure. We also both knew the likelihood of something going wrong. Jack activated his skill, and I saw his blade start to glow before extending past the tip of the metal. At first, he tried to slice through the brace to open it that way, but his phantom blade barely left a scratch. One had to remember that every part of the wall had hidden enchantments on it that increased its durability past normal wood. Jack wasn't strong enough to cut through the brace with his level of strength. The enchantments were probably the only reason that the wolves hadn't gotten through already. After failing to slice through it, he switched tactics and placed his blade under the brace and made to lift it out of the brackets holding it steady. He failed the first few times, but got the hang of it. He had to time it when there wasn't pressure on the brace pinning it in place. He slowly worked the brace upward out of its fasteners, and we all watched with growing nerves as it got closer to coming loose. I heard a few mumble silent prayers and others cursing this madness. I didn't know who they were praying to, but hopefully it would help. As the brace was teetering on the edge of coming free, Austin and I looked at each other. Do or die. The brace popped loose, and Jack ran back as fast as he could. He had a scant few moments to get back and join the line before they made it through. The only thing that saved him was that the doors opened outward. It took just enough time for the wolves to break the door by pushing it against the way it was supposed to open. I stepped up and hefted my axe to face the horde with Austin on my right. My axe glowed a piercing blue as I pumped mana into Heavy Blow. I was going to start it off with a bang. Austin's own spear started glowing as he started powering his own skill. Pale blue and vibrant yellow were the first to greet the unwelcome guests as they broke through. Heavy Blow carved straight through the leading wolf, leaving its body in 2 separate pieces. Its squishy insides exploded in a mist of gore, as if to christen my new axe. I had fought with it before, but this would be the first time being so intense. My swing continued through the first wolf and buried itself into the ribs of a second. The majority of the energy of the swing spent blowing up the first wolf. I didn't think the wolves were ready for the gate to suddenly give out, so the first few through were the unlucky few. It only took them a moment to compose themselves and begin their charge in earnest.
The intensity quickly increased, and there were more enemies than I knew what to do with. Heavy Blow was constantly activated, followed by a shower of gore. Every swing killed at least one and injured another. Even with how effective the skill was, more were getting through. I could only swing so fast, and I was losing against the tide of wolves. Austin was faring better with his lightning-quick stabs of his spear. Each stab penetrated vulnerable spots, killing immediately or delivering fatal wounds. He had flurry going as fast as he could, trying to keep up with the numbers. Heavy Blow isn't working. I was letting too many through and could already hear the sounds of battle behind me. I switched over to using Sweeping Slash instead of the upgraded skill. I pumped mana into the blade and extended it out a few extra feet.
I couldn't go too far, or it would only break against the wolf's tough fur. The skill had decreased damage than my normal swings, but my greatly improved strength from body of a barbarian more than made up for it. My swings went from obliterating one and injuring another to crippling 2 or 3 at a time. It wasn't an instant kill if I couldn't hit the right spots, and I was going more for maximum damage over easy kills. It would take too long to line my swings up with all the wolves moving at different speeds and different heights. For all my manic axe swings dealt devastating damage, it left me open to counterattack. It was like standing in front of a fire hose trying to block all the water. Except the water clawed and bit you as it went by. My new armor was mitigating most of the damage, and claws were scraping off of metal instead of flesh, but still, the sheer number of attacks made it so some got through. I was still a novice blacksmith, and joints were the hardest part of any armor to make. I did my best, but there were still gaps in the metal.
Claws got through and sliced through my elbows and knees. Even more protected areas weren't safe. The powerful jaws of the wolves clamped down on my limbs, causing crushing pain. The wounds weren't very deep, and if I was fighting a pack of 5 or 10, it would be fine. I wasn't fighting a pack of 5 or 10, though. The wave spawned well over 150 wolves, and that number was getting less and less accurate the more I saw. It seemed to be more than 150, and closer to 200. I couldn't get a good count from where I was, but we knew the monsters in the waves were increasing in number. The last wave had around 150 monsters spawned, and this wave had to have more. I put all of that out of my head, though. I had one job, and I had to make sure I did it to the best of my ability. Tightening my grip on my axe, I redoubled my effort. My mana blade sliced through almost all of the wolves who tried to get by, but the damage wasn't enough. I had 2 skills active, and that was currently my limit. Fortified Body and Sweeping Slash being active was the only thing that I could handle. If I wanted more damage, I would have to drop Fortified Body. Blood was already flowing down my legs and arms, and here I was thinking about dropping my defensive skill. No, there had to be a way to have more skills activated. Heavy Blow was strenuous to activate by itself. Penetrating Strike would be the easier choice. No matter how many times I tried to activate it, it wouldn't start. Layering both Sweeping Slash and Penetrating Strike on top of each other was already difficult, and I was adding Fortified Body into the mix. I heard someone cry out behind me and spared a look to see what it was. Mark had gone down hard with a wolf clamped down on his leg. This wouldn't do. We had to do better. I had to do better. That feeling from fighting the evolved boar came back. I wasn't going to lose. Losing meant my family was going to die, and I wasn't going to allow that. I felt the skill click into place on top of Sweeping Slash, and the glow of my axe intensified. The 2 skills layered on top of each other took a lot more mana to maintain, but it was well worth it. My blade sliced through fur easier than before, and what were once decent wounds turned into debilitating ones. No wolf was getting by me in good condition. I took off legs, gouged deep gashes into torsos, and the lucky headshot spelled doom. Bodies were building up around me and Austin at a striking rate. I wouldn't be able to continue like this. There was just too much stress on my armor. It was in the crude tier and wasn't strong enough to hold up to the onslaught of natural weapons. My greaves were the first to go. Powerful bites on my leg deformed them before claws tore through the straps. My bracers were next. My breastplate was still on, solely because it was the thickest piece of metal in the entire suit. The only reason I wasn't bleeding out right now was because of my fortitude and fortified body increasing it. If I didn't have such high of stats, I would be dead. I could see Austin in the corner of my vision, and he was worse off than me. He didn't have the plate armor that I had, and was still in leather. New leather armor from the leather workers, but still leather.
What wasn't covered in blood had scratches and bite marks up and down his body. I couldn't tell which of the blood was his. He had a wound to his face that caused blood to drip off his chin, joining the pool at our feet. The rain washed most of it away, but there was so much it just got replaced. The ground was quickly becoming a sloshing mud pit with all the fighting and liquid. I didn't know what my boots were covered more, body parts and blood, or mud. In a distracted moment, a wolf bit down hard on my leg. Ugh! It was half a grunt and half a scream that came out of my mouth from the pain. It reminded me of the first wound I had taken from the horned rabbit in the first wave. Instead of shying away and cowering behind my shield like then, I retaliated, disproportionately. The offending wolf's head was soon caved in from the butt of my axe, with its brain leaking out. Some grey matter covered my hands, but I couldn't spare a thought about it. I kicked the body out of the way and went back to swinging at the next wolf in line. I was starting to lose my footing from the rain and mud that caused my swings to lose power. The rain had picked up and was following the crescendo of the battle. Water splashed up with every step, and I had to be conscious not to slip. The next wolf that died at my feet gave me an idea. If the ground was becoming an obstacle, I would make new ground. I stepped up onto the wolf, which provided better footing than the mud pit of gore. I had been kicking the bodies away from me before to create room to move. Now I let them build up to give me something to stand on that wasn't mud. Austin saw what I was doing and followed suit. If I had time to stop and think about it, it would make me smile. We were standing on the bodies of our enemies as we faced down an army of more. If this wasn't being a warrior, I didn't know what was. Since the start of the battle, arrows and magic had been flying over my head into the mass of bodies coming through the gate, but that all stopped when a loud crack resounded through the air. If I didn't know better, I thought it might have been lightning. I hoped it was lightning. It wasn't lightning. The guard tower was right next to the gate and was an obstacle in the way of the wolves. An obstacle they took down. One of the 4 support columns broke at the base, and the remaining 3 weren't enough to balance the weight. It was coming down. "Look out! Jump!" Frantic yelling filled the air and distracted me long enough for a wolf to take a chunk out of my leg. Shit, I can't be distracted right now. They will be fine. Focus on your job. I couldn't spare a thought for the people who were in the tower when it fell. I could only focus on fighting. My blade dimmed over time, and my mana was running out. I didn't even know how many wolves were left. There was rain mixed with blood in my eyes and covering my body. My clothes were soaked through, and my boots had things in them I didn't want to think about. My helmet was knocked off at some point in the fight, but I didn't remember when. My arms hurt to move, and there was a stinging pain, well, everywhere. My left leg was fighting my commands, and I was barely upright. My body was tired, my mind was tired, and my mana was low. It had been less than an hour, and I was already drained. "I can't hold on much longer," Austin shouted over the noise. "We have to," I shouted back. It was hard to even raise my voice. "There's no end to them," he shouted back. "We have to," I repeated. It was the mantra that kept me going. You have to keep going. You have to keep going. "Boss incoming!" someone shouted. I looked up from the carnage to see a wolf twice the size of all the rest standing in the broken gateway. There were wolves behind it, but they didn't dare to interfere with the boss. That must be what's controlling them. I spared a quick identify. Juvenile Direwolf Alpha, level 16. It looked pissed, and it was staring directly at me. It didn't register to me that the reason it might be so angry was because I was standing on a pile of its dead pack members. Fuck me. Chapter 34. This is gonna hurt.
The alpha let out a low, rumbling growl that made all of the other wolves join in. It was angry and did not appreciate my use of the dead bodies. This is gonna hurt. The alpha charged straight toward me, intent on killing me. Sweeping slash wasn't going to work on this one, so I dropped that skill. Heavy blow was my only option. I hadn't ever layered heavy blow on top of penetrating strike before, but if there ever was a time to do it, it was now. The highest level Austin and I fought during our hunting trips was a level 13. Level 16 wasn't that much higher than 13, but this monster was different. All the bosses of the waves were stronger than their levels stated. It was like they were a step above the normal monsters. Not only did they have a level advantage over normal monsters, but they also had a fundamental advantage. If this were a video game, I would expect it to have a blue name or something to signify a rare mob. I didn't know how monsters leveled and gained strength, but the bosses were strong. The bosses from previous waves were at a level now that I could fight, and they were much stronger than monsters at the same level. The fox boss was way faster and stronger than even the wolves of this wave, and it was the same level. I heard calls of retreat being sounded off behind me, but I didn't listen. There was no way I was going to outrun the boss, and it would only cause more chaos by running from it. The only way forward was through. Our plan for when the boss broke through the gate was to retreat to the cabin in the middle of our camp to fight there. It was the sturdiest structure after the walls, and it was also the most defensible. The number of wolves from the wave lingering around was few and could be handled without me anymore. I had to make sure I had the boss's full attention. "Austin, keep them safe. I'll handle the boss," I shouted to the man next to me.
We'd always been close over the years we had grown up together, but it felt like we grew even closer these past few weeks. Fighting together every day had a way of doing that. It also had a way of getting people on the same page and understanding what the other was going to do. The boss wolf was most likely stronger than me, even with my newly upgraded strength, and it would easily kill anyone who got in its way other than the two of us. If the boss started targeting the rest of my family, it would be a disaster. I had to keep its attention while the rest of my family retreated to the cabin. Austin would then finish off all of the leftover wolves before coming to help me. I could only hope I would last long enough. No one had fought a boss solo before, and this would be the first. I couldn't fail, or my family would die. Instead of bracing for the alpha's charge, I instead countered with a charge of my own. Let's see who's stronger. I knew deep down that I was going to lose, but I couldn't stop myself. It wasn't so much as my pride being on the line, as it was something else. The wolf had challenged me. This uppity, up-junked dog challenged me. Me. Something in me was enraged at the thought. It was like in those shows where the warrior knew he was going to lose, but he fought anyway. I had to fight anyway. We started close enough together that neither of us picked up much speed before we met in the middle. The alpha was obviously faster than me, but that didn't matter. In my time of need, my axe answered. Heavy blow paired with penetrating strike to create the most powerful swing I could. Right before we collided, I set my feet and started my swing. It started in the leg muscles leading up to my hips. Just like in baseball, the hips created the most power. I was going for a home run, and the wolf's face was the ball. I put as much power into rotating my hips as I could. The strain continued up through my core muscles, into my shoulders, and down into my arms. I was asking my body for everything it had and more. It was foolish to think that I could end it in one swing, but I was going to try regardless. The axe head came screaming around the right side of my body and jumped at the chance to meet its foe. It was glowing a splendid blue that looked like the inside of a glacier. Not the pathetic glacier blue Gatorade coined, but a blue everyone knew signified the cold. The wolf had a skill of its own ready, and I could see the colorless mana forming on its claws. It had the intelligence to not meet my swing with a bite. My glowing axe met mana-empowered claws, and a nasty screech bloomed from their union. It was like nails on a chalkboard, but worse. The screeching metal strained under the power involved. I was pushed back, nearly falling on my ass. I looked up to see the wolf pushed back as well, favoring the leg opposite the one it used to block my swing. I might not be at as much of a disadvantage as I thought. I looked down at my axe and saw that there were scratch marks marring the metal, and the edge wasn't straight anymore, with a large deformity in the middle. It wasn't going to be able to hold up against what I was asking it to. Damn, I should have spent more time figuring out steel. It was a regret now, but I thought I had made the better choice in the long run. If I focused on making steel, I wouldn't have had the time to make the spearheads for the javelins, or as many metal breastplates as I did. My time was better spent on defending others. The wolf didn't give me any more time to think, and began its charge again. After fighting the entire wave, and being as drained as I was, I didn't have the mana to meet its every attack with both skills active. I would have to hope fortified body would be enough. My axe suffered greatly from the lack of mana empowering it, but I couldn't spare any. I was low already, and empowering my body was more important. Without heavy blow and penetrating strike to even the playing field, I was losing. My swings weren't strong enough to deflect the wolf's swipes, and they started to land on my body. My already ruined armor couldn't take it and was violently ripped apart. My breastplate had 3 large grooves cut into it from the claws, and my leg armor was ripped completely off. The only metal left intact on my body was the backplate. The breastplate and backplate were 2 separate pieces because I didn't have the skill to make one continuous piece yet. I was fending it off as best I could with my axe, but the beast was just too fast. The wolf swiped low, looking to cripple my leg, and I used the haft of my axe to block. The strength of the swing caused me to unbalance, and the wolf capitalized. It used its powerful jaws and clamped down on my shoulder, drawing blood. Pain clouded my mind for a moment and threatened to overwhelm me. During the bite, I heard a snapping sound, and I lost the feeling of my left arm. My collarbone was broken. It bit clean through the ruined metal of my breastplate and deep into my shoulder, drawing blood. My collarbone couldn't take the pressure, and even with fortified body, it broke. After the successful attack, the wolf shook me like a rag doll and threw me off my feet. I landed a few feet away and rolled to a stop in the mud. The pain in my shoulder intensified from being thrown onto the ground. Ugh! An involuntary groan escaped my body. I wanted to stay down. I wanted the pain to go away. I wanted to be back home. This is your life now. Get up! It felt like my body was fighting my decision to get up, but my command won out. It seemed to know the torment I was asking it to endure. I lumbered up onto my knees before planting my feet firmly below me. I used my axe as a brace to get standing before I hefted it for battle once more. It was awkward to swing with one arm, but my strength wasn't just for show.
I made the axe before I got Body of a Barbarian, and with that boost, it was enough to swing it with one hand, albeit it was awkward to swing because of the size. The wolf and I exchanged more blows, and I was thoroughly losing now. The loss of an arm was too crippling. The strength of my swings diminished too much. The wolf knew it was winning and intensified its attacks. Deep gashes adorned my arms and legs, causing blood to flow freely from my body. My shoulder only got worse as the battle continued. I didn't notice when it happened, but the strike that pierced my breastplate went deeper than I thought and ripped open my chest.
It might be easier to list where I wasn't bleeding from than from where I was. I was knocked down a few more times, but I always got back up. I can't lose. My body was failing me. I had enough mana for one more full power swing, but after that, I was empty. I didn't even know if my body could make the swing. I gathered my mana anyway. If I was going down, I was going down swinging. The mana started to gather in my axe when I saw the largest firebolt I had ever seen enter my vision. It was bigger than the wolf's head, it was so large. The wolf shifted its attention to the new threat and tried to defend against the incoming missile. There was no way I was letting it do that. I completed gathering the mana in my axe and lifted it for one last swing to distract the wolf. It knew the power my swing held and didn't know how strong the firebolt was. I was forcing it to choose between the two of which to block. It moved to dodge completely when a new addition joined the fray. A spear glowing so bright it almost looked like a ray of sunshine. I knew it was Austin. The sun was hidden behind rain clouds and was nowhere to be seen. He could be the only source. Looks like he finally upgraded a skill. He had been trying for weeks. Ever since our fight with the boar, where I upgraded Power Strike, he had been trying the same.
He hadn't been able to do it, but it looked like he did now. It seems high-stress situations really make you pull out everything you have. The wolf was cornered. Its dodge countered, and it was left with only one option: defend. It couldn't defend against the attacks coming from 3 different directions, and could only choose one. At most, 2. It chose to defend against the attack it knew was strong. Mine. It was a bad decision for the wolf. My swing at this point was mostly bravado and had no real substance behind it. My left leg was completely shot now, and I could barely rotate my hips with all the wounds. My shoulders actively fought against my swing, and only one arm was on the axe. It seemed showing it my full power was a wise decision. If I hadn't started the fight with my most powerful attack, the wolf wouldn't have chosen my attack to defend against now. It knew how powerful my swing was, and judged wrongly that it was the biggest threat. It may have a bit of intelligence, but wasn't smart enough not to be deceived. As all of the attacks landed, it swatted the axe out of my hand. I didn't have enough grip strength to keep hold of it any longer, and it soared off behind me. I got to watch as it realized I was bluffing. It brought a smile to my face. Austin's spear landed and penetrated deep into its hind leg, and the firebolt blew up its side. Fur caught fire, and the wolf yipped in pain. Arrows thudded into its coat, followed by more magic. Austin's spear flew in and out with such speed I could hardly see it. My vision was swimming, and the world was spinning. It seemed the blood loss was finally catching up. The battle moved farther and farther away from me, and I watched the wolf get whittled down. It was surrounded and facing too many attacks. It tried its hardest, but it was out of mana. It had used most of it trying to kill me, well, succeeding in killing me. If it wasn't for my family, I would have died. I did my job. I held it off for as long as I could, and my family came through. I barely heard the chime of a notification signaling the end of the wave. There was a pounding in my ears that drowned everything out. A rhythmic thump that maybe took too long to realize was my heartbeat. The ringing from the explosion didn't help, nor did the screeching of my axe. I took a moment to internalize the fact I was still standing. I fought against an army, and I was the one left standing. It felt euphoric. Someone more crude would say orgasmic. I had shown my mettle and was revealed the victor. After everyone heard the chime, they started frantically running around. Healers were called for, and potions were brought out. I didn't have the sense of mind to survey the destruction. Hell, I could barely stand, and was a second away from unconsciousness. The last thing I remembered was Abigail coming up to me with a worried look on her face. She had a red potion in one hand, and the other was glowing with a healing skill. She was fretting with worry, and started pulling my ruined armor off to check for wounds. She was saying something, but it didn't register. I was fading out, and sounds fell away. I wanted to reassure her and tell her I was all right, but I couldn't bring up the energy. I only managed to mumble a few words that I'm not sure she heard.
I'm still standing. Chapter 35. Aftermath.
When I came to, there were only a few rays of light in the sky. It seemed I was out of it until sunset. I had been moved to our hospital tent by somebody, but I didn't remember that happening. Nor did I remember my clothes being cut off. I was left in just my underwear, and it was modestly embarrassing. I knew it's my family all here, but it was still weird. I was a grown-ass man after all. Attempting to get up resulted in a sharp pain. Everywhere. I couldn't pinpoint which part of my body hurt the most. All of it hurt. I looked down over my body, and there were numerous scabs. The 3 lines down my chest were the most notable. They started on the upper right part of my chest and moved diagonally across. They were almost a foot in length, and looked red and angry. I had to take off some bandages to get a good look at them. They had mostly scabbed over, and I couldn't help but wonder at how fast it was healing. The smaller scrapes on my arms and legs from the lesser wolves had already been replaced by new pink skin. The only signs that they happened were thin white scars marring my body. As I was checking over my body, Abigail walked into the tent and noticed I was awake. "Oh, you're up. How do you feel?" she said, coming over to check on me. "Like shit. How else am I supposed to feel?" I said. That was a stupid question. "Well, you look like it too," she said back. I had to stifle a laugh, or it would hurt too much, but I didn't expect that retort so soon. Now that my mind had come back into focus, it replayed all the events of the wave. All the monsters getting by me, Mark going down to a vicious bite, the guard tower falling. I couldn't help but focus on everything bad that had happened. There was only one question on my mind. "How many?" I asked in a quiet voice. She gave me a pitying look and shook her head. I could see some tears start to form before she answered. "2," she said. A part of me was relieved. I thought it was going to be a lot more than that. Then it hit me that 2 of my family members were dead, and that relief disappeared, replaced by grief. "Who?" I asked. I needed to know who it was. "Mark bled out from a nasty bite before we could get to him," she said, shaking her head. "And we found Kyle in the rubble of the guard tower. He was in it when it went down." I was speechless. I had done everything I could, and I still lost. I gave it everything I had, and people still died. 2 more that we wouldn't see again. Kyle wouldn't get to reach adulthood. Mark left behind grandchildren who would hardly remember him. I wondered how Hal was taking it. He might have been abrasive with his brother, but he still loved him. Or Sam, for that matter. She and Mark had been married for decades. Or Ashley, her father now gone. "Yesterday was rough," Abigail said. "Wait, yesterday? What time is it?" I asked. I thought the few rays of sunlight were dusk of the same day. "Morning of the day after. You've been out of it for almost 17 hours, she said. "You really worried me." Had it really been that long? I thought it had only been half a day since the battle. but it was almost a full day. There was so much I had missed. I had to help with the cleanup. I had to help with the funeral. Did they have it already? I moved to get up again, but Abigail firmly held me down. I was so weak, even her meager strength overpowered me. "No, sir. You're staying right here. Your body needs time to heal," she said. She had this look in her eye that said not to test her. "That's right. After the scare you gave me, you better be good and stay in bed," she continued. Austin took that moment to grace us with his presence. I saw him walk into the tent before Abigail noticed him coming up behind her. I laughed a little and said, "How's my ray of sunshine doing?" "Better than you," he said back. "You look like you tried to be intimate with a paper shredder." That was colorful.
He wasn't exactly wrong with all the scratches I had,
But I wouldn't have put it like that. "Hey, how come he's not on bed rest? This isn't fair." He had to have been injured during the battle as well, yet he was up and walking around. "That's because he wasn't unconscious for 17 hours with broken bones and severe blood loss," Abigail pointed out. "Yeah, I only had extreme blood loss. I guess I'm better than you," Austin said jokingly. "Big words coming from a guy covered in the same amount of bandages as me," I said back. I could see bandages covering his body from under his clothes, and he had the same amount that I did. I saw how many wounds he had before I passed out, and he had the same amount as I did. At least in number, the Alpha's attacks went deeper than the lesser wolves. "Did you tell him?" Austin said, looking at Abigail, who nodded. "There was nothing we could have done," Austin said, turning his attention to me. "We did everything we could. Hell, you almost died." "I know that logically. Just doesn't feel that way emotionally," I answered gruffly. My mind might know that we did everything we could, but it just didn't feel that way. I was supposed to be strong enough to protect them, and I failed. "It only means we need to try harder," Austin said. "Make with the magic, Abigail. We have training to do." "No, I'm not going to heal him just so you two can go off and get hurt again. He needs rest, and so do you," Abigail said resolutely. What she said brought up a question in my mind. How come my wounds weren't fully healed yet? My collarbone was fixed, but wasn't fully healed yet either. They should have had enough time to heal me if I was out for the day. I voiced my question to Abigail. "We noticed a change when we tried to heal you. Our spells weren't working as well as they should have been. It took more mana than it should have to heal your wounds, and it took a lot more to heal your broken bone. At first we didn't know the reason, but we speculate it's because you're stronger than us," she said. "My spells worked the best out of all of us, and we figure it's because I'm the highest level. Austin had the same problem, but he wasn't as bad as you. We figure it's how high your fortitude stat is, or something along those lines. That says nothing about the state your body was in." "It was bad, Chris." I avoided her eyes. The banes of getting stronger, I guess. Having a stronger body meant it took a stronger healer to fix me up. I out-leveled the rest of the healers by a good margin, with Abigail being the closest. She had leveled during the last wave, but she was a fresh level 10 when it started. It was 3 levels under what I was at, and that wasn't taking into account the increase from the wave. I had a lot of notifications to look at, but I put off looking at them. I didn't want to look at my improvements right now, when we had to put 2 more people in the ground. The 3 of us continued to talk about odds and ends for a little bit, before breakfast was ready. My stomach was desperately in need of some sustenance, and voiced its displeasure. Healing was energy-intensive, and it needed some fuel. Abigail wanted to bring the food to my bed, but I firmly refused that idea. I was no invalid. I could get up and walk on my own. She attempted to voice her disagreement again, but I was adamant. Up and walking around would be good, loosen some of the tightness and give me some fresh air. She relented, but only if it was light walking around, and nothing else.
Arriving at the campfire and eating was a stark reminder of what happened. The debris from the battle still demarked its intensity. The guard tower was in a pile of scraps, and the gate was propped up against the wall in pieces. Scratch marks were everywhere, and some of the tents had recent patches made to them. Breakfast was a subdued affair, and went by quickly.
No one was feeling much like talking, and even the little ones picked up on the mood. Some silently cried, and others were staring at the destruction. After breakfast, we all got together to do what needed to be done. Coffins were made, holes were dug, and goodbyes were said. The adjacent hill had 2 new markers added to the one already there. 2 more Zelenskys would forever rest there, their lives cut short, their journey ended, their spirits extinguished, or whatever that fucking alien had said. I had a mixture of anger bubbling that mixed with sadness and grief. I was mad at the world and mad at myself. After Derek, I had promised to do better, but I was once again back here, back on this hill, back here watching us put family in the ground. The rest of the day went by quietly. Rubble was cleaned up and bodies moved. The wall and gate could be repaired through the system, but it cost more points. We weren't lacking in points after the wave, so with a flash, it was fixed. The guard tower followed. I investigated the pylon to see how much it was to upgrade the wall, and nearly spit blood. It was 10 times as expensive as getting the wall in the first place. 50,000 points to upgrade the wall. We didn't have that much. After the wave, we only had half. We would have to revise our current plan. There was no way we would be able to go another wave with our current wall. As a family, we massively improved in power and now had more than a few break the level 10 barrier. But it wouldn't be enough. It was too big a risk to ignore, and I didn't wish to be back on the hill in 3 days' time. It didn't take much convincing, and everyone agreed to pitch in more. It took almost the entire wave of points, but we got enough. Watching the wall upgrade brought the same feelings as before, and I could only shake my head. Twice now, the novelty of seeing the magic work was brought down by the deaths that caused it.
We couldn't afford anything else with our current points, but we upgraded the thing that mattered most. The wall expanded in both height and thickness and looked stronger than ever. I didn't have the same confidence in it that I did the first time, and could only wonder how long it would take for this one to break. How many would fall when it did? I sat on the new wall and looked out over the horizon. The sun was setting and looked pristine, but I couldn't bring myself to care. I finally opened the notifications that had been bugging me all day. You have contributed. You have contributed. You have contributed. You have contributed. You have contributed in slaying Juvenile Alpha Direwolf. Level 16. 130 points earned. You have successfully defended your claim. Extra experience awarded. 1,000 points to all who participated. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Congratulations! You have leveled up. Skills available. I whistled at the deluge of kill notifications. It was the longest list I had seen, with all the points adding up to a ridiculous number. I spent all of them on the wall anyway, so I didn't feel like counting. I did it while everyone was contributing, so no one could tell how much I actually spent. My points meant nothing if my family didn't survive. I could always get more. I couldn't bring anyone back to life. 3 levels. The biggest jump I had received. I fought damn near the entire wave and held the boss off. Even though it was a lot, I wanted more. I gave it everything I had and got 3 levels to show for it.
Most of my kills were from wolves that were lower level than me, but still, the amount should have had me level more. I would have to find out the reason later. I looked at the end of the list.
Skills available.
It seemed I would be getting a new skill sooner than I thought.
Chapter 36. Barbarian's Rage. I spent most of the following day in the forge. The wave came on day 28, and we spent most of day 29 either mourning or cleaning up, or in my case, recovering. I wanted to get to work and start fixing anything that was broken and reforge the weapons that needed it the day I woke up, but I was denied. The moment I went anywhere near the forge, I got yelled at. Abigail was being obstinate about it, but I saw where she was coming from. I passed out half dead right in front of her. She was just trying to make sure that I was all right. I was 95% certain she sent Anna and Josh to keep an eye on me because they were particularly clingy yesterday. Anna kept asking why I couldn't play with them like I used to, and kept trying to get me to chase her around and pick her up. I didn't have the heart to tell her I nearly died, and my body hurt to move. Some things you just had to suck up and do anyway. I was getting better with my mana manipulation, and I could make certain parts of my body glow, and they seemed to enjoy that still. The day passed uneventfully. I refrained from doing my usual hunting trips the next day, and stuck to the forge for most of it. I didn't want to risk reopening my wounds before the wave tomorrow. It was still weird to think we were having another one so soon. It felt like the last wave was just yesterday, and we were already preparing for another tomorrow. The foreboding feelings that I had last wave were absent this time, and I was less paranoid about what was to come tomorrow. The newly upgraded wall shouldn't have any problems. Some weapons and armor pieces that had been dented or deformed needed to be reforged, but the majority of my time was spent on remaking my own armor. I had to start from scratch. It was in such bad condition. With experience, the process went considerably quicker, but it still took a while to make a whole new suit. I was saving my axe for tomorrow before the wave arrived. It would be a time crunch and would eliminate any chance of making mistakes. But I could do it. My armor was more important right now. I could swing around a club if I had to. Thinking of my axe made me wince. I had put so much care into making it, and I was extremely proud of it. And now, it was ruined. I remembered coating the handle in oil to make it waterproof, and polishing the axe head to a shine when I finished creating it. Turning to look at it off in the corner of the forge where it leaned against the wall made me a little sad. The handle had bite marks and scratches from where I used it to block. The head was a mangled mess of metal, unidentifiable as an axe. It would be easier to identify it as a mace instead, it was so deformed. But it had done its job, and that was all I could ask of it. It had a crack running the length of it from the final strike of the alpha when it flew out of my hand. My strength was too high for simple iron, it seemed. I would have to learn how to make steel soon. The one I was making for tomorrow was going to be iron again. It wasn't going to be permanent, and wouldn't have much care involved in the process. It was going to be a rush job, so I would have something to use. I thought about using Mark's axe instead, now that he wasn't using it, but that didn't sit right with me. I got another level for my trouble, but those seemed to be coming slower as well. I'd have to figure out why soon, or I was going to go crazy. Dismissing those thoughts and contemplated something else. My new skill. I was still debating about which one I wanted to get, and it was between two.
Barbarian's Rage. Common. Channel your anger into your forcement. But members 1. Assistantly, common closely. Influred. Temporarily increase the effect of all stats by 10%, at the cost of increased stamina consumption. Once the effect wears off, your body enters a state of weakness, based on the duration of the rage. Frostbite. Uncommon. Augment your blows with ice mana, injecting whatever hit with a chilling cold. Adds to the penetrating power of your strikes, while leaving a lasting damage over time effect from the cold. After evolving, Austin and I compared skills with each other to see if we had any in common. His class was geared more toward quick spear strikes, augmented by his solar affinity, while mine was more toward strength skills using ice, so I didn't expect much overlap. We had a few in common, even though our classes were so different, one of which was a boosting skill. I had Barbarian's Rage, while he had a skill called Sunburn. Both skills were similar in nature, both being boosting skills. Mine used anger to fuel the body. His used the power of the sun. I remember him reading the description and couldn't help but chuckle at one of the lines, "Burn with the power of the sun." It went on to use more flowery words, but the gist was simple. Channel extra solar power into your body for a boost in stats. Both skills were only at the common tier and gave a similar boost of 10%. Both also came with a weakening effect after it was over. It seemed like boosting skills were common across different classes. The fight with the boss kept coming back to my head, and being ever so stronger would have made that fight go differently. If all my stats were boosted by 10%, could I have killed it? On the other hand, would a stronger, full-powered attack work better? Two uncommon attacking skills layered together had to have a good increase in stopping power. Heavy Blow combined with Frostbite would have been a good increase in damage. I didn't know which skill would have been better during the fight. Rage was a better choice all around, but Frostbite could have its uses as well. I picked Rage after flip-flopping for too long, and convinced myself to train hard enough to get the other. Maybe I could upgrade the skill naturally. The new skill said it would leave me in a state of weakness, so I refrained from testing it now. There was the perfect opportunity to do that tomorrow. A nudge on my shoulder took my attention away from what I was forging. I turned to see my dad standing behind me. "You got a minute?" he asked. "Yeah, hold on, let me finish this," I said. I had just taken the piece out of the heat and was in the middle of shaping it. It wouldn't be the end of the world to leave it and walk away, but I was nearly done with this part. It was only a few swings away. My dad stood behind me and watched as I finished up the part before I set down the hammer and took off my thick apron. He motioned toward the door, and we left the forge and stepped out into the night. I hadn't realized it was so late. I thought the sun was still up. "How are you doing, Chris?" he said while we were walking. "Fine." Abigail had asked me the same thing almost 1,000,000 times already. I was fine. I didn't need everyone to keep asking me. I would be better if they stopped. "You nearly died the other day," was his answer. Like I didn't know that. Some did die. Some of that anger I felt at the funeral was coming back, but I pushed it down. It wasn't right to take it out on my father. "I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about you," he said, and poked me in the chest. "You went through something traumatic, and I want to make sure you're all right." He had his serious tone on. I knew he was just worried about me, but I wasn't a kid anymore. He didn't have to treat me like one. I wasn't the only one who went through something traumatic. Others experienced the same thing. I took a deep breath to calm myself down. "I'm fine, Dad, really. We just have to make it through tomorrow." What was left unsaid was, and the next wave, and the next. We both knew tomorrow wouldn't be the last wave, but it wasn't helpful to focus on that. He gave me a long look before letting out a breath of his own. He knew I was lying. He let it go, though, and changed topics. "What do you think of the letter we received?" Oh, I had nearly forgotten about that. While I was unconscious, we received a letter from another faction. The Rothburns, or whatever their name was. It was another faction. It was a family somewhere south of here. They sent letters out to all nearby factions to ask for aid. They had been hit hard by the wave and were asking for assistance from anyone who could spare it. They asked it like we all weren't struggling. I was of a mind to rip it up. We just lost Mark and Kyle, and they wanted to discuss helping others? Were they so blind to what was to come? It wasn't enough to be surviving. We needed to be ahead. The waves were going to continue to get stronger, and we were already behind as it is. We can't afford to help anyone else right now. We can barely help ourselves. I kept my more unpleasant answers to myself. I know, and I feel the same way, but still, if we have the ability, we should help when we can, he said. That's very noble and all, except we can't. We don't have the ability. Austin and I are the strongest here, and we can't afford to help anyone else. I wasn't entirely sure what the people were asking for. Did they want to merge camps with someone? Did they want material aid, or for donated points? Either way, it was a no. I had no points after the wall, and was against harboring anyone in our camp. Even the slight chance of a harder wave from the increase of people was enough to veto that idea. I could only protect so many, and anyone not my family was shit out of luck. After my firm refusal, the conversation shifted. We continued talking about random things and tidbits, and settled on the top of the new wall, staring at the stars. Our new wall was a lot thicker than the previous one. It was still made of wood, but it was sturdy and multiple logs thick. It had a few feet of walkway behind the wall to stand on, and that is what we were sitting on. It was apparently called a wall walk. How my dad knew that, I had no idea. It gave a good view over most of the camp and surrounding area. It would be a great spot to watch the sunrise. After making sure I was all right, my dad started asking about what class to pick for his evolution. He had reached level 10 earlier in the day and was faced with options to choose from. His options were similar to mine, but lacked any uncommon choices. I wasn't much help in his decision-making. I didn't know any more than he did regarding most of this stuff. I think he asked mostly just to talk to me. It made me feel bad. I was so busy all the time that I hadn't really had the time to talk. Anna was saying the same thing yesterday. He made his choice, and I got to watch as he evolved. He said he picked Axe Warrior. There wasn't any visual cue, and I couldn't sense anything going on, but I could see his breathing change and his back straighten. It made me a little proud. I knew it was usually the father proud of the son for his accomplishments, but I still felt it. He reached G rank, and that was worth something. He and Jonathan both were among the newly evolved. Of our group of 30, 27, about half, had evolved. The wave got a lot of people over the threshold, and if not over it, close enough that a day or two of killing monsters did the trick. They weren't hunting like I did. They were mostly killing anything that wandered too close to camp, or for practice. Most did it to test out new skills when they got them. I saw people venturing out into the forest more after they saw Austin and me level up so quickly. Most still had families to take care of, so it wasn't that often, but it was better than nothing. It felt good to sit and talk like this with my dad. I had spent the days leading up to the wave so stressed and worked up that it felt good to relax a bit. I had been doing the same thing all day, working through dinner to get as much done as I could. Vinny and I got a lot done in the forge, and he worked most of yesterday while I rested. My mind drifted while we talked about different things. I couldn't help but wonder how my mum and Gabriel were doing.
They were both at home when this thing started, and should hopefully be together. The conversation drifted toward them, and my dad just laughed. Your mother's a strong woman. She'll make it through this. It's Gabriel I worry about. I was the opposite. Gabriel was a huge gamer, and I could see him taking to this new world like a fish to water.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was already inventing new spells. He certainly had the mind for it. Even though I wasn't religious, I couldn't help but send off a silent prayer for them. I hope y'all are well.
Chapter 37. Unwanted Change. The blinking notification was the first thing that caught my eye in the morning. I hadn't been getting as many training notifications lately, but it seemed I was due this morning. Status. Name: Christopher Zelensky. Race: Human, G. Class: G. Arctic Barbarian, Uncommon. Level 16. Profession: G. Novice Blacksmith, Common. Level 7. Faction: Zelensky Publisher. Greeting something from Zelensky. Computer: Specific Profession, Nover. Faction: Zelensky Specific, Level 7. Faction: Novus Great Believing Places. Greed: Zelensky Family, Temporary. Strength: 95. Agility: 37. Perception: 14. Fortitude: 45. Endurance: 52. Vitality: 32. Intelligence: 12. Wisdom: 17. Acumen: 13. Free points: 0. Laws: none. Class skills: Heavy blow, Uncommon. Fortified body. Throwing weapon. Proficiency. Beginner. Identify. Many 14 have a military of regrowth. Class skills: 3 points. 0. Laws: none. Identify. Penetrating strike. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. Identify. Made from join. Military. Law: supposity. Beginner. Class skills: for the replace cars uncommon. Fortified strike. Common. Penetrating strike. Common. 38 points. Selected college. Weighed from triple. Class skills: fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. Previously. Identify. Military. Flipping proficiency. Beginner. Class skills: laws: none. Laws skills: fortified body. Common. Penetrating strike. Common. 39 points. 0. Laws: none. Common. Penetrating strike. Common. Third-take proficiency. Beginner. Class skills: heavy blow. Common. Fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. 38. Laws: none. Heavy blow. Common. Proficient points. None. Laws given skills: video tensions. Military. Flipping for posed. None. Free points: 0. Laws. Free points: 0. Fortified body. Common. Fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. 39 points. 0. Laws: none. Fortified body. Common. Fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. 38. Laws: none. Fortified body. Common. 39 points. Laws due to what's break with preditional road of it. Preditional word. Free points: 0. Fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. 30. Non. Based competitive blowed living. Fortified body of common. Fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. 39. Fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. 30. Non. 49. 0. 32. Think is you need. Blow. Uncommon. Fortified body. Common. Sweeping slash. Common. Ice wall. Common. Heavy armor proficiency. Beginner.
Heavy weapon proficiency, beginner. Body of a barbarian, uncommon. Barbarian's rage, common. Profession skills. A man, common. Create weapon, crude. Sense coins, 0. Points, 0.
A nice increase, but not all that helpful. My strength was nearing 100 and hadn't increased through training in weeks. The notification was for my lower stats. Perception got another point, along with 2 of the magic ones, intelligence and wisdom. After healing most of day 29, the training notification yesterday gave a good increase to fortitude and vitality. My skills list was getting out of hand, though. There had to be a way to organize it better. After my sudden increase in levels, my strength went up by another 20 points. Now that I was getting an additional 26 from Body of a Barbarian, strength was really outpacing all of my other stats. I noticed that my movements were starting to get a little unwieldy and harder to control. I knew there had to be a downside to having such a large gap between stats. Before using my free points, the disparity was even worse. I had to put all of my free points into agility to try and balance it back out. It was still under the 2-to-1 ratio I was trying to keep, but it was at least better than over the 3-to-1 ratio it was before. I would have to look into the information tab of the store to see if there were any books on the topic. There had to be a recommendation for what ratio to keep your stats at. After all of the fighting I had done, and, frankly, the fundamental change to who I was, it didn't register that we were a third of the way through the tutorial. It felt so much longer than a month had passed. 33% done had a nice ring to it. If I was a fool, I would feel good about that. We made it through the easy part. That was nothing to feel good about. It was only going to get harder from here. Remaking my axe was a rushed affair. It wouldn't win any awards, but it would get the job done. I was just lucky I didn't have to remake Austin's spear, too. His spear made it through the fight just fine, with only a few nicks on the haft of the weapon. The spearhead that I made was still in good shape and only needed a light servicing job. Even in my forge, I could hear bickering in the center cabin. They were making plans for what was to come. I didn't involve myself in that process and stuck to what I needed to do. I already knew what I was going to do in the wave. It didn't matter what they came up with. The new wall would hold, and we could go back to picking them off from atop it. But that was no way to get stronger. I immersed myself in the battle last wave, and it showed how good of a way to improve it was. 3 levels was a lot from a single wave, and I was looking to repeat the feat. I knew it would be impossible to convince them of that fact, so I didn't. When the time came, I would jump down and face it alone if I had to. I hadn't spoken to Austin about it yet, but I think he would go for it. We would have to have an escape route if we got surrounded, but that wasn't hard to figure out. A rope from the wall walk would work perfectly to get back up quickly. I could place some ice walls down to cover our back, and we could climb up easily. If this was before, I would say it would take too long to climb, but superhuman strength was anything if not useful. I'd have to entrust the rope to someone before we jumped, and I didn't know who to ask who wouldn't try to stop me. Abigail would be firmly against it, and so would my dad. Granddad was too busy organizing everything. Maybe Hal, but he would be busy shooting arrows the whole time. Jonathan? Maybe. I didn't know if he would keep it secret from my sister. Sam and Ashley wouldn't keep their mouth shut and would tell somebody if I asked them. I didn't know Jack all that well. Alice wouldn't want to do anything that would get her in trouble. Ugh. Why did finding someone to help with my crazy plan have to be so hard? Jonathan was probably my best bet. Even if he told Abigail, it wouldn't be too bad. The rest of my cousins would sooner tell on me than help me. I loved them and all, but sometimes I wanted to strangle them. They were all either younger or older than me, so we weren't that close. Fuck it. Jonathan it is.
Finding him was easy. With today being Wave Day, Abigail was particularly busy, so Jonathan was watching their kids. Anna was never hard to find. "Jonathan, you got a minute?" I asked. He was mostly just standing around while watching his kids and just nodded for me to go ahead. I didn't mince words with him and told him my plan straight up. I was going to jump in front of the wall, and I needed him to hold the rope for me to get back up. "I don't think I'm going to be able to do that, Chris. You're going to have to find somebody else," he said while thinking about what I mentioned. Shit. I didn't think he'd say no. Now I'd have to find someone else. "Do you think I can join you?" Jonathan said, which snapped me out of my musing. What? He wants to join us? I didn't think that he would put himself at risk like that. He caught the look I was giving him and was quick to explain his reasoning. "I'm not stupid, Chris. I know how this is going. It's only going to get worse, and I need to be strong enough to protect them. Only you and Austin won't be enough," he said, indicating toward the two little ones. "Abby will be cross with me, but she'll understand." I don't know about that one, pal. Abigail could hold a grudge and wouldn't like getting blindsided like this, especially from her husband. She was used to it from me, but not from Jonathan. It wasn't my place to say anything, though, and kept my mouth shut. "What level are you now?" I could use identify, but I wanted to hear him say it. "I just reached 10 the other day and evolved into Shield Warrior. I have another defensive skill that will make it harder to get injured. I should be fine for a while. I can always retreat before you if it gets too rough." He did his best sales pitch.
He was trying to convince the wrong person. What did I care if he wanted to join me? As long as he understood the risks, then it was fine. I wouldn't be able to keep my full attention on him, but I should be able to keep him safe. Relatively. If it was only one person, I could do it. Throw up some ice walls if things got too hairy. Ice walls were mana-intensive, but they were a great way to create space fast. They wouldn't last long against strong opponents, especially with my low magic stats, but they would be enough. "I think it should be fine. I won't be able to protect you. Are you sure this is what you want to do?" I didn't want him to rely on me saving him. He needed to rely on himself. I would still swoop in and pull him out if things got bad, but he didn't need to know that. He needed to know how dangerous this was going to be, and I was not going to hold his hand. Jonathan just looked at his kids and nodded. "This is something I need to do." "Fair enough," I said back. I still had to find someone else to hold the rope, and get some rope for that matter. Standing on the wall was a new experience for the wave. Usually we were in front of it, waiting for the wave to spawn. Now it felt more official. Serious? I couldn't find the right word for it. It was a hard feeling to describe, but it felt more real to be standing on the wall. Austin was on my right and Jonathan on my left. Austin had easily agreed to my plan and was surprised when I mentioned Jonathan joining us. Austin didn't have the same relationship that I had with Jonathan. To me, he was my brother-in-law, my sister's husband. To Austin, he was just one of his cousin's husbands. "Are you sure about this?" Austin had asked Jonathan that question at least 5 times by now. It was starting to get old, and it wasn't even me he was asking. "For the last time, yes." Some of the exasperation from the repeated question was in Jonathan's answer. "All right, just making sure," Austin said. Then he started to smile while looking out into the distance. "I got a new skill I'm dying to try out." He had the same increase in level that I did and was really excited about his new skill. Last wave, he upgraded his Piercing Strike skill into the uncommon Piercing Light skill. It was what made such a bright light during his strike on the boss. After reaching level 16, he got another skill that he wanted to test out. Spear of the Morning was the skill he was referring to. It seemed like it was the signature skill of the class he had, and it started off as uncommon. He wouldn't tell me what it did and kept saying, "Wait and see." He always had a flair for the dramatic. The wave started, and we got ready to fight. I looked at my dad, and he gave me a slight nod. Convincing him was a hassle, but he eventually came around. He made me swear I would come back if it got too hard. His definition of hard and my definition of hard were two separate things, and whose definition we were going by was never agreed upon. Our adversaries were some kind of feline creature.
They looked like a mix between a puma and a mountain lion, with the ferocity of both. It wasn't the type of creature we were focused on, though. It was the level. For the first time since the tutorial started, the pattern changed. Instead of facing level 11 and 12 monsters like all of us expected, it was level 12 and 13 monsters. A 2-level increase. It wasn't anything huge, and I still outleveled them, but it was something to think about. It wasn't hard to do the math to figure out that for 90 days of the tutorial, there would be 30 waves. If every wave increased by 1 level, we would be facing level 30 monsters on the last wave. I was already over half of the way to level 30, and I was feeling confident in my ability to keep my leveling speed up. Even though it had recently slowed down for some reason, I could level 14 times in 60 days. If that was the pattern, and if it only increased by a single level. That math was proven false after this wave. If, after 10 waves, it started to increase by 2 levels every time, the max level changed. With a 2-level increase for 20 waves, the last wave would have level 50 beasts. That was a whole rank higher. Level 25 was the threshold for F rank, and that continued to level 50 when E rank started. We would have to go through not only one more drastic increase in power, but 2. And that was only if it stuck to a 2-level increase. If it suddenly increased to a 3-level increase, or something more, I didn't even want to think about that. This change did not bode well. People were barely keeping up with the single-level increase. Don't focus on that. Focus on what's in front of you. I had to work to narrow my attention, but I managed it. I couldn't afford to worry about the future right now. I was about to be in a dangerous fight and couldn't afford to be distracted. Why is a part of me excited?
Chapter 38. Tinted Red. This wave was different than the last one. The last wave was stressful and chaotic, which left me with little chance to focus much on what I was doing. I was too preoccupied with doing everything I could to not let any monsters by me. Now that the wall was upgraded and there wasn't anything to worry about with letting monsters by me, I could afford to fight differently. It was less frantic and more methodical. My axe rose and fell, followed by the bodies of my enemies. Austin on one side and Jonathan on the other. I had my flanks covered and could afford to be a little more aggressive with my swings. The last fight was wide sweeping swings to hit and injure as much as I could in the little time the beasts were in front of me. Now it was more structured. Less wild swings that left me open, but still powerful enough to deal damage. Keeping the balance of doing as much damage as possible and not leaving myself open to attack was a hard line to tread. I got a few nicks and scrapes before I tuned in to the right frequency. Nothing major, just stupid mistakes when I got overconfident or chased a kill that I shouldn't have. The longer I was immersed in the heat of battle, the better I was getting at it. It was freeing to deal out carnage without having to worry about someone getting hurt behind me. Everyone out here knew the risks and made their own choice. I didn't have to worry about them as much. I would still step in if things went wrong, but it wasn't the same. I got to take out my frustrations, my anger, my fury. Let it flow through me and into the battle. Nothing let me blow off some steam like making beasts disappear from existence, sometimes in a puff of red mist.
When we initially jumped down, there were some shouts and yelling to get back, but that was to be expected. I ignored them and did what I needed to do. I was in the middle of my venting when Jonathan yelled over the noise. "I can't take any more. I'm going back up."
I grunted a noise of affirmation and threw up an ice wall to help facilitate his exit. It was technically a waste of mana, but the cost was trivial compared to the amount I was throwing around with my swings. My mana pool had more than doubled since the start of the tutorial, and I was getting better at controlling it. Skills cost less with my increased control and were less wasteful. It took practice to master skills and to decrease the amount of waste each one produced. It turned out that most of the glowing that our skills produced was mana being wasted. The glow was a side effect of imbuing something with mana, but excessive wastage would make it glow more. It was mana getting dispersed into the air instead of powering the skill. Now that my left side was open, I had to fight more defensively and take less risky swings. Getting injured wouldn't be the end of the world, but I didn't want to risk wasting another day of healing. "Chris, the boss is coming. Get up here." My dad did not sound very happy. He probably felt that I should have retreated with Jonathan. I was 6 levels above him and vastly outpaced him in strength. I could take a little more than he could. Plus, based on his breathing when he left, his endurance could use some work. It had been just under an hour since the start, and I was moderately winded. My endurance was high enough to last this long, and I didn't have to sustain fighting at full power like last wave. I could last maybe 15 to 20 minutes of going 100%. That estimate was before I picked up Barbarian's Rage as well, a skill I had yet to activate. We were less overwhelmed by this wave, but were just starting to feel the strain. The monsters were still numerous, and we had been fighting for a while. My breathing was labored, and my axe was starting to deform. Damn it, I just made it. I knew it wouldn't hold up, but I didn't think it would be this fast. Austin gave me a look. "You thinking what I'm thinking?" he said. I could only laugh and nod. I wanted to say aim for the bushes, but I didn't think he would get that reference. He had picked up his boosting skill at level 13, and he wanted us both to use them. Channeling was different than other skills. I couldn't just force mana into the skill and have it take effect. It was different. It wasn't mana that the skill ran on. It was anger. I had been using the fight to release some, but I still had a lot in me. A stray thought about the 3 markers on the hill over was enough to get me mad. I channeled all of my anger into the skill, and for the first time, it took effect. I felt my body strengthen, my senses sharpen, and my reactions quicken. It felt like I was a soda can and someone shook me up. My blood pumped with more ferocity. It started to affect my feelings as well. It was like my vision was tinted red, and I needed to smash something. It wasn't hard to ignore those feelings, but it was annoying. If I was in a better state of mind, I would find it worrying, having a skill that affected me like that. Instantly, I knew I wouldn't be able to stay in this state for long. For all the boost felt great, it would tear my body apart if kept on too long. I side-eyed what Austin was doing and saw that he was adjusting to the boost, the same as me. It was a lot of stats to suddenly get boosted by, and it took a second to get used to it. I now had over 100 strength to get used to, along with 8 other stats. Let's test this out. Since we wouldn't be able to stay in this state for long, we got straight to it. We left the wall behind and started to push against the tide of beasts. I led the charge, and my axe-turned hammer opened the way. It left brutal wounds on anything it hit, leaving bloody chunks and body parts in our wake. It probably wasn't the most humane weapon. The deformed edge wasn't very good at slicing through much of anything. Austin's boosting skill was a lot less subtle. He started to light up like the morning sun. His eyes were like spotlights.
He's a real ray of sunshine now. I know what you're thinking, and you better not say anything. I didn't know it would turn me into a nightlight. He didn't seem pleased about the unfortunate side effect. I guess that's what he gets. The sun is anything but subtle, and ice was better. Whatever you say, sunshine. If I wasn't so mad right now, I would be laughing. With our boosting skills active, the monsters were like wheat and we were the scythes. The level 17 boss was the only thing that would stand a chance. It was clear we were handling the wave without trouble, and the yelling from the wall stopped. Or I tuned it out. I wasn't sure. I wanted to kill things, and the beasts were throwing themselves at me. The longer the skill lasted, the more it began to affect my mind. I was starting to get careless and started letting blows land that I wouldn't normally. I landed a fatal blow in retaliation, but that wasn't what I started the fight doing. It took a particularly heavy blow to my head to knock me out of it. I was still mad, but dazed enough to come back to my senses. "You okay there, bud?" Austin shouted behind me, before stabbing a cat monster in the head. "Yeah, just not used to the skill, that's all." I had to shake my head a bit to clear it. "Do you want to try the boss or get back on the wall?" Austin asked. It was a good question. I nearly died to the last boss, and this one was a level above it. We were a lot stronger, and I wasn't facing it alone. Was it worth it to risk a day of healing? I think it is. "Let's give it a shot," I said. With our plans set, we waded toward our bounty. In a rare spark of inspiration, I picked up a dead beast and chucked it at the boss with throwing proficiency. I'd never thought to do that before, but the rage gave me the idea. It was certainly one way to start the fight. Knowing that we would be retreating after this, I didn't ration my mana anymore, and layered onto my axe, and I ran at it like a madman. Maybe the rage was clouding my mind more than I initially let on. The fight passed in a blur. All I could think about was how angry I was, how stupid this tutorial is, and how some of my family was dead. The boss couldn't handle both me and Austin attacking it at full power, and started to succumb to its many injuries. Austin's piercing power skyrocketed with his new skill combined with his upgraded one. I was a little jealous of the power, but told myself it was two uncommon skills together, while I was using a common and uncommon together in my swings that weren't as powerful. Austin's new skill was a sight to see. Literally. It launched a ray of sunlight that extended from his spear and left searing wounds on the monster. It carried with it more than just light, burning some of the fur of the creature. I had to throw a few alls up when the boss was about to land a heavy hit, but other than that, the fight went fine. The occasional arrow or magic bolt landed, but that was minimal. Under our combined might, the beast fell. When my foe was dead, my strength left me. My anger had run out, and so had my stamina. My body felt weak and vulnerable. We made a hasty retreat to the wall, climbing the rope as quickly as we could. The only thing left alive were the stragglers of the wave, but with the weakened effect the skill left, even they would pose a threat. I took more wounds than intended, but nothing too serious. I would be right as rain tomorrow to go hunting. My father did not appreciate me ignoring him, and took the chance to give me a piece of his mind. My head was pounding from a mighty headache, and he took that chance to lay into me. "Dear Lord, help me. Abigail is coming." Jonathan was behind her and looked like a kicked puppy, even though he was covered in blood. How he managed to do that while the evidence of battle was still on him, I have no idea. She must have yelled at him already, and now it was my turn. Hopefully, he didn't tell her I knew what he was going to do. Dad was already mad at me. I don't need her mad at me, too. It was at that moment that a chime sounded in my head, and the notifications rolled in. Great, a distraction. Let's hope they can't tell I'm not paying attention to them. You have slain Wildcat. Level 12, 144 points earned. You have slain Wildcat. Level 11,
121 points earned. You have slain Wildcat. Level 12, 144 points earned. You have contributed in slaying Wildcat. Level 12, 30 points earned. You have contributed in slaying Enhanced Wildcat. Level 17, 143 points earned. You have successfully defended your claim. Extra experience awarded. 1,440 points to all who participated. Congratulations, you have leveled up. Congratulations, you have leveled up.
Only 2. Something's definitely up.
You need to use your head more. Ah, they're still going.
Chapter 39. Idle Worries.
The night sky was marvelous to look at. The stars twinkled in the dark, unknown constellations coloring the black canvas. It was a nice way to decompress after the day I had. The wave this morning revealed something that I didn't quite like. Had more of an effect than I was comfortable with. I didn't like how it colored my thoughts and made me feel unnaturally angry. I would have to get used to the new skill and learn how to control it so it wouldn't affect me. In time, it should be nothing more than an afterthought. I thought I'd find you up here. A voice broke the silence I had been basking in. What are you thinking about? I turned to see my father climbing up on the wall behind me. He had been so mad earlier, he yelled for 10 minutes straight. Abigail took over afterward and took up the baton. Jonathan had ratted me out under pressure and revealed that he had told me what he was planning to do. Bastard. I knew Abigail was scary when she wanted to be, but he didn't have to throw me under the bus. Nothing. Come to yell at me again? I queried. No, I did enough of that earlier, he said with a sigh as he sat down. His voice made it sound like he came up here for something else. In my defense, we never specified the exact definition of rough. I don't think saying that helped my case very much from the look he was giving me. You know what I meant. Discussing semantics wasn't what I had in mind when I asked for your promise. He didn't appreciate it when I did that, used technicalities. He let out a light laugh and shook his head before making to say something else. I knew what he was going to say, so I beat him to it before he could get the words out. It's the spirit of the promise, not the letter, I mocked. Over the years, we've had many an argument about that very statement, especially in my rebellious teenager phase. Back then, I did it just to spite him.
A man is only worth as much as his word, Chris. And you deliberately lied to me, he said. Technically, I didn't lie, I chirped back. Now you're being obstinate. He flicked me on the back of the head to show his displeasure. What he said stuck in my head, though. Why do you keep talking about honor and keeping your word? This is like the 4th time you've brought it up. It's a lot, even for you, I asked. I didn't mind it, but it was starting to get repetitive. How much have you thought about the future? He answered my question with another question. Real helpful. I don't know. As much as the next guy, I guess, I answered. I didn't know what he was getting at. Do you know that you could easily kill everyone here single-handedly? He said. What the hell? That was morbid. It also wasn't wrong. I didn't know how to respond to that, so I just grunted. In this new world, personal power means more than anything. Words and discourse aren't going to hold as much weight as they used to. Civility will go by the wayside. He let out a deep sigh and looked like he was contemplating something. I still didn't know how this was answering my question. I don't think I'm cut out for this new world. Before I could cut him off and ask what the hell he was talking about, he continued. I'm old, son, and not as spry as I used to be. The stats help, but
It's a mentality issue. I was preparing to retire in a couple of years and live out the rest of my twilight years with your mother. And now I see how this tutorial is going. I watched my brother die, my nephews die, and I don't want to leave anything unsaid, should the worst happen. Don't even say that. Don't even bring up the possibility. Everything is going to be fine. I'll protect everyone. You can't just give up. Some anger seeped into my words. He was acting like he had already given up. I'm not giving up, son. I just need to prepare for the possibility I won't make it back, he said.
And how are you doing that? I didn't see how that was relevant. My original question was forgotten. You've taken this whole change better than I could have imagined, and you're rising in power at a considerable pace. You and Austin both. He said, You'll have the ability to wield power over others that aren't as strong as you. In the case that I'm gone, I need to make sure that you're responsible, and I've passed on to you everything that needed to be taught, as a father should. I can already see people coming back from the tutorial with their newfound power, ready to take control of towns or cities. People will become warlords and proclaim themselves king. History's already full of self-proclaimed rulers, and this system is going to make it easier, maybe even reward it. He turned to look me in the eyes, pausing his lecture. The look he was giving me had a hint of pride in it. You have this drive in you, Chris. This unyielding spirit that I think will carry you far. I want to make sure that when that day comes, you will be a man of honor, a man of his word. I wouldn't go so far as to say righteous, but you get the picture. Based on his tone, he was being serious and wasn't making a joke. Who do you think I am? I'm not going to become some tyrant or killer, I defended myself. I thought I was a good guy, at least a decent guy. I wasn't about to start going around murdering people. Power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely, he quoted. Him and his quotes. I know how I've raised you and the man that you are, but the world isn't going to be as nice as it was. It won't be as easy to hold on to your morals. As a father, I can't help but worry. We sat in an uncomfortable silence. I didn't know what to say to that. It came out of left field. I thought he was coming up here to yell at me, not discuss morality. He stood to walk away. You don't have to think about it too hard, son. Just take it as a father's idle worries. I let him walk away without saying anything further. Well, that was pleasant. The sun was high in the sky and shined brightly through the windows of the forge. Calling it a window was generous, when it was really a hole cut into the canvas of the wall. We really needed to build a better forge, rather than enclosing an anvil and supercharged fireplace with walls. I had been at it since I returned from the morning hunting trip with Austin. I had one goal since the wave, and I was close to finishing it. I quickly activated Identify on my latest creation. High-carbon steel. Crude. Ha! I finally did it! Steel. Glorious, magnificent, amazing steel. It took a while to get right and iron out all the kinks. Ha! Just adding carbon and iron together and hoping for the best was not the way it worked. Incorporating carbon into the iron and making sure that it was spread evenly throughout the entire piece was difficult work. I also had to make sure I didn't add too much or too little, or it wouldn't be as strong as I was going for. Helped with the process, but until it recognized the piece as steel, the carbon wouldn't show up. It wasn't metal, and the skill was treating it as such, making it all the more difficult. It was odd the way the skill worked. One moment it was showing iron with impurities, and the next it said it was good quality steel. I wished I could have a recipe book from a steel mill to help with things. Knowing how to make high-carbon steel would have hastened the process considerably. High-carbon steel. Crude. I couldn't stop using Identify on it, like it was going to suddenly change its material structure and leap from the table it was on.
I had been trying to get the right combinations for 2 days. The cleanup from the 11th wave didn't take very long, and a few healing spells fixed me up so I could start working on it the same day. I worked late into the night yesterday before picking it back up today. Thinking of last night made the conversation pop into my head briefly before it drifted away. The healers didn't have to heal anyone else yesterday and could use all of their mana on Austin and me, even though it wasn't as efficient. It was nice not having to rest and recuperate, wasting a day of production. I had been doing other projects in the forge while I was experimenting, like small repairs or little things, like making nails. It gave my mind some time to think through the process and get a better idea of what I was doing wrong. Buying the steel from the store was an option, but this was something I wanted to do myself, not to mention expensive. I didn't have a lot of points to spend after using them all on the wall. The 11th wave gave me a lot back, and our hunting trips gave some, but not enough to be spending on steel I could make myself. Not only was it nice to finally have steel to work with, but it also came with a huge boost to levels. The experience it gave was a tremendous boon that I hadn't expected. It was more than any one project I had done thus far. Even the failed steel ingots gave some experience. It got me to level 10, where I got to choose my 3rd skill. Metallurgy was an option I considered, but I went for Create Armor instead. Metallurgy would give me a sense of the properties a metal had, and what metals might be combined into an alloy together well. I knew what kind of metal I was working with, and knew the properties of steel. It had been a while since my materials class in college, and I couldn't tell you the exact yield strength in pounds per square inch, but I knew the broad strokes. It was good enough for now, and I'd save the skill for later. Maybe I could buy it instead. No. I'll save the points for a class skill. I had been eyeing in the store. Austin had it, and it did a great deal toward recovering after the wave. It boosted his natural healing and sped up the time it took him to heal. With the healer's skills not working as well as before, it was becoming increasingly critical. It would also let me use more mana on my blacksmithing projects. I used every scrap of mana I had, trying to imbue it into the piece to increase the grade. I didn't know if what I was doing was right, but it couldn't hurt. Working with steel was considerably harder than with iron. It was not as malleable as the softer metal and took more strength to shape. My strength stat, now over 100, made my swings function more like a drop hammer than a normal human's swings. I had to be careful to not use too much or risk cracking the metal. I had gotten used to the level of strength iron required and had to find what worked best with the new metal. Making my new axe took time, and I put just as much care into it as the first one. A part of me considered just making a hammer instead, because that's what it would end up as once my strength outpaced the metal again. For now, I wanted an axe. If it so happened to turn into a hammer, so be it. Heavy weapon proficiency worked with both. Speaking of that skill, I recently got some good news about it. From the many spars and fighting I had done, I was more comfortable fighting with the two-handed weapon. The Great system must have agreed and upgraded my skill. It was now Heavy Weapon Proficiency Novice. It didn't feel that impressive to go from beginner to novice, but it was an upgrade all the same. It was odd how the proficiency skills used a different ranking system than the others. Most skills and items used the same rarity system: crude, common, uncommon, rare, epic, legendary, mythic. Crude being the lowest tier, and only my creation skills were that low. Proficiency skills followed the same ranks that the profession names did: novice, apprentice, journeyman, adept, expert, master, grandmaster. Beginner was the lowest, and didn't even have a profession dedicated to it. You were considered a beginner when you were learning to get the profession in the first place.
Or, in the case of my weapon skill, a total novice who had never picked up the weapon before. During the class with the alien, Cypterus listed out all the ranks and what they referred to. It was a little embarrassing to have a skill below what the lowest rank was considered. It wasn't my fault I hadn't picked up a heavy weapon before. Blame history for becoming civilized. It made me think about what other people started at. Like a professional fencer with a rapier, there's no way they started at the beginner tier. What did the system consider adept or expert? Was the best fencer in the world a master? Or the kendo practitioners in Japan, how high would they start? Thinking about the advantages that some people had made me wish I was into HEMA or something similar. Thinking about it more, I don't think they would have started that high. Maybe journeyman at most. You had to consider that the only thing they knew was fighting, at base human strength and speed. The stats we now had access to added a lot of variables into a fight that they wouldn't be accustomed to. That wasn't even considering the skills that were now involved. They would be able to adjust quicker with their experience, but people like me wouldn't be that far behind. At least, I didn't think so. Anyway, the upgrade was a nice boost that happened while I was sparring the other day. After the upgrade, I made sure to always fight in my heavy armor to help that skill move up in rank as well. It couldn't be too far behind. Then again, I only start the fight with it on, before it mysteriously falls off. Sadly, steel wasn't the answer to my create weapons skill. It was still considered crude. I could feel that I was close, though. I was just missing something.
There had been talks of upgrading the pylon surfacing, and I wanted to create a better weapon before then. I didn't think that it was necessary for the upgrade. It was just an arbitrary deadline I set for myself for motivation. The last upgrade was level 5 goblins, which we easily handled. How much of a challenge would upgrading our outpost into a village be? The city ranks were another thing to keep track of. All the different levels of things were confusing. Admittedly, it was only 3 lists so far, but it was still annoying. I had to admit it would be odd to use the 2 previous lists as the different levels of a city, like a crude city or Grand Master city. It didn't make much sense. With the walls upgraded, it required another pylon upgrade to increase them further. Having a pylon at the village level would also unlock some new things in the store that would be useful. The last upgrade revealed the information tab and also let us buy better gear from the store. It also increased the list of available skills for purchase. Ice Wall wasn't on the initial list of available skills when we claimed the pylon. Maybe it would unlock common tier weapons. People were more receptive to the idea than the first time we had the conversation, and I could see it happening shortly. If not after this upcoming wave in 2 days, then definitely the next. The main reason that we wanted to upgrade the pylon was to stay on top of the wall upgrades, so something like the 10th wave wouldn't happen again. If we always had the highest level of wall we could, then we wouldn't have to worry about monsters breaking it down. The gates would always be a weak point. History had proven that. But I had plans for that. If we designed the gates as kill boxes and left them open, it would funnel all the monsters into an easy spot to kill them. We could construct barriers to lead them along a certain path, to control where they could go. Everyone with a ranged skill would have clear shots, and the warriors could use it as a choke point. I would be standing in the gateway to stem the tide, but the others could stand further back where it wouldn't be as dangerous. I envisioned an alley, boxed in on both sides, starting from the gate and leading in a circle around the camp. The monsters would be forced to circle the camp while we picked them off little by little. We could also add escape points along the alley so warriors could escape before they got overwhelmed. I had a lot of grand ideas. It was making them come to fruition that was the hard part. The downside to my plan was that the boss would just break his way through without being hindered by the barricades we would put up, ruining the whole thing. We would have to fight it outside the wall somehow. How we managed that, I don't know. Suffice it to say, the plan required a little more thought on how it would work. It's just that knowing that the monsters would be able to break through the gate if we gave them enough time, I wanted a plan that alleviated that issue. Especially with the number of monsters increasing with every wave, they would get through over time. Like a droplet of water eroding a rock, the light but many attacks would eat through the gates. It wasn't something we had to finalize now, but it was something to keep in mind.
Chapter 40. Bad Guy. After the 11th wave, the days went on, and we went through with the pylon upgrade before the 12th wave arrived. The pylon upgrade went smoothly, and it was another wave that we dealt with cleanly. The first time spawned level 5 goblins, and this time wasn't much different. Level 15 kobolds. Nasty little creatures that looked like a lizard gone wrong. It was a step down from the intensity of a normal wave, and not much of note occurred. I didn't even get a level. Since they had weapons and were more organized, it was decided not to risk injury fighting in front of the wall. The 12th wave was coming soon, and I couldn't afford to be hurt for it. This wave was the less threatening of the two. The upgrade gave us more land under our ownership and expanded our shop. New skills were added to the list, and better gear as well. More information was available in the store, but we hadn't used any points on that yet. The first thing we were going to buy was a better wall. We took that lesson to heart and weren't going to be caught lacking again. The wall's price increased a 10-fold multiplier from before. 25,000 points for our current wall turned into 250,000 for the upgrade. It seemed the upgrade from wood to stone was worth more than the normal 5-fold increase. This one was going to be made out of stone, though, and would be a lot better than our current one. The description went on about better enchantments and the stone being significantly more sturdy than the wood. The pylon upgrade changed the 2-floor wooden cabin that we had at the center of our camp into a proper stone abode. It had more amenities in the structure, but it was still bare bones compared to a modern house. It was a nice last line of defense that we could now use, and we had multiple contingency plans revolved around it. The stone was extremely sturdy and would hold up well against any monster that would try to get in.
I used a full power swing to test the structure and left little more than a dent. After seeing what my full power swing did, my confidence in the structure rose significantly. It was a building that I could put my faith in, unlike the wooden cabin that needed to be repaired after the 10th wave. Seeing the damage to the cabin after that wave made me reevaluate the durability of the center structure. It appeared after we upgraded our pylon to the outpost tier, and only changed when we upgraded to a village. It seemed future upgrades would improve it further.
Forging, hunting, and fighting off the waves. My life fell into a rhythm. I was doing great, and we didn't have any more close calls or deaths in our camp. Jonathan got a little too confident on wave 13 and took a nasty wound to the chest, but nothing I couldn't save him from. He was a lot more timid in the next wave, though, and it almost led to the same conclusion. He regained his confidence throughout the fighting and got back to normal, but learned his lesson about being arrogant. Even though I was climbing in power at a steady rate, I couldn't help but notice it wasn't enough. 3 people couldn't fight a wave by themselves, and every consecutive wave made everyone else less and less effective. It would be wrong to say that they weren't doing anything, but I also couldn't say they were doing much. With wave 14 just finished the other day, people's levels were getting farther and farther behind. It was beginning to show with how many beasts made it to the wall. As the numbers increased, the monsters that ignored the 3 of us increased. They went around and focused on the wall. Nothing detrimental happened yet, but we had to spend points to repair the wall a few times. We would have to change our strategy here soon. We still didn't have the points for the wall upgrade and would only get enough after the 15th wave. 250,000 points was a lot to save up. The three of us who fought in the thick of it were still ahead, but everyone else was behind. They took the easy way out and took pot shots from the wall, barely injuring monsters with the little strength they had. Most had more profession levels than class levels at this point. The average level in the camp was level 12 or 13, somewhere between the two if decimal places were allowed. They had completely gotten behind the curve of the beasts. Even if the waves still went up by a single level, they would still be behind. There were some outliers, obviously, like Hal and Austin's mom, Carrie, who were our two remaining rangers. Austin was really pushing for her to get stronger. I tried to do the same with my dad, but he was intent to focus on his profession. Builder was a generic profession and gave him a lot of leeway to work on anything. We always needed something constructed. He recently built me a new forge that helped make my job easier. I didn't want to force him, so I left it at that. Hal and Carrie, on the other hand, both evolved into potent, long-range damage dealers. Sadly, there were also outliers in the other direction. Diana hadn't done anything since her son died, and hadn't even evolved yet. She was the lowest level in the camp. It was sad to think about, and there was nothing I could do about it. I saw Abigail try to talk to her, but she just wasn't well. After the pylon upgrade, there was an option for therapeutic help with coping, but we couldn't afford to buy it right now. It seemed even the system knew some therapeutic help was going to be needed for people to get through their grief and trauma. I dismissed those thoughts and moved on to happier ones, the good outliers. Austin's mom went for a more area of effect class, which upgraded her splitting shot into arrow rain. It greatly increased the amount of arrows she could produce every shot, and even though they were lacking in the damage department, the sheer amount made up for it. Hal went more for a single target damage class. He had power shot and imbue arrow, mixed with a few other skills I didn't know about. He could only do a few full power shots, but when he did, they were noticeable, especially with his wind affinity aiding in the speed of the projectile. Even I didn't think I would make it through unscathed, being targeted by his most powerful attack, and fortitude was my third highest stat. My armor would blunt some of the damage, but it was still in the crude tier. Steel helped, but it wouldn't be enough. He and Carrie both were ahead of the curve, and higher level than the others. Rachel was up there with them, and after her evolution, she could throw around some potent fire spells that were aided by her affinity with the element. Abigail continued to rise in level as well, keeping her title of highest level healer. What made her increase in level faster than the others was the fact she was buffing Jonathan. Any monster that Jonathan killed while buffed counted her as a contributor in the fight. And not only did she get tutorial points from that, but she also shared in the experience. It was also Abigail that healed Austin and me the most, giving her even more experience. It felt wrong to specifically go to her for healing, but we needed to focus all of the experience from healing us into one healer. It wouldn't be a good idea to diversify who we were healed by and have 4 below-average healers with none good enough to heal us quickly. One powerful healer was better than 4 mediocre ones. I thought about asking one of the other healers for a buff during a wave to essentially power level them, but thought better of it. Splitting the experience I received would do more harm than good. I needed to keep my lead over the beasts if I wanted to be a better protector. The new skills I got helped a lot toward making sure the waves went smoothly. When I reached level 19, I picked up Hail, Common. I needed a better area skill for the 4th with as well. I needed a better following believe. The time is a future chance of the program. I needed to pick back the footed of the ways, but I just want to the floor which I did it between Medigway.
When I reached level 19, I picked up Hail Common. I needed a better area skill for the twiddle file. I needed a better Vetterful Aaron skill for the beast. When I reached level 19, I picked up Hail Common. I needed a better higher killed for the way. But I wanted the floor with the level flay. The next coming is I look followate toward many of the beasts. I didn't pick this the program, but I needed a better area skill that didn't rely on my swings. Sweeping Slash was great, but it was only effective in the small radius around me. Hail created a downpour of ice depending on the amount of mana I sent into the skill. I could make the area it affected as big or small as I wanted, within reason. It would change the density of the ice coming down, but that was to be expected. It created an area where all the monsters coming at me had to be wary of the ice falling down on top of them.
The bosses completely ignored my ice like it wasn't even there, but it wasn't meant for them. Friendly fire was hard to ignore when I dropped a rain of ice where I was standing, so Austin and I had to separate while we were fighting. He had skills of his own that were starting to interfere with me as well, so it wasn't just my new skill. Over the waves, I had to worry about Jonathan less and less. After evolving, he got some potent defensive skills that aligned well with his affinity. His Earth affinity was a great match with his class of Shield Warrior, and made him hard to take down. He was still a few levels behind, but he was keeping up with my pace. The skill I got at level 22 took a while to get the hang of, and I was still working out the kinks. I just reached the level after the 14th wave yesterday, and hadn't had time to work with it much. I also hadn't had a wave to test it on, but I could already see its potential uses. Ice Manipulation Common wasn't like the other skills I had gotten. It was no understanded without for the first wave. Ice Manipulation Common wasn't like the other skills I had gotten. The clue with a successful discussion wasn't a later of a good for the love. Ice Manipulation Common wasn't like the other skills I've gotten. It wasn't a guide with me of me. It wasn't complete without for with an individual from counting. And it was leveling to find out the given of one skills, where the data was a great place of us. I also had to see that it's quite 25, but I was cloud in a straight with my first thing of Georgius. I had discussed the time without for with it known, and I was open the developer the skill was related out. I performed the day without for with a new successful. I had something to get waffle a bit that was soon, but I would like to do when we told. I wouldn't stead that he had there remains to be soon placed with it me, and I haven't to work without with it was no setup for the time. And I was unofcoursed with it, and I was not so constrained this video. I would call them to make me, but I was lork, but it was both dropped to the way for that open video. Ice Manipulation Common wasn't like the other skills that was open to work to with it me. It wasn't a guide without for with it known. I would still become to successful of at least one, and then work that was topping them it learn. It was not soling to the south work in the with it one, but I was not for them for an other skills. I was configted, I was one of the path of the prouth. I was finally, that was really specially and influent. I was still with it look at more power. I was published more generally that we hadn't to be in it that was a configted with important. I would look to despect it in the wave, but I was find like inexposed. I would also had another but was similar from the would learn, but I would relate it in the base. I would still become droplet, but it was not soling that to telling the way, but I would look at anything. I had them that was related. Ice Manipulation Common wasn't a guide with me of me. I was for leaf to describe to be record, but I was delivering with an H between them of all. I was looking to be marked about story to trop of the Bella, but I was having to move there. I was attendant with introductive tools and was leffled to served at the truth of their laugh. I was not soling to describe to be record. I wasn't the describe to be the Bella. The bosses keeping with my pace. The skill I got at level 22 took a while to get the hang of, and I was still working out the hang I had gotten. It had no immediate effect like heavy blow or hail. With those skills, you put mana into them, and out came the effect. Ice Manipulation was a channeling skill that required a specific medium to work on. Ice, in this case. It couldn't create ice from thin air, and could only work with what was already there. At first, it was difficult to make the ice do what I wanted it to, but like all things, practice prevailed. I could shape it somewhat and send it where I wanted it to go, kind of. It was difficult to get a full grasp of, and the skill had a wide range of applications that I was just starting to wrap my head around. It would take a long time to fully master, but I was looking forward to when I could control icicles with ease. Maybe with the use of hail, I could create a blender of sharp ice revolving around me while I fought. I had many fantasies I wanted to try out.
It was during my practice with ice manipulation that I was interrupted when Granddad walked up. Wave 14 was yesterday, and the next wave wouldn't happen for 2 more days. It wasn't my turn for watch tonight, nor was it my turn to cook. My thoughts cycled through the possible reasons why I was being interrupted, but came up with nothing. "Chris, I need you for a second," Granddad said. I knew he wasn't one to waste time, so I quickly followed him to where he needed me. As we walked through camp together, we picked up a few more people here and there. Austin, from where he was training his new skills, Rachel, from where she was. Hal had to climb down from the guard tower from where he was on watch. All of the strongest people in the camp. Something was up. It didn't take long to finish collecting the people that Granddad needed, and we made our way out of the camp and into the forest. I heard them before I saw them. People. Over the past few days, and as we got closer to the halfway mark, we received more notices and messages from other settlements and factions. More factions were sending out messengers and scouts than in the beginning, and meeting them was not as uncommon as it once was. But this was different. This was a group of over 20 people, and all of them were carrying bundles of stuff on their backs and carried an assortment of stuff with them. This wasn't a scouting group. They looked bedraggled and run down. They had dirt covering them, and their clothes were in desperate need of repair. Their eyes looked hopeless. It was unsettling to look at. They looked like refugees fleeing a war zone, and that's exactly what they were. The scouts spotted them heading west, and they were going to come close to our camp. After notifying Granddad, he selected a party to go talk to them, which was where I found myself currently. The group sent out a man who looked to be in the best shape to be their spokesperson. He had the most torn-up gear and looked like the leader of the group. I used Identify on him to see what level he was. Human, level 18. 4 levels below what I was, but still impressive. He was stronger than most of the people in our camp. He and Granddad both met between our 2 groups and started to talk. I was too far away to hear exactly what they were talking about, but it was clear what they wanted. They sought refuge and wanted to join our camp for sanctuary. They talked for longer than I thought they would before Granddad walked us back into camp. He gathered all of us up to discuss what he learned from the man. The group was made up of 2 different factions initially, but they both disbanded after they lost the pylon they claimed ownership of. After hearing their story, it was confirmed that the more people in a camp, the more monsters spawned in the waves. The first faction, the Gavins, was all but wiped out after the 10th wave and had to leave their camp in search of shelter. And the second faction, the Rothburns, was the one who took them in. After the sudden increase in citizens, the next wave, Wave 11, caught them all off guard by the amount of monsters they had to contend with. The combined faction wasn't able to handle the pressure, and they were forced to abandon their pylon while leaving a few people behind. It was a tragic story, and had a lot of us understandably upset. It made my heart ache to think about what had happened to them. In my mind, it was hard to ignore the lack of children. There were a few women in the crowd who looked particularly despondent, and I didn't want to think about what could have happened. There were still some small ones in the group, but it was obvious that some were missing. The refugees from the Gavins faction, the Rothburns took in, weren't much help in fighting off the wave. Their strong fighters died when they lost their pylon initially, and it was only the stragglers that were left to migrate toward sanctuary. A few of my family wanted to take them in and give them shelter, but I put my foot down.
It felt wrong to be the bad guy and force them away, but we wouldn't end up any better if we allowed them in. It hurt my heart to be the bad guy, but I couldn't afford to be generous when we were already teetering on the edge. We were barely keeping our head above water as it was. We didn't need to attach a boulder to our back and make it worse. The crestfallen faces of the people when we told them to move on stung, but there was nothing I could do. They put my family at risk if they joined, and that was something I couldn't abide by. Over the last few waves, my authority in the family had risen, and they heeded my decision. Austin and Granddad backing me up helped matters. We still aided them as much as we could, let them use our pylon to purchase what they needed, like food and water. The ones with professions repaired what they could. Vinny and I serviced their weapons, and even gave them a few more. Sam and Ashley repaired their armor, and we replenished their stock of arrows. Watching them go was difficult. The world was cruel, and not always fair. Hearing that and seeing that were two separate things. It took a while to clear my head of their faces, but I worked through the feelings. My responsibility was toward my family, not to strangers. If I was in a better position, things would be different, but I wasn't. Their group wouldn't be the last we turned away.
Chapter 41. Refugees.
I was furious and could barely stop myself from unsheathing my sword and taking this pompous asshole's head off. Not only did he deny us aid, but he also tried to ask for compensation for using their pylon. All we were trying to do was use the points we earned from hunting the beasts in the forest to buy food. 3 factions had already turned us down, but none of them were as rude as this asshole. He took what little power he had gotten, and it went straight to his head. I was higher level than him, and could kill him easily, but that wouldn't help matters. I could feel the urge to take my anger out on him rising as more words oozed out of his mouth. If this went on any longer, I might not be able to hold myself back. All the previous groups were polite, and at least let us use their pylons, but this guy wanted to charge us a fee just for using it. One group even repaired all of our gear for us before we went on our way. That one was particularly heart-wrenching. I thought we had finally found a faction that would take us in after a week of traveling, but in the end, they came to the same conclusion as all the rest. The elder gentleman that I spoke with was civil at least, much better than this guy. The elderly gentleman I spoke to must have been an old grandpa before the system came. It was odd to see the effects that stats had on old age. I wasn't as young as I used to be, but my body felt better than ever, and I was only middle-aged. Late middle-aged, but still middle-aged. He came with a group of the strongest people that I'd seen thus far in the tutorial. 2 people in particular stood out, and I could still remember the feeling that they gave off, seemingly subconsciously. They were both level 22, and had a presence to them that I couldn't ignore. The reason I think it was a subconscious aura was because they didn't seem to be doing it on purpose.
The blacksmith in particular was very polite and decent to talk to, yet the feeling persisted throughout the conversation. It was like facing down one of the monsters during the waves. No one else in our group felt it, but I knew it was there. I wasn't crazy. We had been traveling for a while by then, and I was running on fumes, so that could have been it, but I didn't think so. All of the walking, along with making sure nobody fell behind, added to the job of keeping everyone safe. I didn't know how I was still going. Rebecca, my wife, was a bastion to lean on. If she wasn't here, I didn't know what I would have done. After the strong group and older man went back to discuss the request amongst themselves, I thought we had a decent chance of getting approval. They seemed like nice people, and their camp looked pristine.
Their wall in particular stood out and looked way different than the one that was around our camp. It must have been upgraded or something. They deliberated for a while before they came to break the news. Even though they said no, they still helped as much as they could. It was nice to see that even though the world had ended, there were still decent people. The hoping was the worst part. Every time we would stumble onto a faction, we all couldn't help but hope this was the one, only to be denied. Living in the wilderness was hard, and it was only going to get worse. Predators hunted you at all times of the day, and traveling at night was a good way to end up dead. Even with experience spending nights in the forest, people still disappeared at night. The monsters were getting stronger too. At first, they were easy enough to kill, but their levels increased with each passing day. Food was becoming an issue. As the monsters got stronger, we needed more people to take each one down. What was once 5 hunting groups of 4 people turned into 4 groups of 5, and lately, 3 groups of 6 with some stragglers. With not as many groups hunting, we weren't bringing enough food in to feed all of us. That was why we had to supplement our hunting with buying food from the store. Which brought me back to the arrogant fool's incessant rambling. He was going on about how he was letting us use his pylon. If this was how he acted, I felt sorry for the people who lived here. We wouldn't survive until the next faction if we didn't restock at this one. So I had to grit my teeth and pay the outrageous fee. I swore to myself that I would get revenge on this asshole when I got the chance, and it made me feel better about paying him. When we initially lost our camp, and so many of my family died, I wanted to take it out on the group we took in. It was their fault, and I wanted them to pay. The only reason I calmed my anger was because Rebecca talked me out of it. Now that we were all traveling through the forest, we would need as many people as possible. If nothing else, then to act as a buffer. Under the guise of rotating shifts, I had them rotating between leading and bringing up the rear, just in case we got ambushed in the woods. It felt wrong to use them like that, but all I had to do was think of that night, and the feeling went away. I couldn't stop picturing when walls came down and the monsters came through. When they broke through and got through the gate, the screams would haunt me forever. I could still taste the smoke in my throat and feel the heat from the fire. A stray firebolt had caught our huts on fire, and the whole camp went up in flames. My back was still burned from trying to get as many of the kids out of the cabin as I could. We thought they would be safe in there, away from the fighting. We were wrong. When the cabin went up in flames, I dropped everything to rush toward it. I left the front lines and sprinted as fast as I could toward the burning structure. I didn't even say anything to my brother, who was fighting the beasts next to me at the time.
I never saw him again. Aaliyah and Olivia were the only thing on my mind, and I wasn't going to let my little girls burn. That was a terrible way to go, and a fate I wouldn't wish on anyone. Luckily, I got to my daughters before the building was too engulfed in the flames. After securing them and making sure they were safe, I went back to get as many as I could. I got fewer than I liked to think about. Even with these magical stats and skills, suffocation was still deadly. I could hold my breath for a lot longer now, but it still wasn't infinite. All my levels and stats equated to nothing that night. Rebecca found me face down, a foot into the doorway of the fire, from another trip into the building. A burning log had fallen on my back and burnt through my clothes to the bone. I still had shooting pains in my back occasionally. I got it healed, but the burn scar remained. As would other scars. I think that was another reason that I didn't take my anger out on the Gavins. By the time I could get up and move around, my anger had faded. Now I was just sad. There was still anger. Oh, there was anger. But it wasn't the white-hot, in-the-moment anger. No, it was the simmering rage that lay beneath the surface. My parents had died long before the system came, in a car crash, but my brother left to join them that night. My nephew joined them not long after. I got him out of the cabin, but he didn't pull through.
The fire had been too much for his small body to take. I didn't like to think about it. The burns. It was unpleasant. We had been struggling for a while before it finally came crashing down on us. My sister-in-law got trampled by a deer early on, and it had been downhill from there. We had never been the most orderly of families, and the apocalypse only exacerbated the issue. Everyone wanted to do things their own way, and that led to fights. What we should buy from the store, how many points each person would spend, who did what jobs. Everything led to a fight.
No one wanted to skin the beasts for leather. No one wanted to go into the forest for food. No one wanted to get their hands dirty with work. If we weren't forced to defend ourselves from the monsters, they probably wouldn't want to kill anything either. I never realized how pampered we were before it was all taken away. The first few days were rough to get through, but after what happened on the third wave, people shaped up. Carly didn't deserve what happened. Trampled to death by monstrous deer wasn't a pretty way to go. My brother didn't take the death of his wife very well, and nearly killed himself trying to get revenge on the foul beasts before we stopped him. Even after what happened, everyone hoarded their points for personal gain, and it took yelling and screaming to get people to spend any on the wall we needed. We lost people almost every wave until we had some semblance of safety when we finally bought the wall. This whole thing felt like one long nightmare that I couldn't wake up from. What made matters worse was that no one helped us. We sent out letters asking for aid or anything people could spare, and no one answered. When the Gavins initially showed up after the 10th wave, we thought it was because of our letter, not because they were refugees. We didn't think anything of it. We thought the more the merrier. The more people we had, the easier the waves would be. Oh, how wrong we were. We just wanted to help them like we had been denied. No one could have guessed that decision would lead to our downfall. None of the refugees we took in were above level 12. At the time, it was below what most of our camp were at. That was one of the main reasons we took them in. If we were more powerful than them, we wouldn't have to worry as much about deceitfulness. From the way they looked when they arrived, it would be far-fetched to think they were there for malicious reasons. But I had my girls to worry about, so extra caution was necessary. It wasn't until later that I put together why they were so low level. All of their fighters died when they had to flee their camp. What we were left with were the people who weren't powerful enough to do anything. Every monster of the 11th wave was higher level than them. We had barely made it through the 10th wave, and what we thought would help doomed us to die. I didn't know how much more of this I could take. The only thing keeping me going was the thought of my family dying. Every time I pictured them being eaten by monsters, I found a little more in me to keep going. If they weren't here, I didn't think I could do this. Chapter 42. Ice Manipulation. Day 42. Huff, huff. My body hurt from the strain, but I powered through. Sweat was dripping down into my eyes, but I was almost done, and it would only take a little more. I was doing the best I could, and it was still threatening to fall apart. I could see parts of it shaking and about to fall. I had to double down and firm my grip to make sure that it all held. Hurry up! I don't know how much longer I can do this. My words fell on deaf ears. In no more of a hurry than before I spoke, she put the finishing touches on, taking her sweet time. Now that she was down, I could relax. It wouldn't do to have a little girl fall from that high. A round of applause rippled out from the crowd that gathered around us, and I carried Anna back to admire our work. It was flawless. The snowman reached over 12 feet tall, and the hat fit perfectly. Anna couldn't reach high enough to put the hat on, so I had to hold her up, while also holding the snowman together with I never knew something so inconspicuous took so much effort. Creating the ice with was the easy part. Shaping it into what Anna considered the right shape was hard. I had to hold 3 separate balls of ice in the right shape before getting all of it according to her specifications. Admittedly, I could have made it easier on myself and done it one at a time, but that wasn't the point. Trying to think of ways to train was hard. I had just been juggling a few pieces in the air when the thought of making a snowman popped into my head. It was just a random thing to make, and I thought it would be funny, so I did it. Once Anna saw what I was doing, she demanded to be able to help. By help, she meant to take over. I had been using my skill to shape the ice into the right shape, but what I thought about how to do it was wrong, apparently. Anna would shout out instructions of what to do and how I was doing it wrong.
I would have to comply with her orders or face her wrath of pouting until I did what she said.
How big it was, where it was placed, how ovally it looked, even how round it was. I never knew there were so many specifications for a snowman. This was turning out to be a great way to train the skill. I could feel the strain of holding it all together simultaneously. When I first got the skill, I could barely shape the ice into what I wanted. Now I could do it with much finer detail. It was still rough, but better than before. As my control increased, so did the range. The better I got at the skill, the further away I could control it. It still wasn't anything huge, and only extended to about 15 feet, but it was farther than when the skill started. It started at 10 feet, and it had already increased by 50%. Lack of familiarity in sensing the ice was the main reason I thought that it increased so quickly. That was also the reason it was so low to begin with. You couldn't manipulate what you couldn't feel. I didn't know how much my affinity was helping me, but I could feel the increase from day to day. I was getting better at it with each passing day, and the more I practiced. My initial thought when I got the skill was to make weapons made of ice and wield them instead of my axe. I wouldn't have to worry about my axe breaking if I could make one out of ice. That idea didn't pan out well. I could do it, but it was fragile. I should have known that if I was deforming iron with my swings, ice wouldn't fare any better. For some reason, I thought magic ice would be different. Instinctively, I knew there was a way to strengthen it, but I wasn't there yet. It had only been a few days since I got the skill, and asking it to hold up to my strength was a bit much. The ice was most effective being shot out at my targets. I didn't know if it was my familiarity with firearms that was the reason why this was the most effective, or if it was something else. Shaping the ice into an icicle wasn't that hard, and then all I had to do was shoot it away from me. Aiming was something to get used to, but it wasn't that bad. What surprised me was that what I was doing was considered throwing. How I knew that was because activated when I did it for the first time. The skill had a subtle activation, but I could feel it, and I saw the bonus was applied because the icicle flew faster. After some testing, it revealed it only activated when the ice left my range of manipulation. I guess it wasn't considered throwing if I could still manipulate it. Anything over 15 feet was considered a throw, for whatever reason. I didn't consider it throwing, but I wasn't going to say anything. Looking back on it now, I wanted to slap past me. It was not a very useful skill, and I could have picked something far better if I'd known more. I think it was a mixture of not wanting to get up close and personal with the monsters, while also wanting a ranged skill that I even chose it. It would have been a useful skill if my main way to attack was with throwing knives or throwing axes, but it wasn't. I still used the skill almost every fight, but there were better ones out there I could have gotten. Live and learn, I guess. Seeing how effective my makeshift ice bolt was, I ended up purchasing the skill version of it. The waves having more and more monsters had the side effect of giving me more and more points after I killed them. I was swimming in the points lately, and I still had some left over after buying 2 skills. With the new price tag of 5,000 points a skill, I had to be a little more cautious of what I got.
I still had impulsive feelings towards certain skills, but I worked to curb them into something useful. Was the first one I bought. Seeing how effective it was after Austin got it, it was a no-brainer. I had initially dismissed the skill because I didn't think that it would be useful. Yeah, increased mana regen and healing sounded good, but I didn't have a lot of skills that used mana initially, and we had healers for healing. I wouldn't need the increased regeneration if we had healers, and I didn't use mana. How short-sighted that was. Meditation was better than I originally gave it credit for. Now, with the disparity in levels between me and the healers, it was more important than ever to have a way to heal myself. It was by no means quick, but Austin was up and walking around after the 10th wave, while I was still bedridden. After using the skill for a few hours, he was in good enough shape to fight again. He wasn't good enough to fight off another wave, but enough to be useful in a fight, if it came to that. I, on the other hand, was useless for over a day. A feeling that didn't give off happy and warm thoughts while I was lying in bed. The skill was straightforward, and there wasn't much else to say about it. I had been using it more frequently after I got ice manipulation. It was easy to get carried away while practicing and run out of mana. The second skill I bought was Ice Bolt. I wanted a faster way to use my icicles as a weapon, and a skill that formed them for me was perfect. My affinity made the skill more effective, and it paired well with ice manipulation. I had compared with Alice on whose skill was better, and I beat her easily. She had more magic stats than I did, but didn't have the affinity for ice that I did. I thought for sure that she would, given that she had multiple ice skills, but she didn't. Her affinity was for water. She said that it kind of felt like it helped, but not by much. I thought it was all in her head, because the results were clear. My Ice Bolt was all around better than hers. It was faster than hers, and it did more damage. Turning off ice manipulation evened the odds, and made hers just barely better. I had the affinity, and my higher level, to negate the fact she had higher magic stats. If we had the same magic stats, it wouldn't even be close. It seemed that having an affinity for the element drastically increased its power. Surprising, I know, but the difference was clear when seeing it side by side. There had to be a reason that my skill did so well compared to hers. At first, I thought that magic was just a matter of having the higher intelligence stat, but that proved false. She had over double the amount of intelligence that I had, and it still turned out that way. There had to be something else at play, like strength of spirit or something. The spirit seems to be the commonality over everything we've learned so far. The guide in the white room at the beginning mentioned it, and the alien Sipterus said something about it during his class. It seemed like a bigger deal than what we were giving it credit for. But how was my spirit stronger? Was it my total stats? So many questions and so few answers. I guess stats weren't everything. I pulled up my status to look at it now that I was thinking about it. Name: Christopher Zelensky. Race: G. Human. Class: G. Arctic Barbarian. Uncommon. Level 22. Profession: G. Novice Blacksmith. Common. Temporary. Strength: 140. Agility: 58. Perception: 16. Fortitude: 64. Endurance: 78. Vitality: 40. Intelligence: 15. Wisdom: 20. Acumen: 16. Free points: 0. Laws: none. Class skills: Heavy Blow, uncommon. Fortified Body, common. Throwing Weapon, Probigener. But then 15. Identify, common. Penetrating Strike, common. Sweeping Slash, common. Ice Wall, but not forgetting 2000. Identified Parton. Fortitating Strike, common. Identify, common. Identified Strike, common. Fortitrating strike, common. Ice wall, penetrating strike, common, but not forgetting 2000. Free points, 0. Laws, none. Class skills, heavy blow, uncommon. Fortified body, common. Throwing weapon, proficiency, beginner. Identify, common. Penetrating strike, common. Identify, common. Identify, common. Penetrating strike, common. Identify, common. Penetrating strike, common. Sweeping slash, common. Class skills, heavy blow, uncommon. Fortified body, common. Throwing weapon, proficiency, beginner. Identify, common. Penetrating strike, common. Identify, sweeping slash, common. Identify, common. Heavy armor, proficiency, beginner. Free points, 0. Laws, none. Class skills, heavy blow, uncommon. Fortified body, common. Fortified body, common. Penetrating strike, common. Laws, none. Fortified armor, proficiency, beginner. Heavy armor, proficiency, beginner. Heavy armor, proficiency, beginner. Sweeprints, support beginner. Heavy weapon, proficiency. Heavy armor, 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 proficiency. Weapon proficiency, novice. Body of a barbarian, uncommon. Barbarian's rage, common. Ice manipulation, common. Barbarian's ice manipulation, common. Meditation, common. Professional, professional secured. Professional trace completeful. Barbarian's ice manipulation, common. Barbarian's rage, common. Barbarian's rage, common. Barbarian's rage, common. Professional, wiltery of manipulation. Meditation, common. Ice manipulation, common. Barbarian's ice bolt, common. Profession skills, sense metal, common. Create weapon, common. Professional skills, sense metal, common. Professional skills, none. Professional skills, sense metal. Professional skills, sense metal, common. 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 Professional skills, sense metal. Professional skills, sense metal, common. 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 Bolt, create weapon, beginner. Create weapon, metal, common. Create weapon, metal. Create armor, crude. 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 Create armor,
crude. Create armor, crude. Create armor, 0. Points, 7,671.
My stats had exploded over the past 4 waves. Carrying the momentum from the 10th wave, where I got 3 levels, I got 2 more per wave until the 13th. I had only gotten 1 level in the last 2 waves, bringing me to level 22. I was getting closer to the next evolution, and I couldn't help but note the blank section on my status.
Laws. None. The coins section was also blank, but that was different. Coins were the currency of the multiverse, and we weren't able to get them while we remained in the tutorial. The law section remaining blank kept drawing my eye, and it stuck out like a sore thumb. My skills were this overflowing list, while the laws remained blank. I knew that my feats were incorporated into what kind of evolution I got, and it was grating to think that I would evolve again while leaving it blank. No one in our camp had a law, so it wasn't like I was behind or anything, but it was still annoying to look at. I wanted to get the strongest evolution I could, and a law would help. I wouldn't go for anything fancy like karma or divination, but was an ice law too much to ask for? I would have to do something to fix that. Maybe Austin had some ideas.
I wonder when everyone else in the multiverse gets a law.
Chapter 43.
Tranquil thoughts. Breathe in. Hold. Breathe out.
Repeat. This wasn't working. It was extremely boring to sit and do nothing for an extended period of time, especially after I had been so active in these last few weeks. If this was before, it wouldn't be so bad. Lying around and watching a TV show or reading something was a great way to pass the time. It felt like torture to bring me out of a sedentary life, hand me cool, magical skills, make me fight for my life almost daily, and then ask me to sit still and think about some unknown, magical law. I had to admit that I didn't know what I was doing either. In books, the main character just sits down for a few minutes and magically understands. That wasn't how it worked in real life. Sitting and thinking really hard about it didn't make me understand it any better. I wasn't going to just magically understand a law by sitting and pondering about it. That was absurd. That was like having no introduction to calculus and trying to learn it through meditation. It was crazy. Crazy people would do that. I admit, I had 0 experience with anything regarding a law. But how hard could it be? I knew how ice formed, the freezing temperature of water. Hell, I even knew the density, which is lower than water if you were curious, which is why it floats. Ice that's most commonly found in nature is not the ice that I was envisioning while I was meditating. Any ice that wasn't clear had air bubbles in it that would compromise the structure. I remembered taking a fluids class in college where this came up, something about water holding too much air in it and having to expel it while it froze. The exact details were a little fuzzy since the class was a couple of semesters ago. It was the clear ice that I was trying to picture. Sitting and thinking about everything I knew about ice yielded no results. I had better things to do than to sit here and accomplish nothing. Now that I thought about it, maybe not.
My armor was made, my axe reforged in steel, and everyone had new weapons to use. There was nothing actively pressing that I had to get done before tomorrow's wave. The previous 3 waves went down easily enough, and I didn't have a feeling of imminent dread. I needed to get this law thing figured out soon if I wanted to get it before I evolved. If I continued receiving a level a wave, then I would evolve in 3 waves. That gave me 7 days to figure it out. Not a lot of time when you thought about it. Wave 15 came tomorrow, with wave 16 in 4 days, and the 17th in a week. That was also relying on no changes to the waves as well. Wave 10 introduced a new variable, and with a milestone wave coming up, something else could change, ruining my time clock. If there was a change in tomorrow's wave, I didn't think that it would be anything huge, or I would feel it. I wasn't positive how my spidey senses worked, but they were spot on for the 10th wave. I could be in the forge, trying to level my profession as soon as possible, or training, but I needed a break from that. I had been doing those exact two things for the past few days, and I was tired of it. It was inevitable that I would have to go back and work on them again, but I needed a break right now. Something to freshen me up and give my mind a break. My eyes drifted north toward the mountains. The Forbidden Mountains. That title sounded cliché, but it was the truth. Ever since we saw how high of a level the monsters there were, venturing there was forbidden. No one had to say anything about not going there, but it was implied. Everyone had enough common sense not to venture too far in that direction. The beasts were too powerful back then, but maybe not anymore. The beasts were past the evolution threshold and were in the F rank, but I had gotten a lot more powerful since then. I faced boss monsters that were almost that high, and they were more powerful than normal monsters.
The last wave, Wave 14, had a boss at level 24, one level shy of the threshold. Oh, I didn't think about that. Tomorrow's wave would have a boss past that threshold. How could that have slipped my mind? The level 24 boss from the last wave was difficult to put down, even while working together with Austin. Jonathan even got involved at one point, but he couldn't handle the fight for long. Being a shield warrior made him a really good tank, doubly so with his earth affinity. The only problem was his low level. He had been gaining on me after every wave, and was only a few levels behind me now at level 20, but it was still a 4-level gap behind the boss. It was annoying that I was doing everything I could to level up and get stronger, and he was gaining on me. He didn't even have an uncommon class like me. Maybe that was the reason. Who knows? Now that we had enough personal points to buy whatever profession starter that we wanted, Austin and Jonathan finally obtained their professions. No one else wanted to be an explorer, so Austin had to buy his outright. That left him one skill behind me in total, since I had more points to spend than him. He was happy with his choice, and I wasn't going to say anything about it. It didn't seem like it would be very easy to level while we were here in the tutorial, but it wasn't my decision. Jonathan, on the other hand, went a bit more practical with his profession and chose merchant. He had been a salesman before the tutorial, and it translated well into merchant. A few others in the family wanted to be merchants, so he didn't have to foot the bill for the entire book by himself. There weren't a lot of opportunities to level up that profession, like explorer, but there were things he could do. If I had him purchase everything I needed for the forge, he got experience for that. He got a discount in the store based on his level, so it was beneficial for me as well. Ted with the few messengers we had received was another thing that he could do to level up. I didn't know if giving the refugees aid counted as experience as a merchant or not. I didn't ask him. Anything revolving around trading or purchasing resources was in his wheelhouse, though, and he seemed to know what he was doing. With their new professions, they had more stats to fight with, and Jonathan wasn't as far behind. It showed in his help with the boss. He could only tank a few hits, but it was better than nothing. It let me have free rein to attack however I wanted for a few moments, and that led to some deep wounds to start the fight. I didn't know how well that would translate to an F-ranked beast, though. When we were fighting the evolved boar, when we were below level 10, it was a slog, and F-rank was supposed to be worse. Every time you evolved, the gap got steeper and steeper. H to G rank wasn't that bad of a jump. G to F was bigger. Something like A to S rank was near insurmountable for most people. Only someone with a high rarity class at A tier could make the jump, and the S tier would have to have a low rarity class to make it possible. There were always outliers,
but those were the exceptions to the rule. Having the boss split its attention 3 ways was a lot easier than when it was just the 2 of us. We had ranged support from Hal, Carrie, and Rachel, but it wasn't the same. They were up on the wall, shooting from safety. We were down with the beast, trying not to get eaten. After thinking about it, we should be fine. I had a host of new skills, and I knew the other 2 did as well. Ice manipulation helped strengthen Ice Wall into a defensive ability, strong enough that could hold off a boss's attack or 2. Rage was a nice boost, and with my strength stat still climbing, the boost got better at every level. With a strength stat of 140, the boosting skill brought it up to 154. It added over 4 levels worth of strength in a single skill.
It added more stats than what I initially started with. I was looking forward to seeing what my new magic attack would do. I wasn't expecting to be insanely powerful, but it should be able to do some damage. Throw the boss out of rhythm unexpectedly, or use it to target a vulnerable part while it was distracted. I had a lot more options in combat now that I had a decent number of skills to back me up. Depending on how the boss went, maybe we could start going up into the mountains for our hunting trips. It was getting harder to find worthy prey in the forest, and we usually had to settle for level 20 or so beasts. The forest just didn't have that many high-level monsters in it for us to hunt. We wiped out most of the more powerful ones already. The level 15 bear that scared us so much in the beginning was long dead, and its hide used for armor. I think Scott has that set if I'm not mistaken. The mountains might hold the key to gaining a lore before my evolution. It was the only place that had snow near here, and maybe being in the environment might spark something. Gah, I wish this wasn't so hard. It felt like I was guessing at what might work, when I knew for a fact people already had the answer I was looking for. If only the system wasn't so stingy. Laws didn't come into play until the evolution to E rank, but maybe the environment was different. I'd read cultivation stories where people gain enlightenment from watching a waterfall of some shit, so maybe that was the answer. It didn't matter if it wasn't helpful. Anything was better than sitting here and thinking about it. Some hiking might do me good.
Chapter 44. Blizzard.
You've got to be shitting me. I couldn't help but mutter. It was day 43, and I was currently watching the 15th wave spawn in. It went how all of the others had started, except for one small difference. "Over 120 spotted coming over the East Hills!" Hal shouted out. Now that wouldn't sound that bad, and with only 120 in the wave, it sounded quite good. The last wave had over 250 beasts, so it seemed like a drop in difficulty. But that wasn't taking into consideration the 130 monsters we were watching run toward us from the west. They were coming from 2 directions. The waves had followed a strict clockwise pattern since the beginning: east, south, west, north, in that order. Besides the pylon upgrades, every wave rotated following that pattern. Today's wave was supposed to come from the west. We were all in formation, facing west. I knew there would be a change this wave, but I didn't think it would be this. It would split our forces in 2 opposite directions. I turned to Austin, looking to see how we were going to do this. Usually, I would be the tip of the spear in our 3-man formation while fighting the waves. This would break us up. "I'll go to the east. I'm faster," he said. The beasts were still a ways away, but they would close in quick. I could make it across the camp to the eastern gate in enough time, but he would be quicker at it. "Take Jonathan with you," I said. He would need him more than I would. I could tank for myself while also dishing out damage, and Austin was more oriented toward dealing damage. It wasn't to say he couldn't take damage, it just wasn't his strong suit. These waves were a marathon, not a sprint. I didn't know if he would be able to last the whole wave by himself. He was damn strong, but I couldn't help worrying about him. We had grown close fighting together, closer than the 2 decades we spent together before. "I don't need him. He can stay here with you," Austin replied.
Guys, I'm right here, Jonathan said. I guess it was kind of rude to talk about him like he wasn't standing right next to us. He'll interfere with my blizzard. Take him, I said. It was a flimsy reason, but a reason nonetheless. Austin made to answer, but sighed instead. Fine. Stay safe and don't do anything I wouldn't do, Austin said, looking at me with a smirk. That wasn't saying much. There wasn't a lot that he wouldn't do. Before they walked too far away toward the eastern gate, I caught Austin's eye. I motioned with my head toward Jonathan with a look that said, "Take care of him." He got what I was implying and gave me a slight nod before turning fully and running away. It was usually me who made sure that Jonathan stayed safe, but I would have to delegate that task to Austin. A part of me was glad that he agreed to take him. 2 was better than 1, and Jonathan wasn't the detriment that he started out as. After 4 grueling waves of fighting off hundreds of monsters, he was pulling his own. He could handle himself, and I was hoping he could help Austin if the need arose. The blizzard I was talking about was a new technique that I would be trying out this wave. Ice manipulation training had been going really well, and I had enough control to use the technique. The name was self-explanatory of what it was. Using hail, I would rain down ice to start the wave. Then, using ice manipulation, I would pick up all the ice I could and spin it around me as fast as I could. A blizzard. I still couldn't control that many projectiles while spinning them around myself, but I was getting better. I had noticed over the fights that when I used hail extensively, I fought better. I didn't know quite what it was, but it felt more free, or natural. It was dancing in a stuffy room compared to an open stage. I couldn't think about it anymore before the beasts closed in. It was time to shine. My attention wasn't focused on who all left the western gate to head east, so I wasn't aware of who was still here. The only ones that really mattered were Hal, Carrie, and Rachel anyway, and I should find out soon. It wasn't a big deal. I just wanted to know if I should watch out for Rachel's fireballs. She had this nasty habit of melting all my damn ice. I would throw down a hail around me, and she'd think it was a perfect time for an overpowered fireball to come melt it all. It was frustrating. We were both fighting over the same thing with our mana, and I would always lose. Temperature. It was a game of control, and I had the odds stacked against me. She was way better at controlling mana than I was, and she had the magic stats to back it up. It was like trying to play tug-of-war against someone with one hand tied behind my back. Every time a fire skill came near me, it made it that much harder to use my ice skills. Fire mana and ice mana didn't mix, and were polar opposites. Literally. If I saturated an area with ice mana, Rachel would first have to force the mana back to neutral, then use her fire skills. She could still throw fireballs in an area with ice mana. They were just less effective. The same went for me. After finding out that fun tidbit of information, I had been training to rectify that weakness. When I could find the time, I would spar with Rachel. It wasn't normal sparring, but manipulation sparring. She had, and we would battle against each other for control over the temperature using our respective skills. Honestly, it was the main reason I got so good at ice. It was like extreme resistance training, but for my skill. I had yet to beat her. I wasn't mad about it or anything. No. It makes sense the more powerful and higher level one should lose. Perfect sense. While in the smithy, I battled against the fire heating the forge.
It wasn't a sentient flame, so it didn't fight back, but it was something to practice against. Everything in the world interacted with mana, or so Septerus said, and the fire in the forge produced fire mana, or changed neutral mana into fire mana? It wasn't clear. I had been fading by information overload by that part of the lecture.
I would have to ask Abigail. She would know. I had already started swinging at the first few unlucky lizard monsters who reached me while I was thinking about all that, and I took a minute to really look at the beasts. They were the biggest lizards I had ever seen before, and came up to my chest in height. It was unnatural for lizards to be as big as me. The closest thing I could think of was Komodo dragons, but a lot bigger and more vicious, and had a mouth like a velociraptor. There were a lot of differences, actually, but I was no zoologist. The one thing I did know was they had dark, earthy tones to their scales, and it didn't take a genius to guess what that meant. So it wasn't a surprise when an earth spike came flying at me, confirming their earth affinity. Yeah, that was another thing that changed over the waves. The monsters were getting better at magic. They were still limited to simple manipulations, but I could see how it would evolve in later tiers. Not all of the waves had such obvious themes. The wolves of Wave 10 didn't have an affinity I could identify. The wildcats of 11 had a small air affinity, and some threw weak air blades, but they weren't strong, and less than half did it. It seemed the beginning monsters focused on other areas than magic, and that was beginning to change. In the current waves, some of the beasts were normal monsters, using their bodies to fight, but some were more magically inclined and threw magic from a distance. They were starting to break into archetypes, and not the good kind. It was great when we did it, but unfair when the monsters did it.
Call me a hypocrite all you like. It was bullshit.
That was the main reason I was practicing with Rachel as much as I was. I didn't want to find myself in a situation where I couldn't use my skills effectively. Like if we were up against hellhounds, or wolves with fire for fur, or fire-breathing lizards. Frankly, there were a lot of possibilities. I wanted to train my control now, so I wouldn't be sorry later. I would have the advantage if I could force them to fight in an unfair environment. Now that there was a decent build-up of beasts around me, I began my technique. Massive chunks of ice fell from the sky, injuring any beast unlucky enough to be hit. I funneled a decent amount of mana into before I cut it off after a few moments. I didn't want to blow all of my mana. After the hail stopped, I used to pick up the pieces. It was considerably harder while in the middle of a fight, but nothing I hadn't trained for. Still took mana to use, but it wasn't a lot. It didn't have to create the ice, only move it around. I had to initially shape it into decent projectiles, but that didn't take very long and wasn't a constant mana drain. It only took an initial amount of mana to shape it into what I wanted. The shape I was going for was kind of funny, really. At least to me it was. At first, I thought icicles would do best, but I was wrong. I didn't have the focus to make sure they were all facing the right way while I was in battle. While spinning, some would flip around and face backward or fly sideways. They were of no use if the sharp end wasn't leading. After that failure, I switched to something more circular. Shurikens were my first thought. Saw blades would work, but I didn't want to create all of the teeth, and I had to spin them. Ninja stars. I thought they were super cool when I was a kid, and I used to make paper versions of them in school when I was little.
I mean, who wouldn't want to use ninja stars in battle?
After I began making them while I was practicing, I thought of something else that would work, and decided on that instead. Snowflakes. Giant, sharpened snowflakes. They took longer to make than the shurikens did, but it was worth it. There was something poetic about using something so beautiful for something so brutal. I thought it was hilarious, and that's all that really matters. I had nice, big, pretty snowflakes, and I used them to murder animals and rip them limb from limb. It sounded darker than what it really was. Or my mental state wasn't what it used to be. Who's to say? Murdering thousands of beasts will do that. I formed as many as I could from the ice available and started to spin them around me. I had to keep them higher in the air so they would miss the beasts to begin, so they would build up momentum. They got going quick enough to be lethal without getting stuck, so I began my dance. Calling it a dance wasn't technically accurate, but if I was using big, sharp snowflakes to kill things, I could call it whatever I wanted. The snowflakes lowered into position and began slicing through monsters. Blood flew freely, and monsters died quickly. It was a blizzard of gore.
Chapter 45. 15th Wave.
My blizzard was less effective than I wanted it to be. The ice still easily broke if it hit wrong, and the number of projectiles could use some work. I was spinning them as fast as I could while keeping them under control, and that led to less than stellar results. If it hit a weak spot, it would cut deep and leave a bleeding wound, but if it hit heavily defended spots, the ice would shatter. I tried to pick them up and reform them when I could, but that was something I couldn't afford to split my attention on very often. My melee skills were suffering to compensate for the ice show, and against anything stronger, it would be detrimental. It was my first time using the skill, so there were still kinks to iron out. Seeing how the technique wasn't as effective as I wanted it to be, I dropped it. No use in splitting my attention on something that wasn't as good as me fighting normally. I went back to my tried and true method, wholesale slaughter. It was the main reason I liked my axe so much. With the augmentation from extending the blade, I had a large radius around me where things spontaneously died. My new steel axe held up a lot better to the strain, but I could tell it would fail after repeated stress. It would last this wave, and maybe the next wave, but probably not the third. Thinking about it made me sigh. Yes, in the middle of battle surrounded by beasts, I was sighing about the futility of my axe. With the upgrade to Village, we got an increased assortment of profession materials, and better metals were available to use. It would just take a long time to learn what they were and how best to forge with them. Would help, and I was close to getting another professional skill. It was just an effort I didn't want to make. I could feel my drive diminishing after the days of pushing myself as hard as I could. It had been weeks of spending every waking hour doing everything I could to improve. It was starting to feel hopeless. Every time we got a handle on something, it changed. I was staying ahead of the waves and could fight them off, but then they changed to double in difficulty, outpacing me. These last 2 waves I only leveled once, and the monsters gained on me. I didn't know much else I could do. Was I doomed to fight against higher-level enemies no matter what I did? It felt like this whole thing was orchestrated to slowly wear you down before you gave up. I had to do it, though. If I didn't, the consequences were death. And not just my death, the death of my family. The fighting had gone on for over half an hour by now, and the numbers were thinning. I was getting better at fighting for extended periods of time with all the practice. I felt sorry for anything that tried to force me into a battle of attrition. With the bodies clearing, I started to look for the boss. It was around this time that it would make its appearance. The beasts would throw themselves at us for almost an hour, depending on how many there were and how fast they died. Then the boss would show up. As I surveyed the land, a feeling bubbled within me. I couldn't place its origin, but it was something like pride. I was in a battlefield, rent with destruction, and I was the one left standing. It felt good. Bodies were strewn about in various states of destruction, and blood coated the ground. Leftover ice from my opening move was scattered about, tinted red from the blood. I didn't spot the boss, so it must have spawned on the other side. The bosses were easy to spot, and I wouldn't overlook its oversized frame. Austin and Jonathan knew what they were doing. They could handle it. I knew it was evolved and in a higher rank, but they could always retreat if they had to. After I finished up here, I'd head over there. I didn't want to deplete all of my mana, but seeing as the boss wasn't here, I could afford to be less frugal.
It felt good fighting in the Arctic conditions, and I couldn't help but resonate with my class name. I channeled up a bigger than average and got to work. Fighting in the ice storm
was all around better than fighting without. I felt more invigorated, better aware of my surroundings, and more at home. It was like home field advantage during sports games. This was my turf, and they were encroaching on it. I wondered how fighting in the actual Arctic would feel. I didn't bother to pick up anything with ice manipulation, but I did spare a few ice bolts at the annoying lizards shooting earth spikes at me. My ranged support did a good job of targeting those lizards, but there were still a few left. My ice bolts packed enough punch to kill in one lucky strike, or two if I was unlucky. Their bodies were weaker than normal beasts, since they focused more on magical empowerment, but I would be screwed once they started putting up magical shields. Just one more thing I didn't want to think about. The gates were far enough away from each other that I wouldn't be able to hear anything, and I couldn't help but start to worry. It was an evolved beast they were facing, and it was unknown how strong it would be. Even though I had faith in them, I picked up the pace a bit and rushed from beast to finish them off. I wouldn't have to kill every single one, just enough so they wouldn't pose a threat to the wall. It didn't take long, and soon I was running toward the other battlefield. I trusted that the Western group could take care of the rest. Large explosions and shouting tickled my ears as I approached, and I couldn't help but run faster. It should be fine. Getting closer, I heard the shouting more clearly. "Pull him up! Focus on the leg!" Grandad was shouting out orders for them to follow, and the urgency in his voice concerned me. Finally cresting the wall, I took in the battlefield. It was a mess.
The earth was torn up in multiple spots, and bodies were everywhere. It looked a lot like my side, but with one major difference. The 8-foot-tall lizard covered in rock armor lumbering around. It was pulling up chunks of earth and launching them at the wall. Shouts of alarm would sound out, and people would scramble out of the way of the missile, trying not to get hit. Pieces of debris were scattered over the wall from previous attacks, and people were bleeding from when they weren't quick enough. I saw healers focusing on Carrie, who was at the base of the wall. It looked like a rock hit her and pushed her backward off of the wall. The height wasn't as fatal as it once was with our increased durability, but it still wouldn't feel good. I couldn't see her body clearly to tell the extent of the damage, but based on the healing being applied, it looked serious. She must have been unprepared and took the hit straight on. Aunt Carrie wasn't my favorite person in the world, but it still hurt seeing her like this. She wasn't the most pleasant woman to be around, but she was still Austin's mother. I wondered if he knew what happened. I couldn't tell if he knew what was transpiring up here and what state his mom was in. It was Austin who convinced her to focus on leveling up and being more active. He would be beside himself if she got hurt, and would most likely blame himself. Seeing the disarray that my family was in, I searched for Austin. He should have been handling this side, and things shouldn't have been this bad. Finding him was easy, as his body was glowing from his boosting skill. He was charging toward the boss from quite the distance away, coming in hot with his spear leveled at his foe. What was he doing all the way over there? There weren't any lesser monsters still alive, so he shouldn't have been over there dealing with them. I couldn't come up with a reason for him being so far away from the fight. That was until I saw what happened.
Austin charged in quick and launched a few spears empowered with sunlight, dancing around the boss, trying to stay in its blind spot. Everything looked fine until the boss, the lumbering giant it was, swatted him with its tail so fast I could hardly track it. As fast as Austin was, he couldn't dodge the tail, and he was sent flying. Now I knew why he was so far away. This wasn't the first time the boss had done this. Seeing how ineffective Austin was, I searched for Jonathan. Unease was rising in my heart the longer it took to find him, and I feared the worst. He wasn't as strong as Austin, and the boss could have killed him. I scoured the battlefield with my eyes, but I couldn't find the man. He was nowhere to be found, and my dread kept rising. Abigail will be crushed. Wait a minute. Where's Abigail? She wasn't with the other healers attending to Carrie, and I couldn't find her up on the wall. I couldn't waste time searching for them anymore, so I got the attention of one of my cousins. Bradley was just standing on the wall watching. He was a mage, so he should have been firing off spells or doing something at least, but he was shaking in fear. He was the youngest of my Uncle Mark's kids and was a very timid person. I was surprised he was up here at all. I didn't think I'd heard him speak since his dad died. Getting his attention was easy with a firm shake. "Explain what happened," I demanded. It took a moment for him to comprehend what I said before he started talking. He was a stammering fit of nerves, and I could barely understand a word he was saying. "Take a deep breath and speak clearly." I tried not to yell at him, but he was making it hard. After the boss got close, Jonathan and Austin went to attack it. Its first swings sent Jonathan flying over the wall and into camp. Abigail rushed off to go heal him, while Austin stayed behind. He was calmer, but still carried a stutter.
It explained where my sister was, and why I couldn't find Jonathan. Jonathan was tough, and I knew he wouldn't die so easily, so some of my unease settled. I didn't know if I could take seeing Anna and Josh find out their dad was dead. Shaking off those worries, I focused on the lumbering beast. I didn't have any more time to get anything else out of Bradley. The boss was closing in. I didn't want to find out how effective its earth powers were on the wall. I would have to get in there, and I only had a few seconds to come up with a game plan. It had a mouth full of teeth that could bite me, along with earth-shaping abilities I would have to be wary of. Also, its tail was more dangerous than it let on, and it was quicker than I gave it credit for. Wonderful. Well, here goes nothing.
Chapter 46. Ice Wall.
Jumping down from the wall, I took my time approaching the beast. Identify was unhelpful, and came back with something I hadn't seen before.
Level 25.
Question marks were a new feature. The power disparity, along with the rank disparity, made it so that I couldn't even see what the thing was called. I got its level, though, which seemed backward. You'd think it would tell me what it was and not its level if I was only going to get one of them. When I originally assessed the likelihood of my axe failing, taking into account fighting this thing wasn't considered. The rock armor covered what had to be just as hard scales underneath, and hitting them wouldn't be good for the longevity of my axe. Jesus, I might as well start making hammers. It's what they end up as anyway. I had nothing against hammers, it's just that I was more familiar with an axe. I could make it a lot bigger. If I didn't have to worry about the balance of the blade, I could create a hammer heavy enough to match my strength. Creating an axe that heavy was getting increasingly difficult. I didn't want to swing around some light toothpick of a weapon when I had the strength to spare. I would have to forego the spike and make it double-headed for stability. I could make it thicker so it would last, and I could use more metal for increased damage. Thinking about it made me excited to start making it. Plans swirled around in my head, and I started envisioning a massive warhammer. I wouldn't have to stick to human standards like people in the medieval ages did. I could make it match my inhuman strength. If I made the face of the hammer too big, it would lessen the impact of my blows. I would have to find the sweet spot through testing. Ending the thoughts on my next weapon, I centered my attention entirely on the boss. Seeing how it manhandled Austin, I activated Barbarian's Rage before even crossing blades with it. Underestimating it wouldn't be a good way to start the fight. I felt my blood pump quicker and my body strengthened from the skill, and fought the emotional effects that were brought with it.
After testing the skill and training to fight through the side effects,
The rage was more of a backseat driver than what it first was. It was still there, and I could tap into it if I needed it, but I kept it at arm's length. I was the one who needed to be in control, and I didn't want to be governed by the skill. With the boost applied, I charged at the boss. I needed to stop it from reaching the wall, and it was treating the trench as little more than a speed bump. The trench did not affect the beast, and it easily stepped over the hard work we spent days digging. I was the only thing between it and the wall. I powered up my axe with an penetrating strike, watching it start to glow, wincing at the inefficiencies of my skills as the axe glowed brighter. My control was better, but still not enough. My limit had increased, and I could run 4 skills at the same time. The 4 I was currently using were the 2 offensive skills I just applied with Fortified Body for defense. Rage took up the last slot. I had been experimenting on ways to upgrade the skills I already had, but nothing came to fruition. I didn't really understand how they worked fully, and the skill I already upgraded felt more like a fluke than anything to go off of. When I upgraded Power Strike into I was desperate. I tried to put everything I had into the skill to make it more powerful, and I wasn't in the best state of mind when I did it. I hadn't been able to replicate the feat since. Seeing the description for the upgraded Penetrating Strike on the list of available skills as Frostbite, I attempted to do the upgrade manually. I wouldn't have to waste a skill slot on it if I could do it myself. As wishful thinking as that was, nothing came out of it. I just couldn't get the skill to do what I wanted it to. Filling it with mana and getting it to disperse into what I hit wasn't that hard to figure out. It was the lasting ice damage that was stumping me.
Something about my mana wouldn't do it. Just shoving mana into something wouldn't work. My mana didn't carry any inherent effect, and I couldn't get it to do what I wanted. Trying to use it to freeze something didn't work. My mana wasn't entirely ice mana. It was like the mana I absorbed from the air was neutral, and as it entered my body, it was colored by my affinity instead of becoming my affinity. It was like a watered-down version of the real thing. I didn't know what I was doing wrong, though. Was my affinity too weak, or was something else the problem? Did I need an ice law to convert my mana into real ice mana? One thing I did note was the longer I went without using mana, the higher the solution was concentrated, if we were using the same watered-down analogy. I was curious to see what would happen if I absorbed actual ice mana to start with. All the mana I regenerated was taken from the surroundings, and the only thing here was earth, nature, and plant mana. Wood mana, if you went into the forest. To make a long story short, I couldn't upgrade my skill manually. At least, not yet. So it was with the 2 skills that I had used with the previous 5 waves that I attacked the boss. I could see Austin running back toward us from where the boss had launched him, and knew I only needed to hold it off. The lizard extended its body and made to bite me, to which I responded with a heavy downswing with my axe. The resounding clang from the clash rang through the air and rattled my eardrums. I felt the vibration travel down my arms from where I held the axe. Damn, this thing's tough. I hadn't expected much, but seeing how little it was affected was disappointing. The strength of my swing halted its attack but did little else. No wound was left, and it didn't seem like the armor was impacted in any way. After its failed attack with its mouth, the boss spun around to hit me with its tail. I had seen this move when Austin went flying and knew it was coming. Was active, and I crouched slightly to brace for the impact. Not a single part of me thought to dodge. I knew it was too fast, and if Austin couldn't do it, I sure as hell couldn't. I raised my axe to meet it, and was in the best position possible to deflect the blow. It happened in a blink. 1 second I was hearing the tail whistle through the air, and the next,
A thundering impact shook me to the core. My bones ached, and my arms lost feeling in them from the impact. I was pushed several feet back, and only barely kept my feet. I angled my axe so the blow would deflect up over my head, and that was the only reason I didn't go flying. The downward force kept my feet on the ground. The boss seemed stunned that I didn't get launched into the air like it did to its previous two attackers. It took it as an affront and increased its effort to send me flying. The boss was so quick I could do little else but defend. My axe handle was groaning from the trial I was putting it through, and the only reason it hadn't splintered into a million pieces was the mana I was running through it. I had to deflect every swipe and bite to miss my body by mere inches. If I got the angle wrong and took a blow straight on, I would lose my footing. Even by deflecting the blows, the boss was pushing me around the battlefield. Every impact sent me sliding back, every blow pushing me further away. I was doing my best, but my skills were barely up to the task. I was usually the one in the power position, using my strength to overwhelm foes. It didn't feel good to be on the other shoe. Any chance I got to attack just clanged off its rocky exterior, causing no lasting damage. It was worse than facing the boar. I had underestimated the impact evolving to F rank would have. The only thing I was doing was keeping its attention. It seemed even though I didn't pick, I was still the tank. Jonathan needed to hurry up and level up, so he would be the one doing this. The hail of blows continued, and I barely weathered the storm. My hands hurt from holding the axe, and it was difficult to lift my arms. Even using Ice Wall didn't offer the respite it once did. The one time I tried to use it, the tail smashed through it with little difficulty, even reinforced as it was with ice manipulation. My axe wasn't made for this. It was an attacking weapon, not something to be used as a shield. Thinking quickly, I picked up the pieces of the broken ice wall with ice manipulation and made a shield. It had been a while since I used one, but I still knew the basics. Using as much mana as the ice could hold, I tried to defend. The ice didn't have heavy blow and penetrating strike to augment its strength, so when the tail came around, it shattered into pieces. The tail continued and impacted my chest so hard I nearly blacked out. My feet left me, and I was sent tumbling across the ground. Gasping for breath, I tried to fight away the darkness encroaching on my vision. The air vacated my lungs and wouldn't come back. I was left heaving, trying to gather my lost breath back. The sudden feeling of losing the ability to breathe was so jarring, I didn't even notice my breastplate flying off. Dented and rent from my chest from the powerful blow, the straps couldn't take the strain and snapped. The backplate, with nothing to hold on to, fell to the ground. I was left with no chest plate while I gasped on the ground. Gathering myself as quickly as I could, I made to stand back up. The power of that blow was enough to cave in the wall with enough time. I needed to get up. I marshaled all my energy into getting back up. Watching the boss lumbering toward me, I could almost feel the smugness it undoubtedly was feeling. It had launched the gnat that had been annoying it and was now coming to finish the job. Getting my feet under me, I readied myself to continue. I let go of my axe at some point and was left weaponless and without armor. Without a better idea, I gathered back up the ice I could to defend myself. Knowing that it didn't work last time, I needed something more. Ice powered with wasn't enough. Trying to send into the ice failed, and all the other attacking skills wouldn't activate. It wasn't an attack I was trying to make, and the skills refused to cooperate. The only thing I could think of was a butt used on the piece I was holding. My first attempt to use the skill created a wall right in front of me instead of going into my ice shield, creating a normal ice wall. It didn't matter if it wasn't what the skill was made for. It was my skill, and I would use it how I needed it. My second cast flowed where I intended it to, and I felt the ice in my hands strengthen with the mana from the skill. I knew it still wasn't enough based on how easily the boss shattered my normal ice walls. The wall was too weak to hold up to the difference in ranks. Austin was launching skills at the boss while it tracked me across the field, and projectiles clattered against its natural armor. Nothing was going to stop it from reaching me, and I needed to come up with something to defend against it. If a wall wasn't enough, I'll build a castle. No, not a castle. A fortress. Using most of my remaining mana, I pushed against the confines of the skill. My practice with gathered all of the ice in my surroundings and merged it into what I was attempting to do. I didn't have enough ice. Gathering it all wasn't enough. Using to create more, I pushed to the limit, forcing it all to merge into what I wanted. If a wall was too flimsy, then try to break a fortress. In my spirit, I felt something in the structure of the skill give way. Skill structure expanded with a familiar feeling I had only felt once before. The mana flowed in without fighting against the confines of the skill, and the ice took on a new color. It increased in density and glistened with a pure glow. After the skill stopped fighting me, it helped merge all the ice into the defense I needed, and it was just in time. I could see through the less cloudy ice the tail already in motion coming to destroy it. The notification chime was drowned out, and I could only hope it was enough. Giving it my all, I watched the tail descend.
Chapter 47. Explosive.
Time seemed to slow as the tail descended, and it gave me time to watch with rapt attention as the appendage made its way toward me. I poured everything I had into getting my skill to upgrade, and could only hope that it was enough. When the two finally met, cracks shot out from the impact site, running in every direction. With my mana as saturated into the wall as it was, I felt it crack, I heard it crack, and I saw it crack. My fears manifested. It wasn't enough. As the cracks spread out and threatened to shatter completely, the tail ended its descent. As soon as I saw that the tail stopped, I wanted to jump for joy. It held. I thought that it was done for when the cracks started spreading and the wall was going to shatter, but it didn't. The energy of the tail dissipated as the ice cracked and absorbed the blow. My skill worked. Being as excited as I was that it worked, I didn't see the boss turn around to continue its attack. I was so focused on the one attack that I didn't think about what would follow. The lizard came around with its mouth and chomped straight through the remnants of my shield of ice. I had enough wherewithal and battle experience to react quickly, but I was a step behind. The boss clamped down on my right arm with its powerful jaws and sharp teeth easily penetrating the skill-empowered skin. Ah! I let out a scream at the sudden pain and the feeling of teeth digging into my arm. It felt like they were scraping bone, they were so deep. The pain jump-started my mind into focus, and I fought through it to come up with everything I could do. I didn't have a weapon to attack. The boss was already clamped on my arm, and my mana was running low after using it to defend. I had to get the boss to let go of my arm, or it would pull it off. It nearly bit it clean off, and only my high fortitude stopped it. With only one thing that came to mind to get it to let go, I shoved my fist into its eye. With my free left hand, I punched it square in the eye, which was conveniently within arm's reach now that it was biting my arm. My goal was to cause as much pain as possible. I didn't have to worry about the scaly exterior if I hit somewhere that was unprotected. The boss could only watch as my fist collided with its vulnerable eye and completely ruptured it. It tried to bring its eyelids down in time to put up some defense, but it wasn't quick enough. Clear, warm goo traveled down my arm and splattered onto my face. Finding myself arm-deep in the eye socket of a lizard was somewhere I never imagined I'd ever find myself. The boss yelped in pain and let go of my arm, immediately trying to create distance. It wanted to protect itself from further damage and remove the intruding appendage from its eye socket. Was dulling the pain, but I could still feel it throbbing. I couldn't feel anything lower than my elbow on my right arm and had to look to make sure it was still attached. I sighed in relief when I found it still there. Blood was running down my arm from the many puncture wounds from the teeth, but it was still there. Reattaching a limb, or regrowing a limb, is something we haven't had to concern ourselves with yet. I didn't even know if we could do it. After assessing the damage, I watched the boss scramble around, shaking its head back and forth from the unexpected loss of vision. Austin took that chance to land a blow. Sunlight encased his spear and shot toward the boss. He came flying in from its blind side while the boss was trying to recover. The attack scorched some of the rocky exterior and dislodged some of it, but other than that, it was ineffective. Seeing how futile our attacks were, we went back to what we knew. Cripple it and wear it down. My arm leaked blood constantly and throbbed in pain, but I couldn't back down. The boss was weakened, but not dead.
It couldn't see out of one eye, and that left a huge blind spot that we could exploit. I wasn't going to be of much help attacking it, so I focused on getting its attention. A few ice bolts were enough to accomplish that. I sent them flying toward the other eye, but the boss was smart enough to dodge them. All it had to do was move out of the way, and the ice would shatter against its armor. Now that I got its attention, others started to rain down their attacks. Austin sent another spear of light at it, and I saw a carpet of arrows descend from the sky. Austin's mum, Carrie, must have recovered enough to shoot arrows. An arrow came whizzing by that could only be Hal's. When the arrow impacted, it blew a good chunk of armor completely off and revealed the scales underneath. It would take time, but we could do it. Since the ice was the only thing keeping me from getting torn apart, Rachel gracefully aimed her shots away from me. She had to wait until I was far enough away, or else she would melt my defenses. I ran around like a chicken with my head cut off. I didn't have the mana to stand toe-to-toe with the boss, and tried to save as much of it as I could by running away from its attacks. Expending as little as possible to send a few ice bolts when it turned to focus on someone else. I was huffing and puffing. My head felt woozy from the blood loss, but I pushed myself on. I needed to give them time to take it down. Arrows, magic, and anything else they could throw were launched from the wall, as more and more people from the western gate came over. As I ran, I saw the attacks start to add up. More and more of its armor was falling off, and some even made it through the scales. Seeing it bleed gave me a second wind to continue running. If it could bleed, it could die. Jonathan made it back at some point and attempted to take its attention from me. I still had enough in me to keep going and was about to brush him off.
The thing that changed my mind was the look in his eye. Jonathan looked resolute and like a man ready to fight to the death. Something in me resonated with it, and I knew he would be able to do it. I let him take the boss from me and searched for my axe. "Stone Aegis!" Jonathan shouted. I heard him shout the name of his skill as I ran toward where I last saw my axe. My vision wasn't on the boss anymore as I searched for my weapon and could only hope that Jonathan was up to the task. The feeling I got was new, and I didn't know if I could trust it. I went back to where I first clashed with the boss and looked around the pockets of upturned earth. It had been roughed up enough to be unrecognizable from before. Each of the boss's steps tore up more, and any missed attacks aided in the effort of destruction. The giant chunks it threw at the wall created deep craters that we would have to fill in later. It took a moment to find it, but I managed. It wasn't in the pristine condition it once was, but it was enough. Picking it up, I ran back toward the fight, ready to get back in it. I had to one-hand my axe again, but from previous experience, I wasn't as bad. The boss rained down attacks on Jonathan, but the man held. He brought a shield of earth from the ground that deflected the heavy attacks. Austin was still trying to pierce through the scales, but was making headway. I could tell from where the scales were scorched and burnt where he was attacking. I had just gotten back into the fight when an order rang out from the wall. "Back off! We're using the traps!" Granddad's authoritative voice carried over the battlefield. I couldn't help but wince, remembering what traps he was talking about. After the 10th wave, there were contingency plans in place if the monsters were to breach the wall again. We purchased traps from the store that laid dormant under the wall in case of emergency. I wouldn't classify now as an emergency, but it wasn't my decision. The activation of the traps was in the hands of the faction head, Granddad. Picturing how he was seeing the battle made it make more sense to activate them. Blood was flowing freely from my arm, and I could only use one hand to swing my axe. Everyone had to be running low on mana from the battle, and Hal wasn't shooting as much. Rachel's fireballs were coming more infrequently. To Granddad, we were losing the battle of attrition. I wanted to scream and shout that it was fine, we didn't need to waste the points, but it wouldn't work. As battle-worn as I looked, my opinion would be dismissed, and continuing to fight would only lead to more injuries. Injuries we didn't need. Austin and I made our retreat to the wall, and I could tell that he was unhappy with the decision as well. After we were both on the wall, Jonathan made his retreat. Calling it a retreat and not running for his life was gracious. As soon as he grabbed hold of the rope, Austin and I heaved him up. The boss could do little more than watch as we all climbed up to safety. Seeing all of its targets leave, it lumbered toward the wall to knock it down. Throughout the fight, I had dragged it around the field and distanced it from the wall that it was now closing. As it got closer to where the traps were buried, the tension built. The traps were upgraded after the pylon upgrade and were extremely powerful from the one time that we tested them. It was called an explosive trap in the store, and once armed, it would explode when the next thing stepped on it. When we bought it, it set up intricate magical connections between the explosive device and the ground above it. It was essentially a magically empowered landmine. There were still chunks and pieces of armor on the boss, but it had depreciated enough to leave a decent-sized opening for the explosion to be fatal. When we tested it, F-ranked beasts weren't what we envisioned it being used against.
We had enough buried that it would hit one as it marched toward the wall, and might even hit two with its size. Buying that many traps put a dent into our savings for the wall, but they would be useless if they weren't activated. There was a manual switch we could use, but that didn't solve the issue of it being in the wrong spot. As the boss closed in on the target zone, everyone's nerves reached new highs. I was so captivated by watching it get closer, I didn't even feel it when Abigail started healing my arm. One step after the next, and it shuffled toward the bomb. When it finally hit the spot, the explosion was immediate. The force rocked the walls and sent me stumbling back, barely left standing. White encapsulated my vision, and I had to blink it away to see the damage. Others weren't as lucky and were thrown back from the force. Even as far away as we were, the force was still great. As my vision cleared and the ringing in my ears died down, I saw the crater it left behind. The boss lost the foot directly above the trap, and blood saturated the ground where it was. It was blown over by the force and didn't look to be getting back up. Its chest was caved in, and it looked like hell. All of us stared dumbfounded at the outcome. The explosion was bigger than anticipated, and the common tier trap was more violent than we thought. It seemed its egregious price tag was well-founded. As the minutes passed and the boss lost blood, the notification chime brought us out of our stupor.
The wave was over.
You have slain Rock Salamander. Level 2400 points earned.
You have slain Rock Salamander. Level 21, 441 points earned. You have slain Rock Salamander. Level 20, 400 points earned. You have contributed in slaying Rock Salamander. Level 20, 98 points earned. You have contributed in slaying Lesser Rock Drake. Level 25, 67 points earned. You have successfully defended your claim. Extra experience awarded. 4,000 points to all who participated. Congratulations! You have leveled up.
Only one level was extremely disappointing, and the pitiful amount of points for the boss was a rip-off.
I knew we didn't land the killing blow and relied on traps, but it should be more than this. If the points distributed were that low, thinking about the lost experience made me gnash my teeth. So much experience was wasted. To make myself feel better, I brought up the notification I got mid-battle about my skill upgrade.
You have upgraded a skill. Ice Wall to Ice Fortress. Uncommon.
Ice Fortress. Uncommon. Creates a barrier of ice at the designated area. Height and width are determined at the time of activation. Maximum area and thickness are determined by mastery of the skill, along with skill rarity. Another skill upgraded. Now all I needed to do was figure out how to upgrade the rest. And I was one level closer to my evolution. I only had one more level to work with before it was too late.
Chapter 48. Jinx.
It took a long time for my arm to heal, but it wasn't as bad as the last time. Eased the burden on the healers and boosted my vitality to heal the wound faster. I received feeling back in the hand after a few hours and fully healed a few more after. Since the wave ended so explosively, we had a lot of cleanup to do. The wall needed to be repaired as the blast was close enough to damage it, but that was only a matter of points, not manpower. The trench had caved in, but at this point it was more superficial than anything. As the beasts got stronger, the threat of the trench waned. It wasn't the insurmountable obstacle it once was. There were still traps that we made that had to be reset after the wave, and we would have to purchase more from the store to make up for the ones we used. It seemed the threat of an F rank was higher than we thought. None of that concerned me, though. It seemed a little arrogant to say, but I left that to the others. I needed to focus on and healing more than I needed to help clean up. I noticed my thought process changing the longer that this hell went on. Before, I would think that I needed to do my fair share and help pitch in. Now, I knew I had better things to do, and to leave that task to the others. This wave brought with it the needed points to finally upgrade the wall. 250,000 points was a lot to save up, but over 4 waves worth of monsters, it became feasible. The clear rewards just kept climbing every wave and resulted in the bulk of our points to spend. 27 people getting over 1,000 points each was a lot of points. Someone did the math and figured out the pattern behind where the number came from. It took the lowest level monster that the wave spawned and multiplied its point value by 10. So, if the lowest level in the wave was level 10, it would take the points it was worth, 100, and multiply it by 10. This resulted in a wave completion reward of 1,000 points for every person who participated. I thought it was wrong to go based on the lowest level instead of the highest level, but I wasn't the one who made it. If there was someone who made it. I knew that not every group in this tutorial was a family, and that not every family was as close as ours was. And that made me wonder what would happen to the points of people who didn't pull their weight. Say a group had people who didn't fight or were bad at it. Would they force them to give up the points from completing the wave? I could see this going badly if the ties between group members were weaker.
I didn't much care how other people dealt with it. We had our method, and it was working so far. 50% was enough for now, and they could keep the rest. If more was needed later, we would ask for more. A small piece of me wanted to hoard their points so I could buy more skills, but that wouldn't be right. We weren't that desperate yet. Plus, it wouldn't result in that many skills. After the 2 I bought at 5,000 points each, the cost went up again. The system seemed hell-bent on not making this easy. 25,000 for a skill was outrageous. I knew one that I had to save up for already, and I cringed every time I thought about the price increasing again. Admittedly, 4 skills were a lot to be able to purchase. Taking into account that you only got 6 per rank, that was 2/3 the amount of an entire rank. I was just biased at the ease of the first few. A part of me did wonder how much these skills would go for outside of the tutorial. The supply had to be huge, based on the sheer number of worlds in the multiverse. The aliens said in the class that there were an uncountable number of worlds in the multiverse, and trying to come up with a number was futile. New ones formed, and others were destroyed enough to make counting inaccurate. Plus, integrations created a massive influx of new worlds, and there were 150 of those before making ours the 151st. Being the 151st had a nice ring to it. It was said that skill shards could be found in dungeons, and skill books could be made by a person of significant power who had mastered the skill. I wasn't sure how many dungeons were on a planet, but even if it was one, that was still a lot of skill shards. Even with the massive supply, that said nothing of the demand. On uncountable worlds, there had to be uncountable people who needed skills. Common skills might not be that hard to find, but even thinking about rare or higher skills made me shudder. With my current amount of wealth, it would be a while before I would be in a position to worry about that. I still wasn't clear on how to actually earn money. Hunting beasts for materials had to pay well, but how much was a beast worth? Especially the low-ranked ones I would be hunting for the foreseeable future. I could make things with my profession, but there had to be trillions of blacksmiths in the multiverse. This was making my head hurt. There had to be rules to it, or low-leveled worlds would be screwed. The one skill I knew I needed was mana engraving, or something similar, so that I could push my profession toward the enchanter side. I wasn't confident that it would work, but it wouldn't hurt to try. At worst, I would be a blacksmith with a rudimentary ability to enchant. The skill cost was steep, but ultimately worth it, in my opinion. 25,000 was a lot to spend on a maybe, but I didn't know what else to spend it on. I could make my own armor and weapons, so I didn't have to buy them. I already had most of the class skills I currently needed. Buying more information would be useful, but that's what the rest of my family wanted to spend their points on. They needed to know what was happening to the Earth. I was curious, but not enough to buy the information. We would find out after the 3 months regardless. I would also have to buy the Enchanter Profession Starter just for good measure. If it was anything like the blacksmithing one I read, then it should give me some valuable insight into evolving in that direction. None of that was what I needed to worry about currently. I needed to fix the blank spot on my status, and I only had one more level of leeway to get it done. I wasn't entirely certain how evolving worked, and if it would generate the options once I hit level 25, or if I could still do more to change the outcome. I didn't want to leave anything to chance, though, so I wanted to make sure I had a law before hitting level 25. Evolving was weird. When I hit level 10, I got my last class skill for my H-ranked class. Then I got the choice to evolve. After evolving, I got another skill. 2 skills for 1 level seemed like a lot. I wonder if the lack of requirements is the reason. In the class about the basics, the aliens said that there were requirements to evolve your rank. Maybe there was a larger time gap between reaching the maximum level for a rank and when you evolved. If you hit level 100 and maxed out your class, but were short on the requirements to evolve, it might take a while before you were ready. Plus, the extra skill was like a reward for meeting the requirements. It's like a reward. Ha! Regardless, that's what I was doing currently. Packing stuff to make the trip into the mountains. I didn't want to bother Austin with it since I didn't know how long it would take, so I anticipated going alone. Based on how difficult the boss was to fight, I planned to avoid altercations and avoid the attention of any of the beasts. I planned to reach where the snow and ice felt right and meditate on it. I knew the monsters wouldn't be as hard to fight as the boss since they wouldn't be as powerful, but it was still something I wanted to ignore. I wouldn't get any time to gain enlightenment if I spent the whole time fighting. I still wasn't great at the meditation part, but it was my best idea. I had more of a clue about what to do after the boss fight, but I wasn't exactly certain. It was something I felt before I upgraded my skill during my desperate fight with the boss. It was when I needed to make the ice stronger that I glimpsed something odd. I was trying to make my ice denser and colder to make it as strong as possible, and I had a feeling I was brushing against something completely different than a skill upgrade. It felt more fundamental and rooted deeply in the laws of physics, if that made any sense. Wait, is it even considered the laws of physics anymore? Those were thoroughly broken, and magic danced on their grave. Everything we thought we knew went out the window when Mana arrived. Flinging fireballs around wasn't something the laws of physics were built around. There still had to be rules on how everything worked, but they wouldn't be called the laws of physics anymore. It would be something more like the laws of reality. As I had the thought, I wanted to slap myself. I was being stupid. They were literally called laws. No shit, Sherlock. I didn't dwell on my stupidity any longer, and gathered everything that I thought I might need. An extra cloak made out of wolf pelt for the weather. Food for a 2-day trip. I still needed to be back in time for the 16th wave. A canteen of water I purchased from the store. Not the water part, just the canteen. With my stats, sleeping outside wouldn't be an issue, but it still wouldn't be comfortable. A small tent and bedroll were enough to fix that issue. I didn't plan on fighting, but I would be a fool not to bring my axe. I still needed to work on a better weapon, but that would come after the time crunch of my evolution was behind me. This would be the last axe I would use, and it made my vision linger on it as I picked it up. It was my companion in a lot of fights, but it would be the last. They were becoming too impractical. My strength was too much for the metal to handle, and I wasn't keeping up with my blacksmithing skills to compensate for the difference. Hammers would be easier. If I were a better blacksmith, I could probably make it work. But I wasn't. Real blacksmiths hadn't been a thing since the Industrial Revolution. They still existed, but weren't as prominent as they once had been. Forged in Fire was a great show to watch, but nothing for industrial use was made by a blacksmith anymore. Machines took over that process and have only been growing in usage. Automation was a marvel to watch, but the side effects were hard to ignore. How much of a step up would we have if we still did things by hand? We wouldn't be going into these professions with zero knowledge if blacksmiths and apothecaries were still around. It was a vain thought to have, but that didn't make it untrue. In the grand scheme of things, the impracticality of artisan workers would have limited industry too much for the benefits now to be worth it. I considered taking my blacksmithing tools, but figured I wouldn't need them. There wasn't a way for me to make a fire hot enough for it to be worth it, and carrying an anvil was impractical. Plus, I still wasn't planning on fighting anything. If I didn't plan on using my weapon, then I wouldn't need my tools to repair it. Did I mention that I didn't plan on fighting anything? Chapter 49. To the Mountains. Whose stupid Huff idea was this? Entirely out of breath, I couldn't help but voice my question to my surroundings. This was also ignoring the fact that I was alone, and this was, in fact, my idea. I didn't know why I thought I would be able to sneak anywhere. Every beast I came across knew exactly where I was, and they didn't take my intrusion into their territory lightly. I moved as quietly as I could, making sure not to step on any branches or sticks that would make noise. I even made sure to travel so the wind wouldn't carry my scent ahead of me. Having no experience in trying to sneak was a factor I didn't consider when I initially made this plan. I thought that the experience of hunting with Austin would be enough to sneak by without having to fight everything I came across. Either the beasts up here were better at detecting me, or I wasn't as good as I thought I was. I had a feeling it was a bit of both, but more toward the latter. When we went hunting, we were actively looking for a fight, so it didn't stand out to us when our stealth failed. Now that stealth was the goal, every time it failed, it was a fight I didn't want. Having 0 stealth skills in my repertoire was another factor that I considered to be the reason. I didn't think I was that bad at sneaking, but the beasts reacted to me well before they should have. It was like they sensed my presence from a distance and knew I was there. It was unfair. Bears roared and charged at me when I intruded on their territory. Wolves and big cats threw themselves at me when I passed. Even gophers popped out of burrows to attack me. It was like I was carrying a neon sign that said, "Attack me." Even a few fish nipped at me when I crossed a river. Everything took their chance to hinder my trip as I passed by their territory. If I wasn't in a time crunch, I would show them why that was a bad idea. But I had to move on before more showed up.
I regretted not bringing my blacksmithing tools. My armor could use a servicing, and so could my axe. None of the beasts so far were above level 25, but they would get there soon. The further I went away from camp, the higher the level the beasts were. They started at level 15 and quickly rose to over level 20 as I continued further toward the mountains. I noticed there weren't any lower-level animals anymore. That was another thing I had failed to anticipate. The mountains were a lot farther away than they appeared to the eye. When looked at from the camp, they looked like normal mountains, but as I got closer, I found out how big they really were. Their peaks breached the clouds and continued further than my eye could see. Having misjudged the distance I would need to travel, I had to pick up the pace. I left on the morning after wave 15, day 44, and had to be back before noon on day 46 for the 16th wave. That left the entirety of day 44, the day I left, and day 45 to accomplish what I needed, before booking it back on the 3rd day before noon. If it took longer than anticipated, I would have to forego sleep. Sleep deprivation worked differently with stats than before. It depended on how active you were if you needed to sleep. With an endurance stat over 80, a few sleepless nights wouldn't kill me. But if I spent the entire time fighting for my life, I would be dead on my feet. I was usually so active during the day that a few hours of sleep were necessary to keep going. I kept my sleeping hours tied to the sun to make the most of my time as I could. Hunting in the dark was asking for an injury, and I couldn't forge because of all the noise, so I usually went to sleep a few hours after sundown. I spent those hours on mana manipulation and perception training. I woke at sunrise, a scant few hours later, and went about my day. It usually left me with a good 5 to 6 hours of sleep that were enough to keep me going.
The exhaustion was building up, though, and the short stints of sleep weren't enough to keep me fresh. It only put off the inevitable. Sooner or later, I would have to rest, but I put it off. After this tutorial was over, I could sleep for however long I wanted. I just had to get there first. It took most of day 44 just to get to the mountains. Eventually, I just sprinted past everything, disregarding stealth completely. Some of the beasts were faster than me, but not all of them, and they were just as keen to fight each other as they were me.
I couldn't keep up my snail's pace if I wanted to reach the mountains in a timely manner. Never one for cardio, it was my stats that were the only thing keeping me going. Before, I used to say the only way to get me to run was if something was chasing me. Now that I was running toward the mountain, that was technically true. Things were chasing me. After reaching the mountain, I had to drop my pace because of the incline and climbing I had to do. That also involved fighting everything that caught up, which took more time. What kind of idiot thought I wouldn't be fighting anything? It was with blood covering me that I started my hike up the mountain. The first thing I did was wash myself in a small stream coming down the mountain. Having blood covering me was just asking for a fight I didn't want, so I aimed to fix that. I submerged myself into the stream to wash more than just my armor, and boy was it cold. I didn't think anything of it at the time and jumped right into the water, thinking it wouldn't be that bad. Fortitude had improved my ability to withstand the cold, and I figured I'd be fine. As soon as I hit the water, I felt the chilling cold invade my body. It sapped all of my heat and soaked my clothes in what felt like sub-zero water. I shot out of the water as fast as I could and couldn't help shivering. Even with my affinity and stats, the cold was making me shiver. Good. This is what I wanted.
It was good that I was cold. This was the feeling I wanted to meditate on. Some way to make my ice colder. I could feel the mana change as I climbed higher. My mana senses weren't the best, but even I could feel the stark change. Plant and nature mana fell away to ice and water. Wind mana was prominent as well. It was refreshing to breathe in. Closing my eyes and inhaling deeply, I could feel the tension in my body melt away. The adrenaline from the fights leading here flushed from my system, and I felt lighter on my feet. The change in mana was also reflected in the beasts I found. Fur thickened and changed color, with more white hues that blended in with the snow than the browns of the forest. Elk and deer had white fur that blended into the surroundings and had antlers that looked like ice crystals. Snow foxes prowled the lands for prey, and snowbirds circled the skies. Worst of all, they passed the level 25 threshold. Was my best friend, and I kept it constantly active. Now that I reached my destination, I needed to find a quiet spot without anything to bother me. As I continued up the mountain, my breath started to plume out into fog that was visible in the air, and I knew this was what I needed. The cold burn in the back of the throat when inhaling, and the temperature so cold you could smell it. The crispness that the air carried along with the piercing winds that seemed to disregard clothing. This was the spot. I felt at home. The snow was over a foot deep, and I could see for miles I was so high up. It was harder to breathe from the elevation, but nothing my stats couldn't handle. I got tired quicker, but my endurance powered through. The beasts were scarce up here, and only a few fights hindered my hike up the mountain. The view was marvelous. The sun was halfway through its descent in the sky and created a beautiful sight on its way down. The mountains on either side continued climbing out of sight, with vast forests to look down upon to the south. There were fewer monsters up here, and they were less aggressive to my presence. My plan of finding a quiet spot to meditate wasn't as far-fetched as my trip here would indicate. I didn't even clear the area of snow before I sat down to take it all in. I knew the area was clear of any animals from a quick survey, and I could take my time to experience it all. I had to go around a few animals traveling up the mountain, but it was nothing compared to the trip here. I felt free. The stress from the impending waves fell away, and the feeling of loss went away for the moment. The constant worry from my family disappeared, and the only thing I was left with was the snowy mountain I was on. Snow-covered fields of white that reflected enough light to look luminescent. Reluctant to move from my spot, I put off setting up my camp for later.
I just sat in the snow and relaxed for the first time in what felt like forever. I didn't know how long I stayed like that, but my back started to hurt from the way I was sitting. Sitting cross-legged wasn't a comfortable position to be in for extended periods of time. It was long enough for the sun to dip into the horizon until sunset was near. A full day of travels led me here, and the feeling of accomplishment wasn't small. After the rocky start to my trip, I thought it would only get worse. I was glad that wasn't the case. My stomach rumbled, prompting me to finally get up. I ate a quick meal of dried meat and took the time to set up my camp before it got dark. The tent was easy to set up and only took a few minutes. After my meal, it was time to figure out how to do this. The first thing I needed was a place to sit. There was no chance I was doing a lotus position, or whatever the new Zen posture was. That was the single most uncomfortable position I think the human body can be in. My knees didn't bend like that, and the whole process was unpleasant, to put it mildly. How someone can sit like that for an extended period of time boggled my mind. If it was torture you were into, just call it that. Don't try to play it off as meditation, like it was relaxing. I needed something with a back, and didn't bring any chairs with me. A smirk worked its way on my face, and I pulled with to make it happen. The snow around me jumped to answer my call and started packing itself together. Clumps gathered together with other clumps, building up to something bigger. The base started to take shape before extruding into the air. A wide base for stability built up to the first ledge a few feet off the ground before rising further, angled away from the ledge. With the practice I put into this amount of work was trivial. Snow continued working itself together into what I envisioned, and before long, it was finished. "Ah, perfect," I said joyously, before taking a seat in my newly made furniture. I made some slight adjustments for comfort before putting on the finishing touches for flair. A throne of snow now decorated the mountain. And no, I wasn't ashamed to call it that. Well, it's more beanbagged shaped than throne shaped. Honestly, it was a giant beanbag of snow that was extremely comfortable to sit in. I can call it whatever I want. I made it more for comfort than anything, and a throne would be worse than sitting on the ground.
Okay. Now all I have to do is figure out this meditation thing.
How hard could it be?
Chapter 50. Ice that would last. Hours passed. A few more hours passed. The first rays of sunlight started to peek over the horizon. What am I doing wrong? Exasperation colored my tone. I had been at this for the entire night, and the sun was already beginning to rise. A full night with nothing to show for it. I tried everything I could think of to gain enlightenment and comprehend a law, but nothing worked. I spent most of my time just exploring the feeling I had during the boss fight. Something about it made it feel like it was the right direction, but no matter what I did, it remained elusive. To make my ice denser, I had to make it colder. Those two were linked somehow, and I didn't know how. I knew the science behind it, but that did little to help. As things got colder, molecules slowed down and got closer together, therefore becoming denser. I knew that theoretically, it was practically that I was having trouble. Having magic powers for a little over a month wasn't enough time to learn the ins and outs I needed to make this easier. To make something denser, the space between the atoms needed to shrink. The same amount of mass had to take up less space. Simple math. Except compressing it did absolutely nothing. Every time I tried to squeeze the ice I was manipulating, it would shatter. Every attempt to make my ice denser resulted in ice shards exploding in my face. There was something I was missing, and for the life of me, I couldn't figure it out. After repeated failures trying to compress the ice, I tried to make it colder. Ice by itself wasn't really that cold in the grand scheme of things, but if I could decrease the temperature, it would do more damage. I didn't know the exact time it took for frostbite to set in for normal snow,
but it was all dependent on temperature. I'd spent many a day in the snow throwing snowballs without gloves on, and had all my fingers still working.
The current ice I summoned was like normal mundane snow and ice that fell from the sky during winter. I needed it to be more like what fell in the Arctic Circle on the coldest of winter days, that only took moments for permanent damage to set in. I wanted a way for it to be more damaging. Knowing it was possible and accomplishing it were two different things. The skill description for frostbite came out and said it was possible.
Frostbite. Uncommon. Augment your blows with ice mana, injecting whatever hit with a chilling cold. Adds to the penetrating power of your strikes while leaving a cold damage over time effect. Lasting damage over time was the exact effect I was going for. If I could get the law that strengthened my ice, then I could accomplish what the skill did manually. Sadly, it ended in more failure. Pushing more mana into the ice didn't make it any colder, it just created more. Didn't work the way I was trying to make it. Picking up a piece of ice with it and shoving mana into it didn't do what I intended. It was more like my skill. The more mana I sent into the ice, the closer I felt to it. I felt the crystals more closely, and the imperfections in the way they froze. It was like putting it under a magnifying glass and telling me all its secrets. Stray thoughts plagued me the entire time. Questions came up with every action I took, and I didn't have the information to answer them. When I used hail, where did the ice come from? Did it draw in and freeze the moisture in the air? If that was the case, how did I create so much of it? A few casts of ice wall would drain the surroundings of moisture. If it wasn't from the moisture in the air, where did it come from? Was it conjured up from the mana spent on the skill? If that was the case, why did it feel so real? For all intents and purposes, the ice felt real. It melted in the warm temperature, it was cold to the touch, and it cracked and shattered like ice. With my level of power, it was indistinguishable from normal ice. My thoughts spiraled further after that line of questioning. If my ice was real, what about other mana conjurations? Could a metal skill create actual metal? How would the market for that work economically? Would anyone mine for metal again? My mind wouldn't settle down. All of the questions I had bottled up since the start of the tutorial came to the surface now that I had the time to relax and think about them. It was slightly infuriating to have it happen now, when I wished to be thinking about something else. At the start, a part of me let my mind wander, so I could get a break from the futility of what I was doing. And now getting it to stop after I started down the rabbit hole was difficult. Instead of trying to refocus my mind, I attempted something different. I had felt it ever since I entered the snowy region of the mountain, and I wished to explore it more. The surrounding ice mana felt pure and untainted from most other mana types, which made my body feel great. It was like sitting in a sauna. Every breath was easier, and I could feel the mana working its way through my system. Over the previous days, tracking the mana flowing through me got easier and helped tremendously. It helped me focus inward and watch the mana as it flowed around my body in a circuit. There was a specific circulatory system specifically for mana that ran all the way through my body, reaching every spot. Thick branches split off into my appendages before splitting further into my phalanges. Looking at it deeply showed that the mana in my system was mainly ambient mana, or neutral mana without an affinity. There was still ice mana there, but it wasn't as prominent as I thought it would be. There wasn't a lot we knew about affinities, and at first I thought that they would make all the mana in my system into that type of mana. Over time, I realized that way of thinking was wrong. After I spent an amount of mana, my body worked to pull more of it from the surroundings to replenish it. Whatever affinity the mana was in the area was what I pulled in.
In camp, it was majority plant and earth, with nature and wind there as well, but not as common as plant and earth. My body pulled in the mana and set about cleansing it. I first noticed this when I was injured and had slept for almost an entire day. That 17 hours sleep was the longest time I had gone without using mana.
After seeing what happened, I made time to investigate further and discuss what I found with Rachel. She was the leading expert we had with all things relating to magic, and we came up with what we thought was the answer. The affinity a person had worked kind of like dialysis. It took in and filtered the mana in the body, getting rid of other affinities, or cleansing it, before working to raise the purity of the mana that remained. It would first remove the affinity of unwanted mana, then turn it into the preferred mana. After doing that, it would work to raise its purity. The only problem was, I never gave it enough time to truly turn it into the ice mana I was experiencing here. I always used it so fast that my affinity had little time to do more than color it. If we were in an area of ice and snow, then it would be fine. But we weren't. The area we were in was detrimental to my affinity, and I was finally feeling the difference here. Austin had the same problem, but his was easier to fix. Solar affinity was everywhere while the sun was up. It was just the process of making sure you absorbed it instead of the plant mana that was around it. Using it was possible to manually direct what mana you absorbed, but it took a lot of effort until you got used to it. I never bothered with it, because it didn't matter what mana I took in. None of it was useful. I had heard Austin complain about it being difficult to Rachel while we practiced, and I couldn't help but make fun of him. It was possible to do it without using, but it took a level of skill that required training. Most of the time we practiced, Rachel would sit around the campfire for the fire mana it released. That led to another discovery. Opposite mana types took longer to cleanse. It took longer for my affinity to work through the fire mana than it did with the others.
After making fun of Austin for complaining about how hard it was to absorb specific mana, I had to eat my words when I found out how difficult it was. I wasn't even trying to absorb specific affinities. All I was doing was trying not to absorb the fire mana. Even with the lessened difficulty, it still took a while to get the hang of it. None of that I had to worry about here, though. All around me was ice mana, with only a few undertones of other affinities. The snow carried with it a hint of water mana, and the occasional breeze brought wind mana. The sun in the sky created solar mana, and the moon did the same for lunar. Dusk and dawn brought shadow mana that varied in density throughout the day. There weren't a lot of trees up on the mountain, and there weren't many shadows to be found. It was when the shadows were cast from the nearby mountains that shadow mana was the most commonly found. There were others as well, but those were the main ones. All of them were smothered by ice mana, though, and it was exactly what I wanted. I used it to flush out my system of other affinities and leave only the pure ice mana behind. I wanted to saturate my body in it to connect with it on a deeper level. If meditating didn't work, I would seek other ways to deepen my connection with ice mana. It carried with it a feeling of rejuvenation, and it felt like getting a full body message. This was the first time my entire system was filled with ice mana, and I dreaded the thought of leaving. I spent a long while just basking in the feeling. Without time to waste, I didn't dally long. I let my actions flow and worked more on instinct than anything else. I pulled some of the snow together into the air in front of me. I wanted to create the perfect ice. Sending my mana into the blob of snow, I worked to condense it down into ice while also using my mana to sense what was happening. When the ice crystals didn't align, I broke it and did it again. I wanted it to be perfect.
I wanted none of the imperfections that I felt when saturating it with my mana, none of the deficiencies in the crystalline structure. It was like making something in the forge to the best of my ability.
This piece of ice would be my masterpiece. Letting my mind wander and only really focusing on the structure of the ice, I wasn't aware of what I was making. Without my conscious mind to guide it, my subconscious took over. Thoughts of how I was going to prepare my next weapon had filled my thoughts for a while and imprinted the design onto my subconscious. A long handle of ice, 5 feet long, built itself into reality, constantly breaking apart before being formed again. Any imperfections would not be tolerated. Every destruction and consequent reconstruction took time. But I didn't notice. My mind was somewhere else, and didn't notice the sun streaking across the sky at a quick pace. The handle was about wrist thick, and after it extended out 5 feet, the changes shifted to one end. The hammerhead would be the coup de grace of my work, so I saved it for last. The other end needed some ornamentation and couldn't be left as it was. When I designed the warhammer in my mind, I thought of a few ways to cap the other end. Many things could have worked, but I went for the most common. A weighted ball on the end to provide some semblance of balance while also giving me the option to hit things with it. Using it as a weapon wouldn't be its main purpose, but it was still a possibility, like the butt end of a spear. Making it a perfect sphere would work, but I wanted to add a little flair. So I flattened 2 sides of it for room to add a marker. In the few times I let my mind wander to the possibilities of what was to come when we returned to Earth, I fantasized about heraldry. Ancient knights with coats of arms and sigils were used throughout most of history, and were the mark of a family or clan. Family sigils from Game of Thrones came to mind, and I wanted to make one for myself. They weren't used anymore, and our family didn't have one, but I still thought they were cool. I imprinted a miniature version onto both sides of the pommel before moving on to the head. The sigil was so small that no one would be able to tell it was there except me, but that was all that mattered. Moving to the head created the hardest difficulty. I needed to connect it to the shaft in such a way that it wouldn't snap off when I hit something. I reinforced that area with as much ice as I could without hindering the final product. Still not aware of what I was making, the ice grew out into 2 massive hammerheads to either side. I made it symmetrical along the handle axis so that it was balanced. Both hammerheads grew from the center, breaking and reforming where it was appropriate, and the ice didn't form correctly. From my experience in the forge, my subconscious knew that the face of the hammer needed to be hardened. If this were metal, I would quench the weapon to harden the steel. Since this was ice, I couldn't do that. I kept breaking the ice that formed and trying again. Nothing I made was right, and my mind worked on autopilot to break it down. I needed it harder. I needed it denser. I needed it colder. I required a weapon that would hold up to my strength. I needed one that wouldn't break against the waves. I needed a weapon that would help me protect my family. I threw everything into making it the best weapon I could. All of my thoughts and feelings, my worries and regrets, my hopes and prayers. I pushed with my entire spirit to make it the best weapon I could. It was almost there. I could feel it. I was just missing one more thing. To make an ice that would last, I needed one to be able to last through the seasons. Normal ice wouldn't work. That ice wasn't meant to last. It would melt when the rains of spring and the heat of summer came. No, I needed ice that would last. Ice from the poles that had stood the test of time and had lasted. Ice that had been around for millions of years. I was an Arctic barbarian. I needed Arctic ice. I pushed with everything I had, and sweat began to build up on my brow. Even in the cold, I was working up a sweat. The ice I required took time to form, and I didn't want to rush the process. I sat and pushed for what felt like hours. The sun had long set, and it would be soon time for me to leave. I knew I was close, just a little more time. My mind threatened to give out, but I pushed through it. It was taking its toll, and keeping it active for so long made my mind feel like it was splitting apart. My spirit strained against what I was putting it through, but I didn't give up. I finally knew what I needed, and there was no way I was going to give up now. I needed this to protect my family, and I would sooner die than give up. It was when the sun started to rise that I finally felt it. At first, I thought the pressure I was putting on it shattered the ice, but I was wrong. It condensed down and became the ice I needed it to be. It would stand the test of time. A notification chimed in the background, and I felt a new connection with my surroundings snap into place, but I didn't worry about any of that. My mind needed a break, and my spirit was on its last legs. I needed to rest. It was with a sense of accomplishment that I laid on the ground to rest. Worrying about the cold was a thing of the past, and I covered myself with snow before closing my eyes.
I never did use that tent.
Chapter 51. Freeze. I woke up covered in snow with a massive headache. My body was sore, like I had run a marathon the previous day as well. It took a moment to figure out why everything hurt, but the events of last night came back to me. Or this morning? I wasn't quite sure. Immediately, I pulled up my status. Name: Christopher Zelensky. Race: human, G. Class: G. Arctic barbarian, uncommon. Level 23. Profession: G. Novice blacksmith, common. Faction: Zelenskin community and common. Level 16. Faction: Zelenskin community and common. Peace: profession: novice blacksmith, common. Level 16. Faction: Zelensky family, temporary. Strength: 148. Agility: 63. Perception: 17. Fortitude: 68. Endurance: 84. Vitality: 42. Intelligence: 16. Wisdom: 22. Acumen: 18. Free points: 0. Laws: least law of ice. Class skills: heavy blow, uncommon. Fortified body, common. Throwing weapon. Proficiency, beginning. Fortificiency, fortitintify, common. Penetrating strike, common. Sweeping slash, sofer. Fortified pommel, common. Penetrating strike, common. Fortitating strike, common. Penetrating strike, common. Penetrating strike, common. Penetrating strike, ice armor. Proficiency, beginner. Heavy weapon. Proficiency, novice. Body of a barbarian, uncommon. Barbarian's rage, common. Hail, common. Ice manipical. Meditation, common. Flabornly, beginner. Berry dignity. Good field, to nail. Body of a barbarian's, common. Barbarian's rage, common. Body of a barbarian. Meditation, common. Profession skills, sense metal, common. Permitting killed, dock. Profession skills, sense plan, common. Permitting killed, dock. Profession skills, sense linked, common. Profession skills, sense metal, create weapon, crude. Create weapon, crude. Good false. Profession, sense metal, crude. Armor, crude. Metallurgy, common. Coins, 0. 5. Metallurgy common, coins. 5,631. I did it!
Manic laughter echoed off of the mountainside as the fruits of my labor were realized. Accomplishment and pride filled me, and I couldn't help but smile at my new status. No more blank lines and no more pesky nuns. I was ready to get my last few levels and evolve into the F rank without worry. Gaining a law had to have given me a few good options to choose from for my class. Maybe even a rare this time. As all of the previous day came back to me, and my high of accomplishing what I came out here for fell away, I stared at the sun and realized what time it was. It was almost noon. Shit, I was supposed to already be on my way back right now. Without a second thought, I started packing up everything that I brought with me before in a hurry. As I started packing everything up, I noticed the warhammer made of ice leaning against my chair. The memories I had of last night were a bit fuzzy, and I mistook making that as a dream. Seeing it now disillusioned me of that idea and made it real. It glistened in the morning sun and seemed to have an unnatural glow. This was the weapon I had been dreaming about. All the plans I had of making it came to fruition, only, except for wood and metal, it was ice. It looked perfect. I could only stare at it for a brief moment before I had to finish packing everything up. I could marvel at it more later. Since I hadn't eaten since yesterday morning, I ran with dried meat in my mouth to get in a quick meal. It was nothing compared to the nice meals we had at camp, but it had to do. I couldn't tell the exact time it was from the position of the sun, and had to pull up the tutorial timer to see how long I had.
Tutorial end. 44 hours, 3 minutes, 15 seconds, 21 milliseconds. I had 3 hours and 15 minutes to make it back to camp before the wave started. There was no time for dallying. I would have to sprint the entire way home if I wanted to make it in time. Orienting toward the way back, I began my journey. I ran in a straight line toward the camp with no regard for running into any animals. If any started chasing me, I would have to ignore them. It took me about half a day to reach the mountains on my trip here, and that was with trying to be sneaky. There was no stealth involved now, pure speed. I used my strength to its fullest and pushed off the ground so hard it threw up dirt. Being fast was what agility usually covered, but having strength made my straight line speed nearly as good. Turning would be impossible, and stopping would be pretty difficult, but straightaway sprinting was doable. It was a matter of pushing off the ground with all the strength I could to carry me as fast as possible. Anxiety gripped me, and I couldn't stop checking the timer.
Tutorial end. 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 56 seconds. To make it easier to read, I blocked out the day counter. 2 hours, 4 minutes, and 56 seconds was my time to beat, and an hour was already gone. The mountainous region was left behind, and I entered into rolling hills. The hills fell away for forests before turning into grassland. Through it all, I sprinted. Tutorial end. 45 hours, 56 minutes, and 2 seconds. As the minutes ticked down, a familiar area came into sight. Hills that matched what I knew from around camp, and forest that looked familiar. I was getting close. The camp came into view with only 30 minutes to spare. I made it. Completely out of breath and covered in sweat, but I made it. I would get to rest for only half an hour before the wave started, but I could only blame myself. Losing track of time was my own fault. As I entered the camp, everyone started to question why I was so late. They knew I was going on a trip, but I told them I would be back earlier than now. They were probably getting worried that something happened to me, or that I wouldn't make it back in time. The verbal berating was annoying, but I dealt with it. I needed a quick rest before the fighting started. The waves lasted almost 2 hours now because of the amount of beasts, and after running full tilt for 3 hours, I needed a breather. Austin came into my vision and gave me a questioning look. I told him what I was after, and he knew it was a law I went to the mountain for. Seeing his look, I responded with a grin and a nod. He just smirked and shook his head. Before I left, he told me I was crazy. Laws weren't a requirement for evolution, and it was a fool's dream to get one now. He said it wasn't possible. Ha, that'll show him. I would go in depth with him later and tell him how I did it to see if he could replicate it, but I doubted it. My feelings about what I did were instinct more than anything, and I wouldn't be a very good teacher about it. How do you instruct someone to follow their instincts and call it a day? I still knew very little about what I did, and I was the one who did it. All I had were vague feelings and gut instinct to guide me. I would still do my best to convey what I did in the most useful way I could, but he shouldn't get his expectations up. After everyone left me alone to catch my breath, I did something I needed to do before the wave started.
I needed to test out this new law. Calling on it wasn't difficult, and it felt like it was constantly there, ready to be of use. It was like a phantom limb I didn't know I had. There was only one thing that it would work on around me, and that made it easy to tell what it did. The only ice around me at the time was my hammer. After feeling out the law, it seemed drawn to the hammer, and using it was similar to ice manipulation. I could empower my ice with it and make it stronger. It wasn't like a skill that required mana, but a purely mental aspect that I assumed ran on willpower. It was unlikely that invoking this power came without a cost, and mental strain or willpower were the only things that I could think of. Mana and the stamina energy weren't depleting, and nothing else seemed to be getting drained while I kept it active. I would find out after the fight. I didn't have the time to figure it out now. I only had 30 minutes to get as familiar with this new power as I could, and wasting it on testing that wasn't on my to-do list. After using it on already conjured ice, I tried to use it in the casting of hail. Instantly, I knew that the skill was stronger. The ice that formed from the skill carried with it the strength and durability of the law. Even with the ice empowered, the skill didn't upgrade. I felt that it was a stronger skill, but it was still in the common tier. I was missing something else that was crucial to the upgrade. The skill conjured ice in the area before dropping it onto the designated spot. Having more durable ice didn't fundamentally change the skill in the way a skill upgrade required. After using hail, I tried out my other skills. Ice Fortress felt sturdier compared to before, and felt like it would hold up to more damage, but it similarly didn't increase in rarity. I tried to use the law on Fortified Body, but it didn't do anything. My body wasn't made of ice, so there was nothing for the law to latch onto. Similar things happened with the rest of my skills that didn't utilize ice. When Ice Bolt came up, something new happened. My mana was still completely pure ice mana, and with the law improving the skill, the bolt changed. Instead of the generic shape that it usually appeared as, the ice shifted. It became more streamlined, and I could feel that the ice was more powerful. Launching the skill resulted in yet another change. It flew off into the trees with such force it shocked me. Ice Bolt usually shot with the force of something I could throw. This skill acted like it was getting shot out of a bow. A chime caught my attention, and I checked to see what it was.
You have upgraded a skill. Ice Bolt, common. To Ice Arrow, uncommon. You have upgraded. I couldn't stop the grin that formed on my face, and I jumped to check the rest of my skills. Ice manipulation didn't get changed that much, and was kind of a letdown. It just carried the law with it to whatever I manipulated. Without any more ice skills to test, I turned to something different.
Penetrating Strike,
was. Enhances the next strike with mana, increasing the ability to penetrate thick hide and armor. This was the skill that I passed on the chance to upgrade when I chose Barbarian's Rage. Was a great skill to have, and now it was something that I might be able to upgrade on my own. I drew upon the ice mana in my body and picked up my hammer to use the skill. I could use it on my fist, but it wasn't as strong. My hammer was made with ice and was still saturated with the ice mana used to make it. Walking over to a tree to use as a test dummy, I channeled the skill. Started to activate, and I shoved all of the ice mana I could into the skill. Calling upon my lore strengthened it further, and I was ready to swing. The main thing that I couldn't do to upgrade the skill was leave lasting damage. With the pure ice mana and the lore to strengthen it, that shouldn't be a problem. I swung my hammer down onto the tree, and when it made contact, I shoved all of the built-up mana into the tree. I didn't swing very hard, as that wasn't the point. With my monstrous strength, I could have pulped the tree if I wanted to, but that wasn't what I was using it for. I needed a target I could eject mana into. My mana leaped to obey, and the constant practice paid off. It flowed out of my hammer and into the tree with little difficulty. At first, it didn't do anything. The mana just sat there in the bark, being eroded by the wood and plant mana the tree already had. Something was missing. Calling out to it with I gave it an intent. Mana just sitting there was no good to me. I needed it to hinder the tree. I needed it to freeze. Using my intent and my newly acquired lore, I commanded the ice mana in the tree to freeze. Slight popping noises could be heard, and frost started to build up on the bark. The bark was freezing. I heard the chime and jumped to pull it up. You have upgraded a skill. Penetrating Strike, common, to Frostbite, uncommon. Now I was ready. Whatever the 16th wave threw at us, I would kill it. Chapter 52. Storm Clouds. The 30 minutes of rest weren't enough to recover completely, but it was all the time I had available to me. Since the last wave came from the east and west, this one would come from the north and south. We split into the same groups as last time, with Jonathan and Austin to the south, and I would hold the north. I had Hal for my ranged support this time, and Rachel and Carrie were on the other side. There were a few more people up on the wall prepared to help, but it wasn't worth mentioning them. Alice would be the most helpful out of all of them, and that was only because she could supply me with ice. It felt bad to call them useless, but that was what they were turning into. Hell, Granddad was only level 18, and the beasts of the wave would be higher level than him. The class he evolved into, though, was helpful even with his low level. It was some kind of leadership class that boosted all of the warriors under him. Even though the boost was small, it was still worth it for most people. The difference in power between us made it not as effective on me. Overall, the boost was small, and my higher level only made it smaller. His class was a pleasant surprise, and one I didn't even know was a possibility. It wasn't outside the realm of possibility. Commander classes didn't seem that outlandish, but it was nice to have confirmation. I readied my new weapon, and I precast some hail before the waves started. Alice joined in and created a pile of ice for me to use. I didn't use too much, as I wished to start the battle at 100% mana, but enough to give me something to work with. The majority of the pile came from Alice. Her mana regeneration was higher than mine, and she could afford to use more of it now. Sitting in front of the wall, most of the stress and nerves from previous waves were gone. I didn't shake like the first wave, nor did I have sweat building up. It was just another day in the office. Having been through this 15 times gave me the needed experience to calm myself. I didn't have to worry about the wall and what happened in the 10th wave. In the back of my mind, the only thing I worried about, the boss. They were showing increasing levels of intelligence. The last boss even started lobbing rocks at the wall. Ever since the 10th wave, where the monsters coordinated,
It's only gotten worse. With enough points for the upgrade, everyone stood on a thick stone garrison of a wall that I wouldn't be able to get through. The gates were reinforced wood with metal bracing to give them added strength. It was starting to look more like a castle with every upgrade. First, a wooden palisade, into a wooden wall, into stone. It even had parapets to use for cover. The wall matched the center building in that both were stone and had a sturdy feel to them. I made sure to give my new weapon a once-over before the battle. It wouldn't do to not familiarize myself with the weapon I was about to use. Even though I had made it, it was when I wasn't in complete control. I knew the weapon. I designed the weapon, but I hadn't used the weapon. Hammers and axes were two different instruments, and they had to be used accordingly. Hammers had no blade, and slicing attacks were meaningless. The hammerhead also had to hit square for the blow to be effective. Glancing blows with an axe still damaged with the cut of the blade, but hammers wouldn't damage as much as a solid hit. Also, I didn't know how would respond. It was a slashing attack that created a blade of mana. Would it still work without the blade to build off of? Testing the skill was odd. It felt like the mana wanted to create a blade, but something stopped it from completing. It instead created a rod that extended out from my hammer. It was like a less effective version of extended. That might be the first skill I would have to get rid of. It was sad and a waste of points that I bought the skill. But if it didn't work with my weapon, it was useless. My spirit wasn't full, or whatever they call it, when you can't take in any more skills, so I wouldn't get rid of it immediately. Maybe it would give me time to think about what to do with it. Think up an upgrade path to make it useful again. I wasn't sure if the time sink involved with that was worth it in the long run. I didn't get much time to continue the thought, because an odd phenomenon stole my attention. The wave was starting, and it seemed this one carried something different with it. Storm clouds began to form to the north. The timer was still counting down to the wave's start, but already things were starting. My armor clinked as I made to stand, and I hefted my new hammer. It was time for its debut. The wave started as thunder echoed out and lightning crackled. The clouds were making it hard to see, and I almost called out to Kyle out of force of habit. I stopped myself in time, but it still stung. The sounds of thunder got closer, and they were finally in range of identify.
Thunder Tiger. Level 22. Feelings of trepidation started blooming as I looked over the army of white and purple tigers charging toward me. Lightning sparked from tiger to tiger, building up in intensity before being discharged into the ground. These monsters leaned heavily into the elemental effects compared to all of the previous ones. The thought that their bodies would be weaker was comforting, but not that much, as I saw the electrical storm running toward me. In the time before they arrived, I rushed to take off my armor. Wearing metal would only make it easier to electrocute me. I judged that wearing the armor would be more detrimental than beneficial. Putting it on was what took longer. Taking it off was easy. I threw it into a pile behind me and picked back up my hammer. The boss was still hidden, but I didn't rule it out from being on my side. As the distance closed, I started picking up the ice I had prepared, and my law worked to empower it as it picked up speed. My snowflakes of death would be more powerful this time, and less prone to shatter. Not one to be outdone, I met their charge with a mighty swing of my hammer. Instantly, I was in love. Even though I spent a lot of mana and time making it, I still harbored fears that it would break. It was ice, after all. On my first swing, all of those fears faded away. It held firm after pulping a tiger's skull and showed zero signs of strain. It was even better than steel. If it was classified as a weapon, I think it would be in the common tier. A smile bloomed, and I began my dance of death. Any tiger that came near me was flattened by my hammer.
and any tiger that tried to get by me was sliced open with my blizzard. It was the best of both worlds. Ice that wouldn't break was a godsend. I settled in for a long battle and reveled in the feeling of a pitched battle. I noticed the feeling becoming more prominent the longer the tutorial went on. Something in me was coming alive after being dormant my whole life. It was like I was meant for battle. Without armor, I had to be more defensive with my swings, but I still had the time to obliterate my foes. They were quick, and their lightning affinity only made them quicker, but a blow from my hammer was enough to kill them. Lightning washed over my flesh and forced my muscles to contract, but I powered through it. My strength was my strong suit, and I wasn't going to let them take it away from me. I debated activating for the reduction in pain and boost in stats, but thought better of it. I still didn't know where the boss was, and activating it now would be premature. Shouting and orders sang out from the wall, but none of that concerned me. Granddad had skills that worked through the orders that he was using, but they weren't directed at me. It would be a waste of mana to give me the small boost his skills gave. Bodies piled up, and blood saturated the ground. The soil could only soak up so much of it, and what was left splashed with every footfall. It didn't take long for it to soak into my boots. Fuck. Sam's gonna have to make me another pair. The number of boots I had destroyed was silly. If I used my strength wrong while wearing them, destroyed boots. Getting into a fight and having them sliced open, destroyed boots. Getting them soaked in blood that wouldn't come out, destroyed boots. At this point, Sam had spares of my size ready for when I inevitably came back for more. Getting blood out of them was impossible. They stunk and were just nasty to walk in. Making them out of metal wasn't worth the trouble. Could only do so much for the blood, and I usually forgot about them after the battle. It wouldn't be until the next day that I got them cleaned, and by then, the blood had dried and set in. Having stray thoughts like that was becoming increasingly common. The cannon fodder of the wave didn't get me worked up like it used to. After fighting the boss of the last wave, these things were nothing. G-ranked beasts without a law to back them up fell quicker than the notifications could chime. Some turned off the chime mid-battle so it wouldn't distract them, but it was music to my ears. Every chime was a monster dead. Grunting through yet another lightning attack, my body started to seize up. Nothing could last forever, and their numbers finally overpowered my body. The frenzy the tigers went in when they thought they were about to win was comical. Activated, and anger flushed through my body, dulling the pain and giving me control of my muscles back. It was annoying to have to use it so soon, but I would be in trouble if I let them keep electrocuting me. Their claws and teeth were annoying as well. I had the strength to ignore most of it, but everything built up over time. A second wind took over, and the status quo remained. A man standing strong, and tigers dying in droves. The wave was about half over, and the boss had yet to show itself. It might be using the storm clouds to hide itself. If that were true, that displayed a level of intelligence I didn't like. The tigers weren't entirely ineffective in their attacks. The lightning was building up again after being purged with rage, and claws sank into skin. Forgoing armor was the right decision, but it left my skin to bear the brunt of attack. Their swipes were more swift than powerful, but still drew bloody lines over my body. Blood soaked my clothes and covered my skin from all the cuts. Fortitude worked to lessen the damage, and fortified body added in that effort. But they were still level 22 beasts. At the start, I protected myself with ice to try and reduce the damage, but they clawed through that quickly. When it got too bad and my body threatened to seize up, Ice Fortress gave me the needed reprieve. It was thicker than Ice Wall, and I could use it to surround me rather than just one side. It gave me the needed breather to let all of the lightning discharge out of me and get me ready to get back into it. Throughout it all was my hammer. It was quickly becoming close to me and was covered in blood. Barely any of the blue glow it had could be seen from the thick layer of blood dripping off of it. While I rested, the tigers tried to claw through my ice but found little success. My uncommon skill, aided by my law, made it hard to get through. Their claws chipped at it and shaved some off, but it wasn't nearly enough to get through the thick wall separating us. Even encased in ice, I used to continue the slaughter. The battle fever was on its way down, and the beasts were thinning and still. The boss had yet to appear. I was beginning to think it was on the other side. Arrows flew in from the wall, and while I was protected in ice, the ranged attackers used that opportunity to use their area of effect skills. If the monsters of the wave couldn't get through my ice, neither could they. Had a less strict activation shape, and I could use it to cover every direction I could get attacked from. While resting, I saw a bright light from the wall being launched in my direction. A ginormous fireball exploded on impact not 10 feet away from me, burning and injuring everything nearby. It only could have come from Rachel, but she was supposed to be on the other side. Why was she over here? The only reason they would come over to my side would be because their side was finished. Where was the boss? It should be
Crack. Boom! At that moment, a thunderous boom rocked the earth, and a lightning bolt shot through the air. It originated from the clouds that had gathered during the wave, and the thick bolt of lightning headed toward us. The lightning bolt was nothing like the tigers of the wave produced, and could only have come from the boss. Thicker than my arm, and it carried the power of an uncommon skill, maybe more. I started to build up some ice to defend myself, but stopped. The bolt wasn't headed for me. It was headed toward the wall. As soon as I realized that I wasn't the target, I tried to send ice into the bolt's path to block it. I was too slow. It tore through the air faster than I could send ice to block it. Mana shields snapped into place from members on the wall, but the bolt smashed through them. The shields did little to hinder the bolt, and it continued on its journey. Time seemed to slow as I saw the bolt inch closer toward its target. My breathing quickened and my heart pounded. No, this wasn't happening. At the end of its trajectory stood its target. A man with a spear shouting orders at his family. An older man with gray hair covering his head. A gentle soul who loved his family and did everything he could to help them succeed. The bolt hit, and I couldn't look away. Skin blackened. Smoke wafted into the air and the body spasmed. A man of over 80 years tried to dodge, but did little to get out of the way. The bolt found its target and fried him to the core. A hole the size of my fist pierced through his chest, and blood poured from the wound. All I could do was watch as his body realized it was dying. Knees buckled, and he fell to where I couldn't see him anymore. The wall blocked my view. I knew deep down what happened. I knew there wasn't a way to survive that. The boss took out what it saw as the leader. No! It was futile. My screams were meaningless. With already active, I let the anger take over. I left my fortress behind and charged toward where the bolt originated from. It was going to die.
Chapter 53. Vengeance.
Vengeance was the only thing I could think about as I charged to where the boss had to be. There was nothing I could do for my grandfather, but there was something I could do for the beast that killed him. I would either kill it or die trying. I ignored the lesser tigers that were still left from the wave. They were of no consequence anymore. Their attacks brushed off me as I ran past. Getting closer to where the storm clouds peaked in concentration revealed the boss in all its glory.
Over double the size of the regular tigers, it stood at just over 6 feet tall. Smaller than the boss lizard from the last wave, but still large for a tiger. This one was built more for speed, and its smaller size would aid it. I didn't slow my charge and ran straight at it. The boss dodged my swing easily and charged up another lightning bolt that it sent at me. This one wasn't as powerful as the bolt earlier, and did little to deter me. After a few fruitless swings, I realized that there was no way I was going to be able to catch it in the open field we were in. My swings only hit air, and the boss was faster than I could catch. Fine, if you want to be like that. Instead of chasing it around meaninglessly, I went for a different avenue of approach. It took a decent chunk of my mana, but it was worth it. A massive froze into place around the boss before it could get away. It was the largest creation I had made with the skill, and it took the mana to prove it. It didn't wish to be so large, but my will prevailed. I wasn't going to let the limitations of the skill stop me. Easily 4 times as expensive as the little huts I was making with it earlier, and the mental strain unlike any other, didn't bother me. It was what I needed, so I would make it so. I trapped it in a cage of ice with only myself inside. I had isolated it for a one-on-one fight.
Given time, the boss would have been able to break out, but that wasn't a problem it was worrying about currently. It had to defend against the angry barbarian charging at it. It was a gamble on my part, a sort of death match where only one of us would get out of this icy cage, and I wasn't 100% sure it would be me. Vengeance was a strong motivator, but it also had the capacity to force you into stupid decisions. None of that was on my mind at the moment. The only thing I was concerned with was killing this thing. With the upgrades to my strength since the last wave, and the upgraded skills that I had, fighting the boss of the last wave wouldn't have been as hard as it was. Taking the blows would have been doable with my lore and strengthened ice, but killing it was another matter. Getting through its natural defenses of the lizard boss would have been tough, and I wasn't certain I had the mana capacity to both defend and get through the armor. Trapping that thing in here with me would have been a death wish. This boss, though, was a different story. It didn't have the monstrous strength that the lizard had, and it would be easier to kill. I only needed to catch it. Now that both of us were in an enclosed space, the tiger had less room to evade me. It also gave it an easier time attacking me, but I wasn't dodging those to begin with. Dodging was futile and would be a waste of time. I wasn't fast enough. Time would be the deciding factor of who would win. Would the lightning build up fast enough to kill me before I landed the killing blow, or would I get to it first? The boss frantically shot out bolts of lightning that were only slightly more powerful than the lesser tigers. It didn't have the time to build up the massive bolt it shot out before, and there was no way I was going to give it time. It did not like me closing in on it, and did everything it could to ward me off. It leaped and pounced around my imposed cage with the grace only a feline had. Eating lightning bolts to the face was painful, but not painful enough to make me stop. The initial size of the eye cast was big enough to account for any movement the boss made before it finished freezing to catch it if it attempted to flee. Now that it was trapped, I worked to start constricting the place further, like a vice slowly clamping down until there was nowhere to go. Ice built upon what was already there to trap it further. My body rocked with muscle spasms, and my skin started to blacken on repeated hits from the lightning. But I pushed through, taking more space away from the beast. As the walls closed in, the boss realized what was going to happen. In its too intelligent eyes, it saw the outcome of letting me trap it. To not let that happen, it went on the offensive. Before, it was skirting around me and peppering me with lightning attacks, trying to wear me down from the edges of the cage. Now, it used everything it had. Claws, teeth, magic, everything at its disposal to stop me. It engaged in a brutal melee where I came out worse off. Blood flowed freely from my wounds, and some of my hair melted off from a magic attack. Any retaliatory attack I tried to make met air instead of the flesh I sought. The dance continued, and I was losing. My attacks meant nothing if I couldn't land them, and the wounds started to add up. My muscles usurped control from me and started not to listen to my commands. My movements slowed from the wounds and blood loss. Still, not once did I feel despair. All I needed was one shot, and the time for that shot was coming soon. I just needed to hold out a little longer. I needed to remain on my feet a bit more. In the boss's mad dash to kill me, its attention shifted to me instead of the walls. That was a mistake. Another claw came flying in, carving another line through my torso, and I couldn't help but smile. The tiger went to jump away after getting its swipe in, and ran face first into my ice.
It was stunned. It had expected to be able to leap away before I could counterattack. It was wrong. Knowing what was coming, I was ready to pounce on the opening that was created, powering up my hammer with everything I could to make it count. Slotted with to make this my first attack with 2 uncommon skills stacked into one blow. I pushed with my law as hard as I could, and even activated to make sure that my hammer could take it. It was sturdy, and fighting with it proved its effectiveness, but this would be the absolute worst time for it to fail. If my mind had been clearer, I would have realized that this was the first time I had 5 skills active. The 3 above, coupled with rage and fortified body, didn't count because I wasn't using it anymore. I could see the fear in its eyes as it watched my weapon start to descend. Lightning flowed across its fur in an attempt to defend, but it was too slow to build up to anything useful in defending. It took time to manifest. Time it did not have. As sure as the sun rose in the sky, my hammer fell on its head. An inevitable outcome that no amount of effort would change. I used all of my strength to make sure that this would be no glancing blow. It would land, and it would hurt. The tiger twisted and strained to get out of the way, but it couldn't in time. All of its speed, reduced to nothing if there wasn't room to evade. It managed to get its head out of the way, but that only made me hit its shoulder. The blow connected, brushing off the pitiful lightning defense, and I could hear bone breaking, flesh squelching. The mid-leap tiger took my blow before being launched across the cage, skipping on the ground before slamming into the wall opposite me. Blood spattered everywhere it hit, dyeing the ground red. It flipped over itself from the force of the blow and landed on its back. It yowled in pain before getting back on its feet. It righted itself in a way only a cat could, but it wasn't the same as before. Frost built up on its fur where my blow landed, and its right paw was dragging on the ground. The shoulder joint broken made it useless. I could feel my ice mana in the wound penetrating the flesh and slowing its movements. Well, the leg was broken, it didn't matter if it was slow. It couldn't move. But it spread nonetheless. Surprisingly, there was little blood. The blunt force from my hammer transferred into the beast without breaking the skin that much, like my axe would have. Seeing little blood didn't deter me. The loss of its leg was proof enough of the strength of my attack. Effectively crippled, it made it easy to land another blow. This one, less accurate than before, and landed in its midsection. A fractured rib and my ice mana the only consequence. It landed the occasional blow on me, but I was like a shark smelling dinner. Seeing it brought low was enough motivation to push through the pain. I was a man of my word,
and I said it would die. The boss got increasingly frantic as the blows continued to land. One on its hindquarters as it attempted to jump away, another on its back, another on its front leg. Every blow built up the ice mana in the boss, and it began to slow. The damage over time aspect of showed its worth. In all of its accursed intelligence, it knew it was about to die. Maybe not this blow, maybe not the next, but it would die. In all the twisted thoughts it could have had, what it did never occurred to me as an option. I felt the static in the air build up and the lightning thicken on its fur. I thought it would try for one last attack and use everything it could. To stop it from doing that, I launched myself at it with the same intent. I brought my hammer to bear, but I wasn't ready for what came next. The lightning built up faster than before, and it was stronger than even its opening attack.
If it could have done that, why did it wait so long? I braced for the bolt I was sure to come while continuing my swing. Something's off. The buildup wasn't slowing down. It kept gathering, kept increasing, building on each other to increase further. At the last second, I saw a look of satisfaction in its eye. What does it have to be satisfied? Lightning poured out of the boss in one final explosion. It was blowing itself up to take me with it. Instantly, I abandoned my attack. There wasn't enough time to create distance, so I did the only thing I could do. Ice Fortress worked in tandem with ice manipulation to build walls between me and the coming explosion. I ripped ice from the cage I created and built upon the wall from Ice Fortress. I used the maximum thickness I could on the skill and packed in more to make it thicker. Urging the ice to freeze faster, I could only watch the beast's body fall apart. The power was too much to handle, and it was starting to destabilize. It was going supernova. I redoubled my effort and used every ounce of willpower to strengthen my defense with my law. My mana ran dry in my effort before a curtain of white covered my eyes, and a massive force rocked me. I could hear ice shattering in the background, but the only thing I could focus on was the pain. My body spasmed as lightning ran its course through it, singing painful arcs over my body. My hair burnt off before my skin blackened. The only reason I wasn't killed instantly was because the explosion was omnidirectional. If it had been a targeted attack, I would have been vaporized. The fortress enclosing us shattered from the force, and I fell back onto the ground. Total loss of motor function made my body fall with little grace, more like a puppet with its strings cut. It was in a twitching heap and painful spasms that I caught movement in my vision. White spots still clouded it, but it cleared enough to see something coming. Something glowing. My very own nightlight coming to save me. I let out a light laugh that only came out as a groan before everything went dark. Chapter 54. Changes. I woke to a sharp pain in my face. Immediately, I jumped up and surveyed for threats in the room, but only found Austin. As my mind came more into focus, I found out that 1, he had slapped me, and 2, my body was not in a condition to be making sudden movements. "Ow, what the hell was that for?" I said, while rubbing my face. "You needed to wake up, and shaking didn't work. It was either that or water, and I didn't feel like getting water," Austin said, with a shrug of his shoulders, like it was completely natural. "Why am I being hit in the first place?" He could have let me sleep off the pain from the fight, at least. It felt like some healing was done, but not a lot. "You need to be awake to use meditation," he replied. Darn, he was right. Keeping that skill active would help the most for my recovery. If it wasn't for a good reason, I was going to hit him back. Being healed in my sleep sounded better because there wasn't any pain to be felt, but this was better.
I couldn't afford to spend all day in bed. Some things needed to be done, and the sooner they were, the better. I didn't even ask about Granddad. I saw the wound, and there was no coming back from that. Without anything else to say, I started up meditation to speed up my recovery. It was about an hour after the fight that Austin woke me up based on the sun and a few more of using meditation and healing before I was up and walking around. I would use it more tonight to finish the job, but it was good enough for now. I had scars from the lightning covering my body, along with white lines from where the boss took artistic liberty with my body. At this point, my body was more scar than skin. There had to be a way to get rid of them, or else everyone in the multiverse would be covered in scars.
Maybe evolution did the trick. Or maybe we just didn't have healers skilled enough. I didn't dwell on that too much. There was nothing I could do about it now, and there were other things to do. Most of the cleanup was done during the time I was recovering. Fighting the boss away from where we had to fix the damage had its advantages. That left time just before sundown for another task that needed doing. A box was made, and we started our procession to the hill. I didn't have the sadness of the first time we did this, nor the anger of the second. I was just numb. I made great lengths in my personal power, and still, this happened. I could fight the boss solo, and still, we were here. It wasn't anger that filled me anymore. It was hopelessness. It felt like we were destined to fail, and I would watch as my family slowly died. I could be as powerful as ever, but it still wouldn't be enough. Anyone who fought on the battlefield had a chance of dying, and there was nothing I could do to stop it. I could sequester all of them into the bunker and fight the wave alone, but that would end in my death. There were things that needed to change. Now wasn't the time to start. I would wait until the morning. Now was a time to say goodbye. I didn't stay on the hill long. It just made me sad. Grandma took it the hardest and took the longest before leaving. Dinner was subdued, and I spent the night in meditation. It wasn't an alternative to sleep, but I could go one night without. Before breakfast, at the time Austin and I usually left to hunt, I found Abigail. She was doing her best to keep everything together, and with Grandad dead, she was who everyone turned to for direction. I need everyone to gather before we start the day. I didn't say why, and she didn't ask. It was like she was running on autopilot, and answering was outside of her coding right now. All I got back was a nod before she started fussing over breakfast. She had a habit of forcing herself to stay busy to avoid the pain. I didn't have time for that right now, but I made a note to speak with her later. Austin found me soon after. He must be wondering why we weren't leaving. I stayed in the middle of camp while he walked toward me. "Hey, what's the holdup?" Austin asked. "Things need to change," I answered. My tone made him understand that this was serious. After a lot of thought over the night, I came up with a solution. People would hate me for it, but that wasn't a concern right now. They could only hate me if they were alive, and that I was fine with. Austin gave me a questioning look. "I hope you do not fight me on this." I didn't want to alienate him, but we needed to switch what we were doing because it wasn't working. After Derek, I resolved myself to get strong enough to protect my family. After Mark and Kyle, I thought I did the best I could.